teachers would reach out, troubled kids.
One of my good friends, or best friend from kindergarten, we actually got in a lot of trouble together. I think because of that, because of me getting in trouble and almost getting sent to juvenile hall, I remember telling my probation officer, saying, like, I've found something that interests me, and this is something I'm gonna focus on.
I was the scrawny little kid with probably size 6 feet, right? I wanted to go off the high dive. I wanted to be one of the best basketball players, but I just didn't have the size to do that. And so when I started skating, it gave me a sense of identity. It gave me a sense of self-confidence. It gave me a purpose.
When I was growing up, I was miserable at everything I tried to do. I rode a bike once, tried to do a wheelie, the front wheel fell off, I crashed. Skateboarding, it was the first time I was good at something. I wasn't horrible at it, which meant I was good at it.
You know, I competed in team sports before as a young kid, and I think I was playing for those coaches' dreams. I don't know. I don't think it was about the kids. It was about them reliving their childhood, you know, and I think that kind of just scared me off of team sports. You know, skateboarding I could just do by myself. I didn't have to have somebody to throw the ball with.
Every sect, every faction in school gave me grief, you know? It doesn't matter, like, the cool kids, the stoners, you know, the jocks. Fuck it. It was like, fuck you, man. It was the only thing I could find sanctuary in, you know, a sense of peace.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with me, but teachers would reach out, troubled kid. Is he autistic? Or I don't know. I could never speak. I went through huge parts of my life not even speaking. I spoke in whispers. It's weird. Everyone did in the house, mostly. Skateboarding, what it represented, the ability to create, to express myself, it became my voice.
You can see right here, if you can. We've got 12 riders. They're going to go head-to-head. They matched up on how they qualified yesterday with the first place qualifier going with the 12th place qualifier. Tony Hawk, local boy, local favorite here. In fact, he's won last competition here. Well, actually the last 3, but who's counting, right? Here we go, Tony Hawk, when you hear your music. Big hand for Tony Hawk, Kyle Peralta.
It wasn't like anything else that had ever existed. This was like a sort of constructed thing where you got the best guys from each of their disciplines.
The Bones Brigade was the best team for a decade.
They weren't just guys who dominated competition, but they were also skateboarders who invented some of the most revolutionary maneuvers out of that entire decade.
When we got into skating, you did not become rich or famous if you were good at skateboarding. No one did, no matter how good you were.
It sounds terrible to say, and I don't want to say it this way, but our group of dudes pioneered the way to make money at skateboarding.
I'm here in representation of thousands of other kids who worship those guys as well, and whose lives that those guys changed.
It was one of the raddest things in my life. And then it was just like, it's over, it's done. Like, I was devastated.
It was very, very depressing. You know, I knew it had to come to an end sometime, but nobody has held a team as long as Stacy has. I mean, nobody even half the time. He was the glue that held us all together.
And here he is, folks. Come on in and say hi. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
May I ask your age? 20. 20? Well, you're very young to be a world's champion, aren't you?
I'm not sure.
I had read about him and looked at his photos. They had been on my wall. And I had seen Stacy in a movie.
He was the first guy to say, you know what, this can be a profession. I can take this to the world to show people skateboarding.
I'm trying to put so much energy in it because I get so stoked. I get so anxious. It's like, this is it. It's like, you feed off of it.
I saw Stacy as one of the most famous skaters of the 70s. And then when he came to me and said, I want to develop an amazing team, I went, wow, you want to make a team?
He had already started a very small company called Pal Skateboards, but his company wasn't really on the skateboarding radar yet.
I'm a product designer, and that's where my focus was, is building a company that would provide great equipment for skateboarding.
When George and I first started talking, I just liked him. I trusted him. He wasn't doing this to make $1 million and retire, and I wasn't either. It was my dream as a kid to get on the Zephyr team. It was the best thing that could happen to a kid in the surrounding communities. I got on the team.
The Zephyr team was very aggressive, very surf-oriented. It was a group of guys compiled that made a huge impact on skateboarding. And Stacy he was one of the guys.
Right the moment that team tasted success, it blew apart.
Kids looking into it from the magazines, it was over by the time the magazines showed it.
And it was a crushing blow and defeat. And so when I was a pro skater, I dreamed of having my own skateboard team. I wanted to create that magic. And I wanted it to last, though. I did not want it to end. I wanted to make something that would last.
Anyone else that was trying to put together a team was just trying to steal riders that were already established.
Usually it was a fat man with some brand new product, went to the skate park, and was like, I got this new brand new product, I'll give you $100 to ride for it, you know, and took someone else that rode for someone else.
I didn't want any skaters anyone even knew on my team. I wanted this to be no-name guys that no one had ever seen. And so I started picking up young amateurs that I knew I could develop.
Not only were they unknown, they were all picked as a very young crew. I mean, some of them were, you know, all getting out of grade school sort of thing.
Here I am, like 10 years old, and I'm like this big, and these guys are like 2 feet higher than me.
I was probably about 14 years old, and Stacy called me and said, you know, would you like to join the Bones Brigade? I was like, of course, you know.
I remember at that competition that he first saw me skate, I ended up getting 5th place in the competition. And I was thinking, well, why does he want me? I got 5th.
Ultimately, what I was looking for is I was looking for a kid who had fire in him. Like, the reason I put Tony Hawk on the team is I saw him walk out of a pool one day, dragging his board behind him, and he had such an incredible look of disappointment on his face. Disappointment at himself. And I want that kid.
Probably one of the biggest turning points of my skating was one of the first times I ever figured out how to get to the top of the pool. I was on this gigantic skateboard, and I hung up and fell, got knocked out, knocked my front teeth out. I think I was 11 or 12. It was heavy. I mean, like, I went ambulance. I didn't remember anything. And I knew right away that I was not going to quit doing this. I'm obsessed with this. I love it so much that at risk of my own health, I'm going to keep doing this. Somewhere around between the ages of, I'd say, 11 and 15, I had so many hospital visits. I had a doctor pull me aside to find out if my parents were beating me.
Childhood is really a tough one for me. I don't know why. I don't know why I must have blocked a lot of stuff out. But my dad left when I was 11 years old. And so it was just basically me and my mother. When I did get into skateboarding, my mom was always like, watch out, mijo. Watch out, mijo. Be careful, mijo. You know, it's like my whole life has just been ingrained in my head, like, be careful. You're going to get hurt. And I think I went against that.
Caballero was the smallest skateboarder I've ever seen in my lifetime. And he was doing things he shouldn't have been able to do. I saw him skate, and I felt it in my heart. Just a bolt hit me, and I went, oh, my God, that kid is unbelievable.
To be asked to be on the same team as Steve Caballero was absolutely no question to me. That was it. I wanted to be there. I couldn't believe that I was seen in any sort of similar light to Steve Caballero. Getting on the Bones Brigade put a fire under me that I had to be this much better than I was at the time, because my coach was considered one of the best of his day, and he only picks the best talent.
I was a complete moron, I thought, to everybody else around. Kids thought we were the Addams Family. They thought we were like the weird family up on top of the hill. I was in a bagpipe band from the age of 8 to 10 or even longer. I was very isolated. I was in when the streetlights come on. Couldn't watch TV. We watched news and Lawrence Welk. Those are the 2 shows we could watch when we were kids. Everything else was the Devils. It was miserable until skateboarding came around. I wasn't very progressive oriented, and when I got on the team, I knew the rest of the guys were like, Stacy, are you seriously telling us that you're bringing this dude on? Johnny Joke gets last every contest, ruins the contest. You're bringing that onto our thing? You know, Tony's a prodigy. Caballero's a prodigy. Rodney's a prodigy.
This is where it started with me. I was 12 or 13 at the time.
13 years old.
Yeah. And at that time, I'd already won a lot of amateur contests. Big Fish, Small Pond, Tiny Pond. Midsummer, my dad was annoyed You know, he never wanted me to skate. And he goes, hey, you'll grow up to be a bum, and look at the culture. And he goes, look, you've had every benefit, you inherited good genes, you're smart, so don't waste it. It's like, all right, into the summer, you're growing up. Skating has to end as soon as school starts. And that's it, grow up. Yes, sir.
Les vadrouilles ordinaires vous épuisent? Voici la Power Mop de Swiffer. Un outil tout en un, pivotant sur 360 degrés, qui atteint les surfaces inaccessibles à une vadrouille ordinaire. Essayez-la maintenant pour 29,99 $.
So I was skating every day, 5 hours a day. You're just making the most of it.
There was a skater that I was sponsoring at the time from Florida named Tim Scroggs, and he called me and said, you must see this 13-year-old kid in Florida named Rodney Mullen. And he encouraged me to bring Rodney out to this contest.
We went to the contest, and I remember seeing all these guys that I looked up to in the magazines, and I was just a retarded kid in all the pads.
For the rest of us, it was more like, you know, doing different wheelies or manual variations, some handstand tricks, and that was freestyle at the time.
I remember I did my run, and I remember looking at the judges, and they were looking at my board and not me.
It was on a whole nother level. When I first seen him skate, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Most people get on a skateboard, they stand on the deck, and they remain on the deck. Rodney looked at the board and went, I can ride every side of this. I can ride the nose standing up, I can ride the tail standing up, I can ride it upside down, I can ride on the edge.
Love that trick.
So I did my run. So they gave me scores that, whoa, they put me in first place. And I remember driving back, and I had this trophy going, I don't think I deserve this, but I did what I did. I did what I meant to do. And in my heart, there was
Rodney.
Closure. And I was saying goodbye, and flew away. Then I didn't skate anymore.
You stopped?
Yeah. And what he says goes. And I got a call. Skate News, some little, wasn't even a magazine, called from California. And I remember, Rodney, come inside. Long distance from California. They want to interview you. Just, wow. And that's where I said it. He goes, hey, I guess you shouldn't stop now.
Because all of the guys lived in different cities and different states, what would happen is every time there was a contest, I would fly them into Los Angeles, and we would drive all over the state of California going to contests.
Coming in from Florida and flying in and seeing the guys and seeing what they would do, I would just look at them go and just kind of be there feeling so privileged, cruising around the Volvo.
It was like I found a home of misfits.
There was clashes between us at times, you know, spending too much time on the road. I mean, Lance and I butted heads many times.
Mike was bummed I was on the team, and I knew it. And so I teased him.
We did get in some little quarrels, but I liked being part of a team. I liked that feeling of being with a group of guys competing against each other, but at the end of the competition, we're leaving as friends as a team.
I took care of them. I was the camp counselor. When we would go to these contests, I'd work with them. I'd help them design their runs.
Everything was about competition then. That's it. I felt like I had to get into a competition mode. I had to get the tricks I knew that I could make every time. So it was more of a conservative style of skating for me. And then once the contest was over, I was at the park the next day learning like 3 new tricks.
I wasn't on that same level at all. That's what it felt like to me. I don't like mastering tricks. I don't like practicing them and having them down. As soon as I have them down, they feel wrong. They feel old. They feel worthless. And there's too much effort put in to win.
You know, it was tough at times. I mean, I remember, you know, competing in Texas, throwing up behind the ramp, going back up. Oh, I'm good. A couple of kids, you know, saw what was going on.
Why were you throwing up?
I knew if I didn't do well in those contests that I was going to drift away in that jungle of Florida that I grew up in trying to skate. You know, and it just wasn't happening. I was going to follow my dream.
I have 36 trophies, or had. I have 0 trophies because I threw them away or gave them away because I hate them.
It was like a drug. I want to keep winning. So how can I keep winning? I love that it gave me this thrill to be successful.
Whenever I entered a contest, I always went in thinking I'm going to win. Always. You have to. Otherwise, what's the fucking point?
I think it was just always I had this thing where I wanted to seek the approval of the best of the industry. And the guys that were the best of the best, they got their picture in the magazine.
These guys were amateurs, but people were looking at them going, they're as good as the pros.
They were some just incredible skateboarders. The talent was undeniable, and that's why I shot them. It didn't matter whether they were amateurs or not. I'm not going to shoot a picture of some fucking idiot who can't even ride just because he's getting a lot of money.
We dominated the magazines, not on anything but our sheer talent.
These little guys on my team, these no-names, were making a gigantic splash in skateboarding because no one had ever seen them before, and no one had ever seen the moves that they were doing. I mean, Alan Gelfand invented the ollie when he was an amateur. He invents the trick of the century when he was an amateur.
People didn't understand the ollie. They thought it was trick photography.
When you hear about this new hot kid that had this interesting trick that no one even heard of before, you know, you're going to be skeptical. And then you see this guy, Alan Gelfand, this little Jewish kid from Hollywood, Florida.
I mean, when we saw the ollie, it was insane. I was like, yo, look at that kid. He's flying in the air without even touching his board.
Once I saw it, that was it. I had to learn it. And then where do we go from there?
I had reached a point in my career where I had learned every single trick that was ever invented, and then you start thinking, like, what else can you do?
Caballero, at 16 years of age, invents the Caballero. He takes what Alan Gelfand's done, the ollie, and now he does it in the air 360 ollie.
When he did the Caballero, I'm still today like blown away because I still can't do it.
For me, Caballeros were a game changer because it made you realize you can do difficult spinning maneuvers or technical maneuvers without grabbing your board.
Tony, you know, to see him develop was really something.
He had all these little progressive little flip tricks and spins, and you could tell he was like a different type of skateboarder, more like technical.
He got made fun of a lot by other people just because of the tricks he did.
He was doing things that at the time people didn't understand, and so they labeled what he did as circus tricks.
Yeah, I didn't like him, you know. I didn't like his style. He was just an annoying little fucking kid with way too many pads on.
And it wasn't like he was this famous, established guy who could go, okay, he's going to have a couple haters. It was like, here's a guy on the up and up, and his peers are smacking him down already.
It was a bummer for me that these guys I looked up to were like, he's kind of a joke.
He had a lot of people against him, and he had a lot of people that didn't like him because his father was Frank Hawk.
I'm with Frank Hawk. He's the head of the National Skateboard Association. Frank, what's up for the NSA this year?
Not only was his dad organizing the contest, his mom was a timekeeper.
People would say a lot of things behind my back about I got more practice, you know, the parks I'm good at are the ones that have the competitions. He chose the judges. And it was hard to deal with, but at the same time, it wasn't so discouraging that I was going to quit. If anything, it got me fired up to really, well, it was almost like I just had to prove them wrong. That was it. That was my goal at that time, was like, I'm going to keep doing this until you guys appreciate it.
That's Tony Hawk. A little trick music there.
I never even noticed that he was even going to be a threat to anything till I won 2 of the Whittiers. And then I needed beer money. And I figured I didn't think I could win again because I wasn't skating that much, but I knew I could get in the top 5. And that's when I really noticed that Hawk was doing some shit that didn't make any sense to me.
I was getting stronger just sheerly from skating all the time, but I was also getting stronger because I was going through puberty. I was getting taller. You know, a 10-foot bowl didn't look so intimidating anymore because suddenly I was over half that height. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, I've got this.
And they started to get names for themselves in the sport. I knew I had to figure out a way to market and advertise them in a unique way. That's when Craig Stesic comes into the picture. Craig Stesic's a writer, a photographer, and he's a conceptual artist. But the unusual thing about Craig is Craig was a political pyrotechnician.
I would love to be able to tell you I'm wearing women's underwear, and I don't know why I'm wearing women's underwear, but I'm not. But I'd like to tell you I was wearing women's underwear and believe that it was.
Everybody was like, who is that weirdo? When you first meet Craig, you're just like, this dude pops out, spits out some weird fortune cookie thing that makes no sense, recedes back in there.
His sentences were so fragmented, and everything that he was saying in like a paragraph meant 60 different things. And you had to decipher, like, okay, what the fuck is Stesic talking about right now?
They're more alike than 2 absolutely dissimilar people that aren't alike anybody on earth could be. But they're completely different people.
You know, I can't imagine that people will watch this movie and see Craig on the screen for a few moments and not realize that it will probably be 10 hours worth of interviews before he answers each question.
You know, well, no, I mean, I don't know. I had, you know, I mean, yeah, I still do that. I mean, I could get, you know, I mean, you know, I mean, it's not even, there's not anything particularly interesting. I get up and I draw and you know, I write dumb songs and stutter and mumble my way through life.
Stacy said, you know, I'm going to bring this guy, Craig Stesic, and he's going to art direct. I wasn't sure what art directing was, but Craig's idea of being at this photo shoot was to produce a bottle of mezcal with a worm in it and drink the entire bottle during the photo shoot. And so Craig's in the back making mystical comments. I'm going like, do we need this? I mean, what is he really adding to this?
Stesic and I are spitballing ideas one day. I'm telling him, I'm sitting here telling him, I go, I don't want to call this a team, and I don't want the word skateboarding in the name of it. Craig looks at me and he goes, Bones Brigade.
Well, at first, I thought you guys were crazy.
I remember going to Stessik's house, and we're going to shoot an ad. I'm like, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to skate something?
We thought, oh, right, we're going to have a cool skate picture.
I remember, like, oh, stand over here next to this tail light of a Cadillac and just sit there. And I'm like, and that's going to be the ad?
Craig wanted to burn a car. And so George's parents lived in a very upscale area, and I don't know why we ended up doing it in front of his mother and father's house, but we cut a Cadillac in half and we lit the car on fire.
Yeah, I remember that because the police came. I pointed at the woman that owned the house and said, it's her car. We're just trying to put the fire out.
I mean, George's parents are looking at him going, what business are you in? What are you doing? Why would you do this in front of our house?
What? What? Is this a skateboard ad? I don't understand this.
I mean, skateboarding ads were these generic, boring product shots.
I wanted something that was not skateboarding. And Craig was vehemently against ever putting a skateboarding picture in an ad. His philosophy was, let the magazines show skateboarding. We show ideas and images.
You look at some of those early ads, they have nothing, not only do they not have anything to do with skating, they're like, you're just, I mean, it's WTF, you're just looking at it half the time like, what the fuck is this sort of thing? I mean, when I talked to Tony and Cab and stuff, they would be like, can't we just have a skating shot in our ad and stuff? Like, they did not get it.
That was one of my advantages. We'd show up for an advertising shoot at Craig's place, and they're like, Cab, could you hold this dead dog for an ad? And he was like, I want to do it. I'll do it. And I got I was Mikey that got all the cool stuff that they thought was lame.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque. For that just left the dentist clean feeling. Oral-B.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Stacy said, we're gonna paint your face to look like your graphic. And I was like, I don't see how that's gonna work.
When you saw the ads, they never had an ad like, Rodney Mullen, 2 first-place trophies, never. The Bones Brigade had that ad with a car burning, and there's a quote from another rider saying why he didn't want to ride for that company. New kids, new product, new advertising.
And people knew who they were because Full Page Ad and Skateboarder was like, okay, you've arrived. This is who you are.
We were starting to make a splash, and we were moving up really fast.
In about 2.5 years, we grow probably 50%.
But then, what happened is skateboarding started to dive.
It was just so sudden.
Not only the fact that monetarily the bottom fell out, but the popularity on the mainstream level was all of a sudden yanked out from underneath us.
The parks were closing, the shops were closing. And by 1982, Skateboarder magazine, which was the Bible of our industry, it went out of business.
And instantly when skateboarding fell apart, all the dudes that we loved and thought were amazing were gone.
All of the pros in the 70s couldn't make money anymore. and so they were deserting the sport.
You're world champion one day, and then you're like, well, now what are you going to do with your life?
I went back to school because I didn't know what I was going to do for a living.
A lot of cats were like, couldn't deal with it, I don't think, and kind of went off, did drugs, sold drugs.
I was scrambling. I was living in a car. I had to do a jewel heist to have a place to live at one point. And I was, you know, on this side of the tracks, I'm supposedly some great skateboarder, and over here, I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna get my next meal.
Everyone was getting hit by it, so it was just like, all right, it's obvious that skateboarding is dead. But the question is more like, why did it collapse?
99% of the skate parks that were designed improperly because nobody knew how to make them yet.
The physics was wrong. The curves were wrong. The distances were wrong.
Was there ever a skate park design that was as good as an average sewer or a curb? No.
These parks didn't work, and they closed across the board, and skateboarders got turned off to skateboarding because of it.
We call those the dark ages because skateboarding virtually disappeared.
I was so young that all I knew was that my friends had quit skating, all skate parks were closing, but I wasn't gonna quit. I still had a skateboard. That's all I needed.
With the loss of the skate parks and the terrain that kind of dictated where and what you had to do in a way, with those gone, it took skateboarding to another era.
I pleaded with my dad's boss, who owned the sod company, can I just build a ramp here, you know? He finally said, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
People started building half pipes out of necessity, but very few ever lasted, you know? And so that every once in a while another one would pop up, and you'd have to hit it while they could because the neighbors are definitely going to complain and tear it down.
And that was the great thing. We'd seek everything out. You know, we'd drive 3 hours to go skate some shitty ramp in some kid's backyard.
The ramps and the backyard facilities really became, in a certain way, like missions. And they were situated around the country and around the state. And guys would come together like a religion. They were at the service of the vert.
As all this was going on, Craig and I would brainstorm with Fausto Vitello. Fausto Vitello owned Independent Trucks, and we decided, let's have contests. Let's have professional contests where kids skateboard.
I felt like, where the fuck are we going? I couldn't tell you to this day where the hell we drove to get to this contest, and then all of a sudden there's like a ramp in the middle of this, like, you know, dust bowl of a parking lot.
We held these contests all over the country. This kid, Rich Flower Day in Nebraska, his parents said, sure, bring the California kids to us, have an event. I'm not sure they were expecting what they got.
All these guys were here from out of town, and they were cool, and like it was just like going to a big punk rock show.
No authority, complete chaos of 15, 16, 17-year-olds doing whatever they want, however they want.
And we'd be drinking beers and just hanging out, and everybody's on the decks and sitting on the roof.
Careful that gutter, Mom! Be careful!
I mean, I remember, like, you know, looking for anyone in charge. Am I first? Is he going first? What's going on? You know, and there'd just be like one guy with a sheet of paper. Kevin Thatcher is like, yeah, we're gonna do something pretty soon.
The environment of skateboard contests prior to that was so controlled, everything was timed, but then it went into these backyards where we were like, we own this, we are this, and no one can tell us what to do here.
People were skating just for skating's sake. There was no future for a professional skateboarder.
All of our companies were making so little money. Tony Hawk got a royalty check for one of his boards for 85 cents from us.
The first prize money for a pro contest was $150, but I was 14 years old. $150, sign me up. Woo! I'm cashing in. You know, I'm gonna buy a moped.
It was such an intoxicating place to be that these backyard ramp events started growing the sport again.
My general feeling is that skateboarding has nothing to do with competition or sport. And
If it has nothing to do with sport, then what does it have to do with?
It has to do with trying to stay as immature as you can for the rest of your life. Pretty much. You know? I mean, that's kind of this lame thing to say, but it really is. That's what I think.
You don't mean irresponsible.
No, not irresponsible. I probably was more responsible than any of them. I had a lot more responsibilities than them, which is probably another reason why I went into being a mental case. You know?
Lance was that classic comedian guy. He's the classic comedian that has that very dark side. There was a contest in Alabama where Lance, in the middle of this run, he just got so worked up, he took his board, he threw it at the crowd. And he didn't do it to hit somebody. I don't know what he did it for, but it ended up like tagging somebody. And this guy at the end of the contest walked right up to him and just knocked Lance over.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was that like big of an outbreak. That was a small outbreak. That was a very small outbreak. There's a lot more that I had outbreaks. I remember being so pissed at Del Mar that I just jumped into the pool. Like, I was so mad, like, and I was a baby. I'm a vindictive person. I'm a selfish person. I'm a total goofball. Almost all my motivation is from fear. And those are my good things. I mean, those are the bad traits in me, but those are the driving places because I'm like, I am going to have fun and I'm going to do what I want, even if I have to be miserable doing it. I dislike it in myself, but I don't know any other way. And that stems from being the kid that was not good at anything. No one came along and said, hey, I believe in you. I think you're the guy. I think you're good. Stacy had his group of dudes, and I saw how he interacted with them. It seemed like he expected those things out of those guys, and actually I felt like he never expected that out of me.
I originally put Lance on the team with the idea that he would be my assistant someday. It's kind of an assistant team manager. He was a good skater, but I didn't expect him to become a great skater.
I think the idea of grooming me to do what he did came up really quickly. My mom asked Stacy, like, how could Lance still be involved in skateboarding? He wants to do what you did. So, yeah, it was on the radar for sure. I always knew that. You know, I think at the same time, too, I was, like, under a bunch of pressures because I was trying to raise a family and make a living.
All of a sudden, he's a father, he's a husband, and he's got to provide for them and make a place for them to live, and he's still a kid.
I worked jobs. I worked a union job, I silk screened boards. I did all this stuff while I was to be pro, and I was jealous. These dudes were skateboarding. They're skateboarders. They're #1 dudes, and I was working jobs so I could be a skateboarder, and I was thought of as second-rate skateboarder and a clown and a blah, blah, blah. And so it was that struggle of how do I join this world of winning and being the best and being progressive. And when you guys gave me the opportunity to be in that first video, it clicked.
we dreamt up the idea of let's make a skateboarding video, you know, an hour-long homemade movie of the Bones Brigade. And so I went to Craig and I said, do you want to do this?
I could make movies all day long for virtually no money. That just seemed like a logical thing to do.
Jump on the top, and he's gonna jump from here down.
Okay. Okay, I'm rolling.
Okay,
get out of the way, Stacy.
I can't.
Back.
I have to be here to get this.
Okay.
People were just getting the first video cassette recorders in their homes.
Up till then, the only voice of skateboarding were the magazines. You didn't see stuff in action.
Where we made the first video thinking, you know, we'll probably sell 300. We sold, I think, 30,000. It was unbelievable. They became manifestos.
If it would have just been Rodney Mullen and Steve Caballero and Tony Hawk in the video, I might have went, damn, skating is tough. It's hard. Like, I'll never be that good. But Lance Mountain presented skating as something accessible.
That looked fun the way he was doing it, and I could see myself doing the kinds of things he was doing.
Like, Lance let you say, it's okay to be a crappy skater. And I don't mean Lance was a crappy skater, but you can love skating and that's enough.
But it was kind of like, you know, wait a minute, you live by Stacy, I live 3,000 miles away. Why do you get to go over to his house? You know, he's the star of Bones Brigade. You know, it was kind of tough for me to see that.
Most of the skaters were like, man, you're getting twice as much coverage as me. And I was thinking, like, but it's not coverage based on him being good. It's like, it was dorking around. It was goofing around. That's kind of what I thought. So there's that weird dynamic. But because of that, that changed everything for me. And all of a sudden, I was going to have a board.
That's when Lance became a star, by saying, I'll do this.
I did understand that I had a different thing to offer. You know, skateboarding is still just playing around and can't be all just being good.
My mom, she was a concert pianist when she was a little kid, and I grew up around music, classical music. So I grew up hearing it and reading about these guys, great composers. And Beethoven's music always struck me. Always. He had this fire, you know? I remember reading the story of him going deaf and pushing himself into self-isolation, and that's where he became himself. And to me, that was, wow. Don't let anything poison your individuality. Be away, break away, and look in, not outward. What makes us all do what we do at a high level is an inspiration that comes so deep as almost like a controlled desperation. And if you can't tap into that, then it just extinguishes. And you can't do it through here. It's to seep way down in there.
To his dad's benefit, he built Rodney this little space if he'd promised to wear his pads. So he built him a little concrete pad and little shed roof over it, and lights. So Rodney would go out and he'd skate from 2 to 5 in the morning. That was his time to skate, and he'd go. It was cool because it was super hot. It was so hot and so humid in Florida where they lived that they actually built their dogs an air-conditioned doghouse.
Hey, pretty good, and you?
With Cascade Platinum Plus, I
Watching
have
this
my dish
really
game.
cool documentary, I almost want to start it again.
Platinum Plus gives you our highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah. Scrape, load, done.
It's
No
really
pre-wash,
cool
no rewash,
documentary
or your
on
money back.
skateboarding. Because I'm stuck on that bus, and I think I'll be stuck here for a while.
My biggest blessing was being in isolation. That was my blessing. Maybe if I were somewhere else out here, I would have been like them.
At that time, you either skated freestyle, which instantly made you like a nerd, or you skated pools. That was it. There was no middle ground.
Freestyle was, you know, small boards, tight shorts, total goofy attire.
We all hated freestyle. But here came Rodney, and we'd all stop. Everyone would stop. The whole skate park would stop. All the vert skaters would stop.
Everybody would go watch Rodney. Didn't matter, because you knew what you were in for a show.
He was so far advanced than all of us.
Every time we would meet up in California, he would always have new tricks on a level that nobody could match.
I used to film a lot of those contests and go home and analyze them. We'd try to slow it down, and how did he do that, you know? And so then everyone started trying some of Rodney's tricks.
You know, I would watch him and go, I gotta figure out how to flip my board like that. If something's been done, it's so much easier to learn than if it's never been done before. If someone else has made it, then you just, in your head, it's possible, you can do it.
Belief is at the heart of everything. All they have to do is have an acknowledgement, a switch that goes off to see it. It's, oh, wow, oh, yeah, I can do that too.
It's all convincing yourself. Every trick that I'd never done before was a matter of telling myself, you are capable of doing this, this is possible, go do it.
Tony and Rodney were both outsiders from the beginning. And for a long time, what they were doing was considered odd. They would do it, you would bring your friends to hey, come to the park, see what Tony's doing. Hey, we're going to come out behind the building, I'll show you what Rodney's doing. And they would go look at that and they go, oh, it's like a freak show.
And don't get me wrong, I learned a lot of basic tricks that I pick up from everywhere else. But I try to absorb them so that I can build something else out of them. Because the joy is in creating something. The joy is what comes out of you. That's what keeps me going.
Rodney Mullen inventing the flatland ollie would change everything.
You know, I have to give props to Rodney Mullen adapting it to the street in such an art form where you can't skate without it.
And it was interesting because even though he did that trick, very few people did it for a long time.
When that happened, we didn't think, oh yeah, that's going to be a trick that's going to set the precedent of skateboarding for generations to come.
I mean, it really
I think there's
started
160
changing
something.
the landscape of skateboarding, going away from being all based on vert, really, to
165,
really taking it into the
168.
streets and putting it in the hands of every kid.
And near the end, this is one of the hardest ones, honestly. And I'm not on my first playthrough. This is like my 10th playthrough, so it's way harder also.
Watching Tommy's
like
part
New Game Plus
in
10.
Future Primitive, and he ollied over the bushes. That was it. I was like, you can really ollie over things,
No, they
over
are.
obstacles. You don't need a ramp.
Tommy Guerrero was the first street skater I put on the team.
To be a pro street skater was, you know, just completely new.
Just trying to find a
1985.
safe way to
It was the
cheese
moment
them.
where skateboarding became skateboarding. It was no longer something that was derivative of surfing. It was put on the table.
I mean, it's
This is
funny because
skateboarding.
most bosses I can like learn in 3 tries, and these guys I spend like over 2 hours.
You know, the
I like
place to
watching the
skateboard
documentary
is
though.
in a skateboard
It's very
park,
cool.
and not the streets.
Right.
It's in a safe place. you filming this? Yeah.
We lived in a dead-end town with nowhere to go. And then when skateboarding came along, especially street skating, it made our town bearable. It made our town livable because it blew it wide open, you know? It's like the possibilities were suddenly endless in a town that once felt like we had nowhere to go. Suddenly it was like, this place ain't so bad, because there's a curb, and there's a bench, and there's some stairs, and there's a wall. It's like everything was redefined. These weren't things that confined and defined our lives, they were things we were now defining.
I felt completely smothered by conservative society in South Carolina, but skateboarding was a way out of what I just considered this very, very homogenous way of doing things. And when Future Primitive said, you guys are over here, we're over here, I was like, yeah, that's right, I know which team I'm on.
It just felt like we were on to something and into something that spoke to us that no one else understood.
It brought that sense of community to what is incredibly individual.
And where do we go from here? Which is a way that's clear. Still looking for that blue jean, baby queen, prettiest girl I ever seen. See her shake on the movie screen, Jimmy Dean.
I love the first Bones Brigade. You got a couple shots of the girls at Lance's ramp watching, a couple, you know, throwing in a couple whoas here. But then on the second one, you got them dressed up as girls out there. It just made so much sense. It made it cooler.
The videos added a human element. We weren't just this untouchable elite crew of skaters, that we were silly and we fall.
Looking for that blue jean, baby queen, prettiest girl I ever seen. See her shake on the movie screen, Jimmy Dean. Jimmy Dean.
Throughout all these different videos, there's always, I forget, 12, 13 guys or whatever at some given point. We were always given a 6 or whatever. We're always given kind of like top billing. And at the same time, those other guys that weren't given top billing, they're trying to take our position.
I've got all sorts of amateurs up behind them, and those guys want to take the top slot.
You know, just because you're on the Bones Brigade doesn't mean, I mean, we had, how many members did we have of the actual Bones Brigade? What, 30, 50? Those 5 or 6 guys that were the elite guys, I mean, every one of those guys had to step up and put themselves on the line. Seeing, guys like my heroes, Alan Gelfand, invent the ollie. I mean, that was, wow, that's a legacy
you
for him.
do get souls when you kill stuff.
Wow,
Souls are like
great,
EXP.
What am I gonna do?
So let's say I try to kill that little thingy here.
Everybody had heard that Mike had invented this trick. It was a really big deal. Everybody was talking about it.
Oh yeah, it went too hard.
If you didn't see
yeah,
it,
you gain the XP killing stuff, but when you die, you drop it on the floor. So you gotta go pick it up in your next life, or else it disappears forever.
I just remember
yeah, you do level up with those when you can bring your souls back to those bonfires.
Speechless.
And I remember
when you're here, you can try to level up your stats.
That is, that's neck-breaking material.
That's like HP, magic, endurance, strength.
Rodney, Mike McGill, and Lance
like
Mountain had gone to teach at a skateboarding camp in
And there is
Sweden.
also equipment.
And that's where Mike learned the trick.
I
So right
thought
now I'm
about,
running
you know,
two
doing a
different swords.
540
One that has
for, you know,
fire
almost about
attack,
6
the
or
other
7
has
months,
ice attack.
when I seen,
These
you know,
guys are weaker
a
to
roller
fire, that's
skater
why I'm
do it.
using this.
A lot of us were trying 540s,
And I need to be
I was trying
wary
to
of
lose them at the bottom
my
of the ramp,
equip
halfway up.
load, also the
Gator
charge
and Dale Smith and a lot of people were trying to do them
So
halfway
I
up
don't
the
want to
ramp.
be too
You
heavy,
couldn't
or
do it
else I
below
will
the ramp.
roll slower.
You had to commit yourself
I want
in a
some
very
good
dangerous
dodge,
position.
so I'm running a light armor. That's more style than anything. I'm running
You know,
12
it took a lot of courage because I
two
didn't
magic
necessarily
restore,
do that kind of thing. I mean, of
and
course,
one
you know, I
kind of
skated as hard as I
shield,
could, but I didn't
one
take
hit
that
shield
kind of
plus
risk.
flow
But I want to
regen.
do this, and I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna do it.
And all these are just
I would go back
getting
and
more
forth
money,
and watch him, and he would just push and push and push.
getting more
And I'm thinking, oh my
resist,
God,
resist, and HP.
he's gonna do this.
I might have a better setup, but it's been so long since I
He
played
came back.
that
He came back to me. Guess what I made?
I'd be scared
I
of
was like,
just
oh, you made one.
breaking my setup overall. Right now it's pretty
Brad
good, I think.
Sliding around on you, dragging everything on the ground. I'm sure it was just terrible thinking in my
Level
head.
261. Most like
Come see.
YouTubers and people I
Drops
played with
into
are
the
still
6-foot air,
under
there's a
100.
540 over my head.
So I'm pretty high level overall.
And I'm like,
But this boss is just
what the heck just
stupidly
happened?
hard. Let's just go run somewhere else for a second. I'll go hit a little pee break. And we're back to full focus. Trying to kill stuff.
Thinking, oh my God, this is going to be an infrastructure change in what they do. It will be a dividing line. And immediately, my first rotten thing to say, but it's ever so honest, is a selfish one of, I'm so glad I don't do what he does.
I'll be honest. Like when he did that, I was like, I'm a jerk. Like that guy is the most respect to that dude, and I've been, you know, digging at him and everything. But I was like, nah. It's like I'm not on that level. I'm not even close to that type of person.
I made it right in front of Lance, and he started skating and immediately tried this trick. And I just couldn't believe that he went after it that hard and tried it. And poor Lance just spun out, and his body just cracked the top of the coping, and that was it for Lance.
I remember crying that night. I remember crying, thinking like, great, got to go back to the union job. Sucks. Like, can't make ends meet. Like, I'm gonna get pushed out of skateboarding. It's horrible. Like, it's lame. So like, I remember thinking that, and I went home and I tried that thing for a month straight. And I remember landing it and walking over to the brick wall and smashing my board into pieces. Just smashing it. Like, I wasn't even happy that I made it. I was pissed that it took me a month. I was pissed that it had to be that much of a battle to do. I wasn't even like, woohoo!
There was still only a handful of people that would even try it. I started just trying to fling myself like that out of the pool, and I was like, this is crazy. Like, I don't understand how this works at all. I couldn't spin fast enough, and I was scared to death to be that high, spinning blindly.
That definitely put a wrench in my winning career when that move came out. I remember when those guys learned it, I actually had to try to figure out other tricks to learn to try to compete. And that's what I love about being a part of the Bones Brigade, was just this group collective of skaters that pushed each other to higher levels.
We all rooted for each other. If one of us did well, then everyone else was stoked on it. You know, I remember there was one contest where we all wore each other's shirts as support.
But there's a part of it that I think that most guys will attest to, is that we want to make Stacy happy, you know.
For me, the fun part was hearing him laugh. I knew when he was laughing, either you were doing something amazing on your skateboard, or you really were being funny on camera.
Like, he never would, you know, tackle you and give you a hug and go, that was awesome, like, you're the best. He would giggle. That's the only way they would tell me that they knew whether he was impressed with the trick or something. He'd show him that he'd have the Stacy giggle.
I think anyone who's had any degree of fame becomes very sensitive to pelting you with praise. And too much of it can have the weight of a tombstone. And Stacy never did that. It was. Say fires are combustible, not because of the gas, but because of the vapors. And his laugh was quite like those vapors.
If you're doing something so far beyond the possibility of working, you have to have someone that believes in you or pretends to believe in you. No other team, no other company had that guy.
I loved seeing these guys succeed. They were so talented. I loved it more than I loved my own career. Damn. First of all, you're talking about kids that are 15, 16 years old, and they're already world-class athletes. The things they were doing, many of the tricks belonged to them. They invented them. I hate the word coach, but I had this affinity for coaching them, for being there for them. Kids are not taught to be competitors. They're not taught to be professional athletes. It's like I learned early on from my own generation, one of the worst things you can do to a teenager is give them too much attention and money. It destroys their perception of themselves. And I can't tell you how many casualties there were from my generation of these guys I could have been a contender. And they have to live with that failed career, that shattered dream the rest of their lives. Looking back going, God, I could have done it.
I remember Stacy coming down hard on me for falling in the prelims at the Great Desert Ramp Battle in Palmdale.
It's a bad break, because that was definitely a bionic run.
I think Stacy kind of felt like I wasn't really into skating, because at that time I was in a band called The Faction, and you know, I was playing a lot of punk rock music, and I was starting to look the look. But I remember him, for the very first time, came down on me like a dad, like a father figure, and that is the first time that I had ever had someone like so serious saying like, "What's wrong with you? Don't you care about skateboarding?" And he had never yelled at me before, and I was really upset. You know, I think I almost started crying, and I just thought to myself, I'm like, you know, I'm gonna show him, like, I do care. And I remember I ended up winning that contest.
The only time I would get on their case is if they showed up and they weren't respecting their talent and they were being frivolous. It wasn't about winning, it was about showing up and doing your best.
I want to hear some screaming for this guy. Rodney Mullen.
Rodney was absolute perfectionist, the fiercest competitor ever. I mean, he knew every single minute thing he was going to do, exactly what his feet were going to do, the order it was going to happen.
If Rodney stepped off his board or anything like that, he'd probably be devastated.
Rodney was a competitor on an Olympic scale that I've never witnessed in my life. He was flawless, perfect, every time.
Getting second to him was like getting first. Nobody deserved to ever take his spot.
And that's when the rumors flew that he was practicing 9 hours a day. And we're going, 9 hours a day? How's that possible?
Gillette antiperspirant spray has anti-white mark technology. Gillette, the choice is clear.
Oh, merci tellement, Sarah-Jeanne, d'avoir ramené les Timbits aux cerises.
Ah, non, c'est pas moi, là. Dépêchez-vous de profiter du grand retour des Timbits aux cerises. Ça se termine dans quelques jours.
C'est fini dans quelques jours?
Ouais, mais...
When we would go on tour, he would just go out 2 in the morning. We'd, you know, arrive at the hotel. I'm going skating. Okay, dude. You know, we wake up whenever to get to the demo, and
he'd be creeping in, and I'm like, So did you find a place to skate? He's yeah, and I learned a couple tricks too.
Made some 500 new tricks up, you know? Like, the next demo, you're like, you just did all these tricks I've never seen you do before. I've been on this road with you for a month.
Seems like you're unbeatable. Tell us, what's it take to be a championship for yourself?
Wow.
I don't know. Just my mind.
Rodney was a really bright, sensitive person, but he was really cowed. I mean, he was like, almost like a beaten dog, and his nickname was Mutt.
He was pretty quiet to himself, introvert.
Rodney was fucking crazy. Completely. But in the genius way, like the mad genius way, the way, you know, those uber smart people are crazy. You could tell, you know, some historical facts, but he literally couldn't, you know. How do you open this door?
He stayed in the corner and did his own thing, and every once in a while he would have this outburst of, we couldn't figure out what was going wrong with him.
And I remember traveling with him, one of the many, many tours in the middle of literally nowhere, trying to get to a demo, as always, late probably, you know.
I was like, I think I'm sick. I think I'm gonna throw up. What do you, Rod? What do you motion sick? Would you eat something bad? All the above. I'm gonna throw up.
So he's doubled over, and we think he's like holding his stomach or he's feeling sick, he's gonna get out, and he, you know, gets out and we think he's gonna puke or something. He takes off. He fucking takes off down the road, gone, out of sight.
Did he have to go to the bathroom, or where did Rodney go?
We just waited and waited and waited. I don't know how long it was. It was quite some time.
I think the sun had gone down. I don't know. But I remember seeing the man. Those dudes were all looking at me like... fairly unforgettable look.
And then Rodney comes walking up. Hey, guys. You know, that Rodney way. Hey, guys. And you're like, hey, Rodney, feel better? Yeah. Okay, we gotta go.
Shut the door, and we go. No one said a word.
Rodney, to me, was this guy that I couldn't relate to. Tony could relate to him because he's very progressive.
My best memories were flying in, going to Tony's, hanging out, seeing what he did. This freakish alien, you know? That's what it was. You know, X-Men, look at his crazy freaking, we're all mutants, and look at his superpowers, and I would look at him in amazement.
This is a song about a superhero named Tony. It's called Tony's Thing.
As the guy started making a little bit of money, what Tony did is Tony took his money and he bought a home, and he basically had a skateboard park built at his home. When I would shoot the videos, Tony would have so many brand new tricks per video, it was difficult for me to fit them all in.
I was totally possessed by it. I couldn't sit still. What's next? What's the next thing? How do we make this trick better? How do we combine these two things to do something even more impressive? I think that was it. I just wanted to be more impressive.
Tony took the McTwist, and all of a sudden he's doing 1-foot McTwists. Then he's doing board variant McTwists. And then he does the absolute unthinkable, which is the ollie McTwist. He does a McTwist not even grabbing his board.
And I don't think Tony did it for fame. I don't think he ever did it to be famous or to be like this big. He was not the rock star guy. Like with the Alva Posse and stuff, these guys were animals. They were just like dreadlocks, leather jacket, beer in their hand. You know, they just probably smoked a joint in the parking lot. You know, my guys were the rock star guys. And that's why my guys were so like, just, man, aggro over Tony Hawk. They were cursing under their breath when they saw him take a run.
Tony Hawk did not have a beautiful surf style. He was gangly. He didn't look pretty. He looked fantastic, but he didn't look pretty. He's not a pretty skater. He's not a beautiful stylist. And so one of his main rivals was Christian Hosoi. And Christian Hosoi, he was as beautiful a skater as there has been in the history of the sport. And he was powerful, and he was exotic looking, And like Alva, he was a rock star. And everyone, the punks, the hardcore, loved Christian. And if they're gonna love Christian, they're gonna hate Tony.
Put your hands together for Christian Hosoi!
I mean, the fans were crazy. That rivalry that they created, it pushed us to be even more competitive.
And so they would always battle. They would have these total battles that were just epic, just insane. Polar opposite styles and approaches to skating, but nonetheless, both just as good.
I mean, Christian was more amplitude, style, grace, and power. Tony was like pump up the volume and throw some, you know, like robotic, like technicality into it.
And they said, you don't have style, you just have tricks. That's all I wanted. I just wanted new tricks.
You know, I would have to go higher at the next event because he'd make up 3 new tricks.
This is it, do or die for both kids.
How many times, guys, it comes down to these two, Christian and Tony.
Christian going for the jugular right here. 720!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the winner, Tony Hawk!
I was winning most of the events. I was winning all the overall series.
It is going uphill
titles.
right now.
And it got to a point where people
making
were
a comeback.
telling me, like the people I was skating
But
against
it's
were telling me,
not
oh, I just hope I
that
get second place.
popular.
And I just didn't like what it was doing to me. I didn't like the, it was just kind of, it was crushing mentally because I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't enjoying, like I would win, it was like, yeah, I won. You know, that's what you expected of me. I did it, there you go. And then on the flip side of that, if I didn't win,
totally.
you know, let's say I got second place, they said, oh, you suck now, you didn't win, you know, and there was just, it was too much for me at the time, and it was really draining on me, and I wasn't enjoying skating as much because of it.
I think you'd have to be a robot to not be affected by some of the negative things that were said.
The guys used to spit on Tony back in the day. I mean, the punk kids used to spit on him. They hated him.
He won everything, or close to it. That creates this so much more pressure because there's no gratification in winning. There's only upholding something so that you don't lose it. And it is staggering. It usurps the joy. It's like Kafka short story. You build something, but you can't live in the house because you sit around guarding it.
I think he was 16 or 17 years old, and I got a call from Tony's brother, Steve, his older brother, and said, I need to come up and talk to you with Tony. Something's not right. And Tony is not an emotional kid, or at least he doesn't show his emotion. And this was the very first time I'd ever seen Tony emotional. This kid had completely kind of collapsed. And Steve did all the talking for him and was telling me, Tony's really disturbed and upset, and he feels he can't compete anymore. He doesn't want to compete anymore.
There's one fat and one skinny.
First he told me, well, I understand that, and I can understand how you're feeling.
I get
but
wrecked.
what can you do? Because it's all about competition. It really was at the time. It was all about your competition record. If you weren't competing, no one's going to put you in the magazines. No one's going to, put you in videos. You had to prove yourself that you're better than everyone else.
I could go somewhere else, but there's not much leveling up to do. Honestly.
Rodney Mullen said the same thing to me last year.
I remember having it at the Del Mar contest. I had to walk across the skate park to a trampoline area and sit down with him. I mean, I could feel he needed somebody. And I could sense that from him. I
One
can't
thing I
leave
could
this
do is
kid
just
side to
summon online
this
people,
kid.
though.
He's got something going on. He's not telling me what it is, but he's showing me everything it is. And so I tried to be as tender and ginger as possible with him. But I'm a kid, and I'm trying to sense what this kid's going through. I don't have that many skills, but I sensed enough that it was not right.
There was a Del Mar contest, right? And I was talking to him after his run, telling him how great he did. And he said, yeah, well, that's the last contest I'm doing. I'm quitting. This is it for me. And I said, well, you got to give me your autograph before you leave. So he wrote it on a little business card, bye-bye, Rodney Mullen. And I was thinking, how in the world could this guy be the world champion, and he was winning every single contest he entered, by the way, and just walk away from it and not come back?
My dad, maybe a week, 2 weeks before the contest, before I left, he goes, so you know, this will be your last one. It was always lingering, but he really meant it. And things had been getting bad around the home. Real bad. Real bad. And so my sister had gotten anorexic, and I had started to go down a path that way, and I was just mad. And so he just said, that's it. And he goes, you're going nowhere in life, and I'm doing this to save you. Stop. I think the skateboarding is making you crazy. And so I couldn't focus. That's the only contest I lost. My mind was gone. I just... When I came back, having lost, he goes, you know, I want to see how you bounce back from this. How you handle this is what will define you. I remember I was super thin, and I was falling apart in school because I really didn't care anymore. And I remember he couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't acting out. You don't do that in the house. I mean, that's how, you don't do that. But the thing is I withered in a way that you could not control. And I was spinning. I remember the teachers and stuff, like going to counseling, we don't know what's wrong, we know something's wrong at home. Eat. My dad is not some evil man. Like, he was trying to do the best he could for what he had, with what he had with me. But those are those formative years, you know, teenager, when things start to hurt in a different way. When I found skateboarding, it was the first thing I loved. I mean, I loved it. And it being pulled away from me hardened something inside of me where nothing mattered. He came to me, I was in the garage, and he goes, you know, I think that this has been hard on you. This is months afterwards. He goes, you can skate because I think you need that. But I think that, in a sense, what's wrong with you, it has to do with the pressure of contests. So you can't compete.
Really? Your father said that?
Yeah. Contests gave me the ability to continue to do what defined me. But what they came to represent was, don't fail.
During my brief competition hiatus, when I was trying to figure out what I really wanted to do, I missed it immensely. And I did get to, you know, I have a couple of pretty heavy conversations with Rodney about it. He had come back to competition already, and I said, how did you do it? And he said, I just came back with a different approach that I didn't care as much of the results. I enjoy it. I enjoy the skating. If I don't win, I don't win. I stopped worrying that I needed that perfect competition record to thrive, and I didn't. You know, I started placing first a lot. Sometimes I would place fifth, and it was fun. It actually became way more fun after that.
Everything I am today somehow is probably fed by my need for acceptance. With my dad, that's not necessarily the acceptance sons are hoping for. You know? Of hey, it's good that you did this, but do you get the point? You're dominating something that really doesn't matter. And apply yourself to something meaningful. But because of Tony and Caballero and these guys, that gave me a sense of acceptance and belonging. It was like reciprocated and bounced back and churned in a synergistic way. And that's what created the Bones Brigade.
From my perspective, I was like, I don't know, like 13, 14, 15 when, you know, the first Bones Brigade video came out and Future Primitive and Animal Chin, and we loved them. Like, me and my friends would, like, you know, we'd quote the videos.
So bad.
I don't know, they became part of our language, especially Animal Chin.
We had heard about it. You saw the ad. It's coming. Everybody knew it was coming. Every skater I knew that this video was coming. And there was like a buzz. There was pictures. Remember, there was pictures. There was the ramp. And like, what the fuck is this? This is going to be crazy. And it was.
In the last 30 years since that time, I've bumped into more kids of the generation after me that even after they saw the Dogtown film were just like, what about Animal Chin? And I said, are you fucking kidding me? Animal Chin? And they're like, are you kidding me? That's like the greatest video. I said, I mean, that's damn near homoerotic.
Okay, fellas, that's room number 7.
What are you guys doing?
I can't go any other way. I mean, Animal Chin was just like, it was an embarrassment to me as a skateboarder. I just remember my initial instinct that it was like, why is this, you know, Stacy telling this story of these guys so fucking corny? Why is he making skateboarders look like, you know, even softer than they could ever possibly be?
Method, air, and 1 foot, air, and judo, air, and comb your hair, and rocket air, guys. Breathe out.
Once more, that was hysterical. I love to comb the hair. Keep doing the same one. That is hysterical. Everybody say it, too. I'm embarrassed by my filmmaking qualities? Terribly. It's awful. And it's actually everything I hate in films. It's so B-movie and cliched and corny.
Check it out. It's like a skate god must have skated on this thing or something.
Check it out. Some kind of Chinese symbol or something. Oh. God, when people tell me they like it, I just look at them and go, I'm embarrassed by it.
You know, I think it was the presentation of the video, first off. You know, I like the way, you know, it wasn't just a straight skateboard video. It told this kind of story.
Good evening. Tonight's top story, legendary skater Wonton Animal Chin has been reported missing by friends and relatives.
We're really looking for this Chin guy, man. You seen him? Buck Chin, the realtor? Nancy Chin, the manicure?
I'm so bad. For some reason, I'm dressed up like a 130-year-old elderly Asian gentleman. It's unfortunate when you have a male my age who's never actually had a job, but I'm thinking about changing this, and I hope to. So if you're watching this, give me a paper route or something. I'll start over.
When you talk about a message with skating, it has to be cheesy. Because if you don't, then it gets sentimental, or then you start getting pompous. You want it to be this weird, like Lance falling, that stupid thing where he falls off Boris Slamp and his head is in the ground. It's so bad and cheesy.
Lance, you okay? Yep. Oh, yeah. It wasn't even a bad slam. Don't worry.
The whole video to me represented skating because they were trying to talk about this message and you had horrible acting,
Hey, you guys. You think Chin was really here?
horrible songs, awesome skating.
Useless. Was that okay? Yeah, try it again though.
Not that we didn't sign up for it, but we never expected to be actors because we skate.
Okay, look this way. Now react to someone over there. Yeah. We want stoked reactions. Really stoked.
Oh, yeah.
Big one, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Water bullet. Water bullet. Air bullet. Go, go, go. Come on, do it. Ah! Go!
You know, you had a lot of characters on the team and a lot of personalities. So when you got 5 dudes together like that and you put them in a room for hours on end or made them do shit that, you know, do it again, do it again, do it again. It's just, you know, it's either going to come out as anger or laughter. And most of the time it came out as laughter. You know, it's like, oh, you got to make fun of this situation.
I don't care what I said. Do what I said. Huh? Is that funny? Is that funny?
Of course, to see them as a group was cool, but also to know that they were individual personalities with their own idiosyncrasies.
There were many teams that just, you didn't know their personalities. That the companies didn't give them a chance to shine like that.
You started, picking your favorite, Bones Brigade guys.
So I'd get to be Cap, somebody else get to be Tony. Somebody else would be Lance, Lance is my guy, and, we'd pretend we were them.
You started to realize the effect that you had on people. You go somewhere and some guy's wearing suspenders, like Stevie, The haircuts, Tony Hawk, that haircut, the squeeb. How many kids had that? Everyone.
It's that time between childhood and adulthood where you're trying to find yourself and you need to find a voice. And that's how we identified ourselves.
Animal Chin raised our profile beyond anything we could ever have known. But at the same time, I would come back and just be smacked into reality again. You're in high school, you're going to history. And I was still like kind of the nerdy kid. It was this weird paradox that I lived in. And then once I graduated high school, I literally was out of high school and straight onto Gleaming the Cube set.
There's a time that we were going from all these Hollywood things, one from another.
I'm not even sure how any of that happened. It was just so bizarre.
And I remember Stacy telling us, hey, you guys, you people are going to be running up to you and asking for your autograph. And we're like, right, Stacy, come on.
I went all over the U.S., Europe, Canada, Australia, Japan, New Zealand.
We were rock stars. We took them as thousands and thousands of kids.
It felt like skateboard mania.
We seriously fled several times, scared. We were in a van once. We were frightened that they were going to tip the van over, We're like, we got to get out of here. These kids are going to kill us. You're like, we love you. you know? You're like, wait a second, man. Let us get out of the van before you tip it over and light it on fire, you know? We were at a demo in London, and some kid comes up and he's like, would you guys like to come over for dinner?
And this other guy came up behind him and said, hey, that's George Harrison's son. You guys might want to take him up on that offer.
So they sent a driver over, picked us up, and we went to the castle.
I'm not kidding, a castle. What are we doing there? We're like scum of the earth skaters. George, we're at a Beatles house.
I mean, that was the coolest thing that had ever happened up until that point in my life, which was unheard of. You know, the kids at school would just freak out when I told them this, and no one really believed me.
Hawk just got bigger and bigger every time I came out of jail. I mean, it was like, whoa. I mean, I was pushing a shopping cart. Hawk was on a fucking Slurpee cup. And to me, that was just as huge as you could get.
You know, it was just unheard of, the things that we're doing.
ご紹介したいと思います。プロのですよ。スケートボード、つまりスケボーと言います。
We didn't care about being well known for it. And so when we did become well known for it, it was like, really? You guys like us because we do this? Because you guys really used to make fun of us for doing this.
In the early 80s, it was not looked at as a career or a job. And when the money started rolling in, people thought differently.
Each of these skaters was paid by the amount of boards we're selling each month.
We were paid per board, and it was basically $1 a board.
I remember my first check was 1980. I remember getting $300.
I went from making 85 cents to making 20 grand a month.
The business was growing extremely fast. We went, in the early 80s, we went from, I think, 8 employees to by the mid to late 80s, we had 150 employees.
The company had grown from a tiny local shop
to a manufacturer known to the ends of the skateboard world.
25 years ago, it started out as one more of those California fads. Now, it's the sleeper gift of Christmas '87. Santa Barbara-based Powell Peralta is producing 2,000 boards a day to meet the Christmas demand and could sell twice that number.
Sport's really taken off in the last 6 months, much faster than anybody expected. As a result, our demand is much more than our ability to produce.
These kids were making more than Stacy and me. Yeah. It didn't bother me to pay the money. That was because we were successful. But it was hard to sell to the team, on my team, up at the company. I have to tell my 40-year-old professionals that this 16-year-old kid needs to make 5 times what they're making.
Here I am, like, getting out of high school, all my classmates trying to figure out where they're going to go to college, what they're going to study, what they're going to be. And I was making the kind of money that was reserved for, like, top-end jobs.
That was, you know, that was big money for us to, what were we going to spend it on? You know, I lived at home.
I was making money, and I had a checking account. Didn't buy anything, didn't have a car, nothing.
It was just getting larger and larger and larger, and I just kept putting the money in the bank.
You couldn't find a nicer group of fucking Boy Scouts than the Bones Brigade.
I didn't like the way they dressed. Didn't like their haircuts.
You know, I wanted to, like, throw dirt on them or get them dirty a little or something. They were too nice. You know, and they never got angry or anything, you know? And I thought they were like little Boy Scouts.
Hell no, we weren't Boy Scouts. But, I don't know, we didn't really get into alcohol or drugs or anything like that. I mean, skateboarding was our way of, you know, letting loose, I guess.
Traveling with them, it was like all the other pros had, you know, they were drinking and partying with all the locals. The Bones Brigade, like, had their little skateboards in the bed, sleeping with their boards.
The drinking, the partying, the girls, all that stuff is when you're coming to a head that you're like, this isn't fulfilling me. I can't be fulfilled by it. It's not rad enough. It's not good enough. That's why you do that stuff. So for them to say, you guys were straight and lame and we're partying and having a good time, no. you're partying and having a good time because you cannot compete with Caballero. Man up and beat us. Not me personally, they always beat me, but man up and beat my boys.
And you know, it was really like hard to believe because I mean, here are these little soft kids, but all their integrity and all their heart was in skateboarding.
I started sponsoring most of these guys when they were 13 years old, and by 1990, they were 26 years old. They were in their mid-20s. And they had gone from very young, little ne'er-do-well amateurs to world-class professional skateboarders.
Oh la la la.
We were doing close to $30 million a year in business. At the same time, there was issues and fissures developing between George and I. Now that we had become successful, we weren't seeing things the same way anymore.
You know, Stacy's team was his life. It was his dream. He was their mentor. He was their brother, their dad. And I think that was really where we started to have the central issue probably between us.
I could see there were changes being made in the skateboarding industry. It was changing from a big company industry to a small, nimble company industry. And I wanted us to fund companies for the guys on our team, like Tony and Lance and Tommy and Mike. I wanted to make the Tony Hawk Company, the Lance Mountain Company, and I wanted us to manufacture and make them and put them in business and have a piece of it, but it's their business. They can do it wherever they want. And that way, it would give us a connection to evolve with these guys because I knew they were going to do it anyways. They were eventually going to go off and start their own businesses. They saw me do it. Of course they're going to do it.
Things were evolving, and we were evolving. And I was considering moving on and doing something else, but the one person I didn't want to disappoint was Stacy.
In my mind, I'm thinking, Stacy's trying to look out for his team, and I'm trying to look out for the company. I'm going like, that's not being partners in Palo Peralta. That what are you doing? And I think this just created a grinding. It's like needing to go one way and needing to go another.
And it created a lot of animosity between us. It was coming to an end. Wasn't going to last. What it was couldn't be.
It was the end of what we all did together. In some ways, it was very devastating because we had in our heart and our hopes and our dreams that we were going to do this forever. And it came to an end. It's pretty heavy, actually. My whole life, I saw dudes I loved come and go. Come and go. I shouldn't even have been in a position to have it, much less fade away. And you gave me that opportunity. It's fact. I mean, all you guys gave me that opportunity. I shouldn't even have been in it, is my opinion.
I just look back at my life and I feel so blessed to be a part of this whole scene. the people that we've affected just because of the passion that we have.
I spend a lot of time in the stacks in the libraries, and you're looking at these stacks of unreadable masterpieces that men devoted their lives standing on the shoulders of geniuses before them, Bertrand Russell, Principia Mathematica, and all these things that, who will read those? How will they change society? How do they really factor into things? Me? I was able to contribute with a lot of tricks. Those tricks now have names, and those tricks factor into what everybody else does. In a very meaningful way, I have helped create a vocabulary by which this community communicates. I mean, you can hear people chat, listen to how skaters talk. These are all words and expressions, things that we create. It's our language, but it's also physical. And it helps define us as individuals, how we fit within that framework. It helps define the community itself. And so when I look and I think of the contribution of all these geniuses and the smell and the browning paper of these dusty books that no one will read, I think that I am so rich, and what I have done has meaning. So, I don't know what that answers. Where do we start?
Stop using coal as fuel for furnaces. Just make this simple farm instead.
The industrial grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, Maxime!
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
On fait une intervention pour ta carte.
It was like, you know, pulling up to the fucking Coliseum.
It was pure skating, pure hardcore, pure punk. It was all there.
Sanctuary of sorts, Nirvana, I don't know. It was a place of peace and it was a place of rage.
There's all manner of ways to spend a simply gorgeous August day near Washington, in the pool, on a hayride, on the tennis court. For the daring, there's this. This is what the skateboarders call the best ramp on the East Coast, in Centerville, Virginia. Most summer days, these agile young men strap on their $300 to $400 worth of equipment and make like human pendulums on the U-shaped steel ramp. A car stereo blares the proper rock to keep the skaters in the mood for oilies and aerials and hand plants and foot plants. There's also a 540-degree turn at the top called a McTwist, but no one here has tried it. McTwist is sort of the ultimate on this kind of ramp. One thing to remember in all these bouts with gravity is when you're wiped out, try to land on your knees.
It's basically, there's no rules. That's about one of the best things about skateboarding is you can do it. It's a self-expression and you don't have rules to follow.
It doesn't go anyplace, but it sure is fun getting there. Nelson Benton, Centerville, Virginia.
We went through years of battling with cops and communities. No one understood what we were doing. Skateboarding was completely unknown. We dreamed and we stuck it out. Finally, we built a home, Cedar Crest. But it wasn't just about the skating, it was about the lifestyle. From punk to metal to stoners to hippies, we were all one big fucked up family. Our scene at Cedar Crest evolved. There was punk rock and there was skateboarding. Those two things went hand in hand, and most everyone did both. And that is where the story begins.
When I first started skating, there was this sort of debate about like, is it a hobby or a sport? Is it a hobby or a sport? Is it a hobby or is it a sport? And then like a hobby would make it like a yo-yo or a hula hoop, and a sport would make it like soccer or tennis or football. It was neither. It was a discipline. You know, it was something to fucking do that you could do. You could really commit yourself to with your friends. For me, like it was a very social thing, but it was going into the world and using this like implement, this tool, the skateboard, to redefine everything around me.
Anxiety-based teens going out fucking raging, man. That's what it is. It's just a way of life. It started in the 80s, but we didn't leave it in the 80s.
Late 70s, you know, British, all that British punk stuff we got into, and then the Ramones, and then, you know, it was done from there, you know. Regular rock and roll wouldn't work at that point.
And the acts that they were singing about has so much more to do with what I felt than, you know, Sweet Home Alabama or fucking Greengrass and High Tides Forever.
When punk came along, that was really the world I was looking for. That's about redefining. Skateboarding was the perfect training for that. As soon as I got involved with punk, I was like, I know how to do this. I've been training for the last, 8 years as a skateboarder.
One day, my friend Dave Stern came home with a Minor Threat record. He's like, did you hear this? No, what is it? This band's from here. He's like, oh, no way. He's like, I think this is illegal. We're like, why? Because they keep saying fucking shit. And they don't, listen to this. The first punk rock show I ever been to was the Bad Brains in 1980 at Madams, Oregon. And that was some serious shit. I was blown away by that. That changed my life.
How did we find out about the punk rock scene? And it was from skating downtown. We'd see the flyers. Because the flyers would be everywhere.
When we started skating a lot, and we started finding out all this other kinds of music, you know, it was prevalent. It was hand in hand. It was just wedded together. Like it was skateboarding and punk, or skateboarding and hardcore. It was just like that. There was no difference between it. Pretty much everybody did both.
And when we go to a session, well, first of all, when you go session, when you go skate, there has to be music playing. There is no quiet session. Feels good, sounds good, get all pumped up. I mean, are you going to go to the gym? Are you going to listen to, classical music and get all pumped up? No.
It was just the energy level that it kept up, you know what I mean? I mean,
Punk rock and skateboarding seemed to go together perfectly because punk rock was the antithesis of any of the top 40 crap that we were getting spoon-fed. And at the same time, skateboarding was the anti-team sport.
I think we had our own way to rebel against not just our parents, but just the government itself, because we were actually in the bellway. Skaters get away with it. You don't have to be all punky. But they're having a great time and they're making a statement. I think the whole Reagan era, people were pissed.
You know, they're just looking for something to do, just bored out of your mind. What you're supposed to like. Nobody wanted to get force-fed. We just created our own thing.
There wasn't the internet to go out and find out the cool stuff, so you had to find the cool spot.
You had to make it, and that's what we did. We made Guar.
The music and just the whole energy and the whole enthusiasm, being part of it has definitely made such an impact on me throughout my late 50s.
Skateboarding isn't so much the center focus of this activity. It's like having a bunch of friends that are doing something that's slightly subversive and a little bit against the grain of what your folks would have done for themselves. You add to it the music, and then you have an entire movement. And it's like, it's us, not you guys. This is something you guys don't understand.
This theory I have, which is skateboarders, there is something either missing in their genetics or there's something extra in their genetics. It's either the thing that's missing is the ability to fear, or the thing that has been added is the ability to not fear.
It was the skate park era where we really started to skate seriously. Problem was, most of the local parks sucked, except for one, and that was Skate World, Alexandria, Virginia. It had a 9-foot pool that opened up. It was just a deep end. There was no shallow end. So there's no shallow end. It was fucked up.
Skate World was the first one. I was there the first day it opened. I was the first paying customer. That was like where we all came together and we learned how to skate first. That little pool,
I was at Skate World in Alexandria in that pool, and I was just doing these incredible backside edger cars. And I just was pulling them off. Like, when you had the line, I just drop in, and I would just hit the line, and I just do an edger carve around on the coping, just barely touching the coping. And there was a kid up there, and he said, "Whoa, that is insane what you're doing." And the moment he said it, I thought, "Oh my, yeah, he's right. Like, if that thing goes out, I'm done." Like that, and I could never do it again.
There was a shit ton of parks. In the DC area alone, probably I'm gonna guess there was 10 parks.
G-Berg Freestyle, Skate Park, St. Charles Skate Park down in Waldorf, Crofton, Cascade.
Seriously, I think within the year I started skating, the skate park closed.
We got to 81, 82, they started all closing up.
The parks got sued, and even though they had insurance and waivers signed, the courts were still going with the people, and the parks were losing the lawsuits.
During the skate park era, there was thousands and thousands of skaters. After the demise of that era, where did everybody go? So, you got one guy wondering where everybody went because the favorite meeting place is gone.
And the parks were gone.
Skate parks were gone at that
Skateboarder magazine died. Action Now started up, and that basically just killed skateboarding.
Well, we got the first Action Now magazine, and it's got like BMX and horse racing in it and all kinds of weird shit. There is no internet. There is no cell phone.
Back in the day, we had to work for it. Call, guy ain't there, supposed to meet him. Oh, where you at? It ain't like you're just like, deet, 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 deet. It's like, oh, fuck, where is he? Oh, shit, I hope I'm in the right place. You know what I mean?
That was the advent, the time of the zines. The zines came out. These are homemade skate zines. And they connected the dots between skaters state to state. A lot of the posers and all the fucking money and all the magazines are all gone, but the core skaters still remain. And they talk to each other through zines.
You pick up a zine and there'd be a fucking guy's number in there. So you called it. What's up? I don't know. Come on down, sesh.
And the parks and stuff, well, all those were gone. I mean, all that stuff had disappeared. And so the next resurgence were all the half pipes. And I guess that started actually with quarter pipes and stuff.
And we had the old rickety ramp, one sheet of plywood, another sheet of plywood, and then a little vert section up there. Man, this stuff was harsh.
We started building more and more ramps, and more people started coming out. These ramps were horrible. Like, they were like 13-year-old kids building half pipes in the woods with no power tools.
It was like just strips of 2x4s and just to make
it like
yeah,
this.
yeah.
The framework is just a bunch of 2x4s like this because we didn't know how to actually build radiuses.
So we would end up stealing plywood and 2x4s from all the different construction that's going around at the time and put together these horrible ramps, and it's just something we did every day. Every day we were skating.
Stealing plywood was the only way we could skate.
Oh man, this is the best part. So, the town sees this brand new giant ramp go up. I mean, and there was no hiding it. It was in my fucking driveway, connected to my house. And yeah, there was a lot, maybe like a mile away, that they were building a few houses. I borrowed my buddy's truck. We took 2 loads out of there with a flatbed, and just built the fucking ramp the next day. And then no one said a fucking word.
I spent most of my youth robbing construction sites
stealing as much wood as I could get my hands on and building as many ramps as I could.
It was steal all the wood you could when you could and just build something.
I was the first one to build a skateboard ramp that the Bethesda boys had. It was off Connecticut Avenue. And it was just a small little plywood ramp. We kind of had our own little dynasty. We all rode for the Sunshine House, Bethesda Sunshine House. We were hooked on skateboarding from that point on.
Skateboarding wasn't a really accepted thing, you know, as it never is, and it still continues to be the kind of this, you know, renegade sport, if you will. But back then, it was like, you know, there was nobody else that did it, and we kind of had to make the situation ourselves.
And that's when we first encountered the Toke Teamers. They would come up there and skate with us.
And the Toke Team guys, they all had their own thing going on with Annandale Ramp and the several ramps. Any ramp was a location. People would come. And then in those locations, people were sharing information. They're sharing fanzines. They're sharing tapes. They're sharing just, you know, music, culture, whatever it is. Like this ramp that we built, we'd go up there every day, and then one day we show up and like Brian Baker from Minor Threat's there with Opie Moore from Negative Approach, or like, you know, dudes from Double O are coming by. It's like this weird, it was, Ian Mackay was up there one day. Around that time, other people start coming out, running into Micro, the Toke Team would come up, and like, these were big, scary, you know, these were like 8 years older than us, so they were big, scary men with mustaches and like drug problems and records.
So we would skate World even when Skate World was closed. Finally, it got bulldozed. We had migrated to Annandale Ramp.
And that's where the faction crew was, which was Steve Henson, Scott Bishop, Scott Lazama.
Well, and Micro.
And Micro. And Micro built that whole thing pretty much. Him and the owner, Jeff Jablonski. It had about, what, 20 sheets of plywood on it? Layer after layer after layer. The thing literally was this thick with plywood.
Annandale was a great community spot. The Annandale Ramp, also known as the A-Town Ramp, is a perfectly U-shaped structure built out of the old Rampage ramp plans. Rampage was a company that sold ramp plans, architectural renderings for building ramps.
Micro had created his whole little scene out there with all these new guys.
We were back in the woods, you know, this is, you know, 79, 80. So we start skating it quite a lot. You know, we're learning backside airs, we're learning frontside airs, lip tricks, also learning how half pipes.
Raison 231 de manger un Reese's. T'as réduit ton temps d'écran cette semaine.
Prolongé jusqu'au 2 juillet.
Obtenez 500 $ en rabais supplémentaires.
Durant notre vente flash au groupe Bocage Nissan.
Faites vite.
Plusieurs Sentra vous attendent à 277 $ par mois, plus 500
Feel, changing the ramp. I'm convincing Jeff that we need to add vertical to the one side. When it first started, it was just a little bit. How about some flat bottom? Start riding it. Wow, it rides a lot better, man. Crazy innovation. All ramps were plywood surfaces. And there was a certain type of plywood we would find in a construction site. It was great for riding the first 2 weeks, then it turned right into splinters and mush.
Yeah, the plywood was just more, you know, East Coast gnarly, pump harder, and, you know, splinters on your hand. I remember doing a layback slide and having a splinter come out like this big, go right through my finger, you know.
I don't know how many splinters I pulled out of my ass, my legs. I had splinters going through my leg, like going through here and sticking out here like somebody shot me with an arrow or something. Things are changing rapidly. Boards are still changing. New stuff's coming out. New tricks are coming out. Tons of tricks. You couldn't keep up with them all. You know, you just couldn't.
I learned a lot of tricks at A-Town, man. It was a perfect ramp, you know.
And then the Toke Team found Annandale.
They were completely killing the place. I had no idea who they were. They all had long hair. They all looked like a bunch of dirty hippies. And Come to find out, they were known as the East Coast Tote Team.
Man, those guys really brought serious competitive heat into skating. I mean, shit started going up.
I guess we started snaking each other really at Annandale. That's when we first started getting all frothed up on snaking, you know. And I think that if we decided to go out there, I knew at that time the Tote Team guys and Hargadon was out there.
And I saw Ian again at A-Town, and I just got sponsored, and that's where I got the cover of Thrasher.
When I came out there, I came out there with Glenn Friedman in '83. I mean, Glenn was interesting because he was somebody who I knew through Skateboarder magazine, and I was, you know, a huge fan of his photos because he was a Dogtown photographer. I him and Stesic. I think Thrasher basically they were interested in the photos, but they wanted some context. I said, well, I'll write an article about like the DC skating scene from my point of view, which was in the 70s. You know, obviously I was not on Tote Team. I felt a sense of like, this is the DC skateboard like scene.
Well, if we weren't at A-Town, we were going downtown to skate. Saturday morning, we'd wake up, we'd all bail into all the cars and just head down to DC for the day.
We were going downtown and skating. Freedom Plaza, Malcolm X, Pigeon Bowl. And it was in a very sketchy part of town also. Very scary. We just went deeper into the city and found another fountain that had been turned off for the winter.
For the winter.
Late '84, and we got the word from Jeff's dad that the ramp was going to get shot.
We were losing our ramp. We had the final jam at A-Town, and that culminated a lot of stuff. I mean, that was the kind of the end of an era. That's what happened to all the backyard ramps. Every kid with a ramp, it only lasted so long because the neighbors just couldn't stand it anymore.
I had ongoing battle with the neighbors. They'd be out there with a fucking meter. Nothing. Not a legal griping number, but you gotta think about fucking all night. Drive you fucking nuts if you're not a skater, you know what I mean? Just total, like, we didn't care.
That was right about the time Mount Trashmore had opened up and was a huge success.
Backyard ramps, complaints going on, and something needed to happen, so they were able to do it. And so we got Trashmore built, and then they made replicas of Trashmore.
And that's when we realized, well, wait a minute, you know, how come Fairfax County, one of the richest counties in the country, how come they're not building at least a ramp somewhere?
And that's when we came up with the NVSA, the Northern Virginia Skateboard Association.
Right. So we put petitions at the skate shop. We started the NVSA. We had kids sending us, you know, $5 or $10 or whatever it was to join. And if you joined, you even got a free subscription. You got a free, you know, it was either A-Town Mag or BWNSM with Bruce and Wade's Skate Mag, because we couldn't come up with a name.
Well, we started Lapper because of the final demise of A-Town. They were having a final jam, and we wanted to make a magazine out of it. Me and him used to take a crazy amount of photos. We just wanted
everybody wanted to see the photos. We finally just started throwing stuff on a Xerox machine. Desktop publishing had just come out. So instead of plugging quarters into the Xerox machine, we were actually getting it printed.
So Annandale was gone, and we migrated temporarily to Goshen. And Goshen was basically built by Sam Booth.
It was on Goshen Road. There were several of us. But really, me and Musman were the ones who really took the bird.
It had a little more flat bottom. It had even vert on both sides. Full coping on both sides.
Wiggy's ramp. We didn't mention Wiggy's ramp. Oh, Wiggy's ramp was like the typical backyard, Potomac, oh, the neighbors hate you, tear it down, out there with sound decibel meters, and the county shutting you down and giving you citations.
Wiggy's house ramp had that jam. We even got, there's a little right-up in Thrasher. You know, I don't know, I think I got like, you know, usual, 4th, 5th, whatever. That was my slot. Yeah, we went down there, and that was, I think, a fanzine thing. Connect somehow. Went down. They showed us nothing but hospitality. Big party, chicks, skateboarding, rock and roll. It was all there.
I know you guys and Bruce have been trying so hard to get, you know, the Northern Virginia Skater Association and using the political avenue to get the counties, the state to build stuff, and we couldn't get anywhere.
We've been run out of most backyards. Park and rec departments wouldn't do shit for us. We were desperate.
We were getting some attention, you know, we got newspaper articles and stuff like that, but they weren't, you know, county, they weren't doing anything real quick. And right about then is where Hooper stepped in.
Freshman year of high school, I come into math class one day, Mrs. Haney's class. I'm pretty sure she was drinking. And Mark was in the class. And he came in with a homemade skateboard that he had made in shop class.
And he saw my skateboard I made in shop class. He goes, "Hey, Mark, this is 7th grade. Can you build me one of those boards out of ash with a kicktail?" It looked like a Gordon and Smith kind of thing. And sure, I said, "Sure, give me $20, I'll make you one in shop class." And that's how Bruce Adams and I became best friends.
And everyone would come to Mark's house for these giant parties. He had a pool in his backyard. That's where we did build the original egg bowl.
The thing is, like, he dropped in, it was just the U-bowl.
All right, so, yeah, in the Annandale years, I skated with, of course, Bruce Adams, Mike Kresge, and Mark Hooper was also one of the skaters there. And me and Mark skated together. And Mark had approached me and said, you know, his father wanted to put this ramp in a country club. And I was like, what the fuck is this dude talking about?
Well, it was kind of like Bruce and I had acquired some plywood off a job site, and we were riding around with a stack of plywood that high, thinking where we're going to build a ramp at. So I said, "Hey, Dad, can I build a ramp somewhere out of Cedar Crest?" He goes, "Yeah, no problem."
And at that point, we more or less abandoned politicians and the association and just concentrated fully on designing and building Cedar Crest from literally, you know, conception to land clearing to building the whole thing.
You wouldn't think that golfing and skating would get along, and of course it doesn't. Well, except for a couple of the cool members, but at the same time, Dad had 1,200 acres there. It was a dismal place back in the day. There was a bunch of smoking, cigar, whiskey drinking, card playing guys in the back room, and it was a sketchy place. You know, it was dirt roads, and it really wasn't a country club per se. It was more like a golf course for degenerate old people. And it kind of changed after Dad took over the place. We did the outings and the pavilions, and you know, all the corporations would come and all the bar tournaments, and we turned it into something really nice. Oh man, my dad was born a super poor guy. That kind of inspired him to better himself, and boy did he do that. Charisma galore, just had all these friends and all these projects going on, and everywhere you went he had action. I mean, he knew everybody, and he was putting deals together and making money, and everybody loved him. And he'd have these huge parties up at the office building. I mean, he was just one of those quintessential super guys.
Everything Mr. Hooper did was big. Him and Mark always thought that way.
The next thing I know, my dad says, "Hey, why don't you go over and talk to my architect buddy at the office building?" And I said, "Really? This is getting interesting." And he said, "I'll pay for the materials and I'll pay for the architect. You all do all the work." And I said, "Okay, that's cool. I can go along with that." So we go out there, and I look on the map, and I see 3 counties, and I'm like, I'm going to put it right here on the cusp of 3 counties. I think that'd be really cool for certain reasons, of course.
So we took it upon ourselves to go out there and start clearing the woods. We got some chainsaws, Mark, Mike, Wade Heron. We went out there and just started clearing a ton of trees. And I think Mr. Hooper didn't realize that we were going to go that big with it.
Dad came up there and saw me clearing trees, and he goes, why don't you go down and get the ditch witch and the bulldozer and come on up here, and we're going to clear this whole area out, flatten it out, and going to string it out. How big do you want this thing? And then he called up his stonemason, George, and he came out there and laid all the cinder blocks.
That's how serious he started taking this. And the architect had drawn up this big, elaborate half pipe with the roofs over it and a big room on the back of it, like a two-story apartment.
They wanted specs for a ramp, and I was like, what? So I came up with my dream specs. So I was like, make it a little bigger, 9.5 train, okay? And we're gonna go wider than before. We're gonna make it 24 feet wide. The vert itself had to be measured at a certain distance, essentially wheel-to-wheel vert, which is approximately 18 to 19 inches of vert. It seemed like it took, if I remember correctly, 8 months to a year, and just the planning and, you know, cutting the trees down, getting things ready, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's going on.
The property was on 3 counties. Mr. Hooper wasn't real keen on building permits, so if his crews got shut down in Fairfax, he'd move them to the other side of the property to Prince William, and again, you know, over to Loudon.
So he took the workers from the country club and pretty much sent them into the woods to help us because he wanted to keep them employed through the holidays.
The next thing I know, they're building this thing. I'm just like, man, this is incredible. Cinder block foundation, 2x12s on top of it. This is the way a townhouse or a house is built.
You stand back in the middle of the night, you got the fire going, been working all day, the sun's going down, the moon's coming up, you got all your buddies around, you're drinking beers around the fire, and you look at all these 2x4s lined up in a transition, and it just looks so beautiful. I mean, it's like looking at a Picasso or something, and just getting that feeling of grandeur. You know, you're building something that you can hang your name on for life. I mean, this thing's, it's coming to fruition, my dream.
Now that the construction was actually happening, it was like a dream. Our dream was finally coming together after all this effort and having nowhere to go. This was going to be something we owned. I was insistent we have pool coping on both sides, and you also have these trapdoor areas that allow you to change the blocks out. And of course, the biggest thing is 11 gauge sheet steel. And it was a tank. It was a serious fucking tank. There was another metal ramp out there, but it was nothing like the 11 gauge sheet steel we put on Cedar Crest.
As-tu faim?
Achetez des électros et profitez de la garantie d'égalisation des prix. Obtenez-en plus pour votre budget chez Home Depot.
So you got to have like 6 guys to move a sheet. We, came up with all kinds of new techniques on how to flip a sheet. We would take the sheet and put long sticks underneath of it, flip it up, and it would go all the way up to the train where it would go blang, blank, right into place.
I remember drilling the steel, laying out and drilling that thick ass steel, and we'd have to countersink every one of them. And the stuff weighed a ton.
300 some odd pound sheets.
And it would sit in the sun, and it would burn the crap out of you trying to work on it. I mean, it's lucky we didn't lose a leg trying to put that stuff up.
We were just thinking we finally have a place where we could skate in peace and not have the threat of it being torn down, because we knew that there was a big investment being made by the Hooper family.
we didn't have like social media, so we weren't in contact, right? So I remember getting a call from Dan Boger Brown. He's like, dude, Micro and his guys built this metal ramp down in country club in Northern Virginia.
And it's in the middle of nowhere. It's like in the middle of like, ding, 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 ding. It's like, you think you're in Deliverance country or something. You're looking for like the albino kid.
Once you think you've gone too far, you're almost there.
You're driving back the muddy road, bumpy as all hell, just praying that there was something at the end of the road. And we didn't know if we were going in the right direction. We didn't know if there was a ramp there. We didn't know what was going on.
Kind of like a little commune.
This is weird. You're driving on this country club. It was one of our first couple times, and like you go on this private property down this windy road, and I heard, actually, there's some weird cult religions out with their little compounds out there. I don't know which one or whatever.
You had to know where you were going, or be with someone that knew where they were going. Going down that frickin' dirt road, blazing through the trees. You had to speed. You knew it was at the end of the trail. You knew. The Coliseum was there. You come out of the break in the woods and it's, you hear the Holy One saying, come to me, come to me. Fucking thing would sing to you. You couldn't put your pants on quick enough, man.
A big wooden structure in the middle of a forest with a hole above it where the trees were cut out. It didn't look like a skateboard ramp.
Some stories and some things were so magical that when even you downplay them, people probably don't believe you, and you're downing down the story, like, to make it not as unbelievable. But in reality, it was that unbelievable.
Reese Simpson tells me about this place. It's the best thing he's ever seen. We gotta go. So we get in the car and we drive all the way from California. And we come pulling up to Manassas, Virginia. I never even heard of the town. We come pulling in, and I remember the road pulling into the golf course. It was just this little road. There's little like barbed wire or something on the side. And we stopped. Holy shit, where are we? And all of a sudden there's this ramp. And you can't believe it's there. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
You pulled up in that meadow, and you get out of the car, and you could hear fucking Metallica coming down that tunnel of trees. And to me, that's one of the fucking raddest things. If I could go back and walk down that tunnel of trees, hearing Metallica, and just hearing somebody grind, and you hair sticks up on your arms, and you tinkle a little bit because you're so fucking excited, and you get up there and you're right into a session.
Ride it, you're just like, wow, never skated anything like that in my life.
Things like this don't go on all around the country. Special privilege that we here have, and there's just no way to explain it.
The first time I ever saw Cedar Crest was in photos, and it was of people blasting huge airs, and I thought that ramp looks really good. Because people weren't going that high regardless. Even the best guys weren't going that high.
It was a mind blower, like it was nothing like the crappy ramps in California, Like all of a sudden you saw what you could really do with a ramp if you build it right, And the steel surface was pretty new.
To me, it was so in the middle of nowhere and such this temple type of thing. Take a couple rides and it just changes everything. Bam, game on.
it's go time. And people went for it. And it was awesome.
Dropping into that stuff for the first time, fucking sick. Didn't hear anything with a... Here we go!
Not some business built this, some guys built this, and it's the best ramp that we had ever seen. And you know, the steel, feel the steel.
Never gets dull. It's always fun.
A lot of people consider it a hobby or a little kid sport or something, but I consider it more. It should be a sport. It should be in the sports page, you know. Who won the skate contest and who's ramp, you know.
To the veteran skater, there's nothing like catching air, and people from all over the country come here to skate. This is the only public skate ramp in the county, and skaters argue it may be the best in the country. Mark Hooper built it.
I had an old A-Town ramp in Annandale, and it got leveled. And skaters have been jonesing for a ramp, so I decided to build one.
And skaters are glad he did. He lets anyone use it. The policy is no cost and no risk. Skating has its dangers. There's been at least one minor accident here each week since it opened, and even a few broken bones.
You know, it seems so obvious. You're just like, oh, of course, put steel on it. Put steel on it, no duh.
It just was mind-blowing. It was fucking huge. It was like the biggest thing I've ever seen, like telephone poles all the way around it and stuff like that. It made no sense.
Well, I only got to skate Cedar Crest once, and it was immediately easy to skate. At the time that I skated Cedar Crest, we were exploring new airs and things, but really the only thing limiting us was how much airtime you could get as to how much you could spin or what you could do with your board or what you could do with your feet. And suddenly we were blasting 6 foot on the regular, but it definitely had an impact on me.
It was just perfect. And like every other ramp, you look down the line and you know, the vert was hit this way, that way. The coping stuck out more, less here. And it's not just how much transition you have or how much vert you have or how much flat bottom you have. It's how much flat bottom, transition, and vert that you have that really makes a ramp work, you know. And that ramp was just put together perfect. And that's what I remember is when you start, you know, doing airs back to back, you know, that rhythm really worked like a nice song that you're dancing to.
The speed that you got from the steel was just so amazing.
Steel was awesome. That ramp, still to this day, I think was the most solid ramp that I ever skated. When you went to Cedar Crest, you know your airs were a foot higher, your tail's going to smash that much harder, your grinds are going to be gnarlier, and it was just on, man. That ramp elevated everybody's skating.
You know, the guys would come in from out of town, but it was, everybody who showed up there knew about it and we knew them.
They started coming in as like tribes. The Pennsylvania guys and the Virginia Beach guys and then the Texas guys all moved there and literally settled down there and became bike couriers.
Guys just moving up there from wherever you were, going like, you know what, we've got the scene wherever we're at, but this scene is even more killer.
Every week it was got to skate with another legend.
Think about it. I went and got an apartment in Maryland just so I could hang out and skate on the East Coast, and you guys, the West Coast was done.
That was like, kind of like all the pilgrims coming to one Mecca, you know, all coming together.
I mean, that changed all of our worlds. It was fast, it was crazy, and the sessions were epic.
Once Goshen was gone, we made Cedar Crest our homeland, like everyone else.
Because I feel Cedar Crest was this magnet that was pulling in all these other backyard scenes, and they were all kind of weird. They were all a little bit different.
We ended up just living there for a while.
I was like, this is home.
So Keem, Bethesda Boys, and whoever else, Cedar Crest brought us all together. It was a place where we no longer claimed our own little area. It was now Cedar Crest.
You know, you guys have this thing over here. You guys have a, you know, forget about that. This is Rome, man.
But the day it opened, Sam Irby and I were out there every day after school, if we even made it all the way through school. Of course, I'm this 14, 15-year-old kid. These other guys, you're talking 7, 8, 10 years older. So there's a little 14, 15-year-old hanging out with 23, 24-year-olds. So it kind of taught me the birds and the bees.
We kind of made an effort to be out there as much as we possibly could at that point. I mean, any way we could get out there. Didn't matter if you had to hitchhike. Didn't matter if you were getting rides from chicks, whatever it was. And that became the one thing during the day that you were focused on.
And I couldn't get enough. I lived in Rockville. I lived in Bethesda. I worked in Rockville. I lived in Rockville. To drive to this Mecca, it was pretty gnarly to drive out Route 66 around the Beltway, where you just gotta go over the river. It takes about an hour and 15, 20 minutes, or 2 hours during traffic to get out there. It's rush hour, Route 66, you know.
You wanted to go there to hang out, not just hang out and skate, but just to be part of the situation that was going on there. It was 24/7 going off.
Drinking, partying, just no holds barred. And these kids weren't, you know, and they grew up right in D.C. right there by the fucking big city, and and everything was there. Everything was there at that time, you know.
You know, like our own playground, our own spot, and you guys did it the right way with rules, but the rules were good, you know what I mean? They allowed some chaos and they allowed good stuff to happen, you know? I saw a lot of my stuff in my teens at Cedar Crest.
You talk about a bubble. Cedar Crest was a bubble. I mean, the crew of people ranged from it was such a variety of people. I mean, you had goody two-shoes skating with full-blown, like, criminals, and you had, like, straight guys skating with drug addicts. You had young and old. You had such a variety of people. It was just intense.
A snake session is when skaters want to drop in, but there is no pecking order or etiquette. Dropping in left and right, that's a snake session.
And lots of times it'd be 1 or 2 people. Sometimes it'd be 50 or 100 people. And this wouldn't even be an event. Just roll up, and it could be that big of a fucking session.
If you've never been in a snake session before, if you've never, like there's no preparation for that. The battle is actually before you even get in the ramp, you know? It's like not even taking the slam in the ramp, it's like just getting up to the coping to drop in. That was the battle.
Snake sessions there were so heavy that if it was more than a 20-man snake session, I wouldn't do it. But I would be a good snake at like 10 to 20 man. I could do that. But when it got to be hundreds on the deck, and if the decks are like 12 people, 12 rows of people back, and people are just like falling in like ants, dropping in, and there's 8 people riding at the same time, I don't have nothing to do with that, but I saw it all. Oh my God.
You had to be good. You had to be real good at snaking. Not skating, at snaking. You had to, balls out. Blaze would hunt you down. And that's how we all came to afterwards. Dude, you drop in with somebody, I'm coming after you. And then I got the ride. So while we're riding together, you know, might do a few things, but I'm gonna hunt you down, take you out, and now it's my ride. That's like basically how it went down. East Coast.
Some people really hated the snake sessions. I really liked them.
One of the best snakes I ever saw was Jason Farrell. Because that guy was like hot shot. Boom, he's in. You would look to make sure that nobody was riding, and he's already riding. He's already doing a backside air in your face.
You know, I've dropped in a couple of times there. You drop in and go, you're just got as big as balls as I do. Fine, I'll go up the side and run off.
By then, we knew how to snake as a team.
You know the guys you've been riding with gives you a little bit of advantage to snake.
What's better than sitting there with 20 of your best friends, and then you get a run, and it's your show, you know? You get to go bust one in somebody's eye, you know? And everybody had the same mentality. It was like, it's my turn. I waited all this time, and I'm going, you know?
You hadn't got a run yet, nobody cared. You had to drop in quick.
Fill up with Take Up Salsa Dancing Weeds.
There's nothing many about it. A lot of collisions all the time. It was a scary place to skate sometimes when it got crowded.
We all had teams too.
Right, everybody was like
the fork dudes from VAB had spot checkers rolling. They had it all, hand signs and everything. And you guys
learned from us, yeah.
You're like a little team, you know each other. You know, you don't know these people as well. When there's a lot of dangerous stuff going on, and you know you can trust. Like if I bail out, and everybody wants to go, our guys if they put their boards down, they were gonna go, and we knew that. So it was kind of like just looked up, and you knew that. Let's say 10 people put their boards down. If one of them, your guys, they looked you in the eye and they dropped in.
Very quickly in a snake session, people would fall into a pattern, and it's just a matter of reading those patterns and capitalizing. And that's just what people did to just get to stay moving, you know, to stay relevant. And then the more you drop in, the less likely someone's going to drop in against you.
It was big boys. You're playing with the big boys at the Crest. There were days that you get there and the gnarliest fucking dudes were just going and going and going and going. And you stood in your line. There was a pecking order, and you stood there with your flamingo leg with one foot up on your board until you got a chance and you went. Fucking, I don't know. It sounds dramatic, but as a kid, it was fucking dramatic.
We didn't really go there on the norm just to go session. We were always kind of going there because there was a jam. There was like a festival going on. So you would get there and you haven't skated this place in so long, and you would show up, and it was just so intimidating because you got some heavy hitters there just killing it, and then you have 4 or 5 rows of people before you even get to the coping. Like, I remember being just this little scrawny kid skating for like Tracker and Pal. Here I am, just this little Grom, just like trying to like tinker my way up to the coping so that I can just, no warm up whatsoever. You just like get thrown into the fire.
And you had to be committed. I mean, there was no thinking or dicking around. You put that board up, you went. It didn't matter if Blaze was across you or not. And then once you got across, worrying about if Blaze was going to run into you, you had 2 other people on the other side that ran for up and in. So then you had to make the decision right at that last moment. Okay, I missed Blaze. Am I going to do a front side air and take those guys out? Or am I going to be nice and who is it? So you're trying to figure out who's over here. You know who's in front of you. And those snake sessions they were out of hand.
The odds are that someone's gonna get railed, and that's what happened to Tim Whistler. So there you go.
You ain't dead.
That was the last day I really skated.
Yeah.
That was it. That was September 10th, 1988. And that was the last real session that I skated. I got back into it a little bit, maybe made some inverts and rock and rolls on vert in the early 90s. And I basically quit skating for 20 years.
Wow.
Well, I really haven't ever gotten that back into it. I mean, I go tool around only or take a few runs here and there, but that was the last day I did any kind of air, any kind of real, in my mind, real skating.
Dan Brown, Puker skating on the ramp at the same time because he got so heated, and they hit, and Booger broke Puker's fucking tibia and fibia in half. His leg was at an angle. It was a bad scene. Puker was freaking out, and, I guess going into shock, and everybody was like, you're fine, and he's like, what about my leg? What about my leg? And everybody was like, you're fine. I went down and I said, Puker, your leg is like broken clean in half. It's about a 20-degree angle, okay? They're going to cut you open, put some metal in you, you'll heal up and be stronger than new in like 8 weeks. And he was like, thank you, brother. Because everybody's like, you're fine. He's like, I feel like my leg is broken in half. And that was one of the snake sessions.
It was a good time for skateboarding. It really was. It was like the renaissance of skateboarding.
It was just such a good balance of different people coming in and core people from the area.
Where everybody's bringing all this stuff, all your A game, whatever, chicks, everything, nonstop. You want to camp out for a day or months in the woods, whatever you want to do.
Every week, it was just an introduction of another killer skater because they seemed to all come to Cedar Crest.
The skating mecca of the free world in California, right around here.
It was a place of peace, and it was a place of rage. And you mix the two together, it was like a fucking speedball. But I didn't know it was going to blow up like this. I had no idea. I just thought it was a ramp. Everybody's going to come out and skate. We'll have some contests and fun. Maybe a band will play. Maybe they'll drink a keg. I didn't know it was going to turn into 5 bands or one weekend we had, we had like 15 bands in a 3-day weekend. And the skate contest was great. And the bands would start playing. We went through some 50 kegs in one of those jams. I'm like, wow, 50 kegs.
You had all the punk rockers from D.C. You had all the suburban kids coming from Northern Virginia. And then you had all these Manassas and Warrenton rednecks showing up at parties. So it was this big convergence of different lifestyles. And I think that had a lot to do with why things got so crazy out there.
We started having all the shows, bands playing and everything else. And I think that brought people out there who never knew it was there before. I mean, if you were a skater, you knew about it. But much like how we learned about punk rock downtown, seeing the flyers, I think people learned about the fact that there was a skateboard ramp out there from some of the shows.
Once we went from the dynamic of having actual live bands there, it was like, this is what this is supposed to be. This is what the whole experience was supposed to be about. You're supposed to have a good time, and music just goes with skating, and live music goes better with skating.
We really didn't have anything like that in Northern Virginia, and like a place to come together and have shows and kind of a community of, punkers and skaters and stoners and jocks, and so basically Cedar Crest became that for, when we had a show there, and it was something special, and, it was something that was missing.
People come, I think, from like pretty much like all over Virginia, all the little
progress.
Woodwork.
During the day, it was a very, very normal scenario. Contest, jam, what have you. But at night, all the freaks would come out. Everything would completely change. The debauchery would start, and it would just turn into complete mayhem.
It was not only a gnarly and chaotic place, but it was like dangerous. A lot of people got hurt there, and not only physically but mentally.
But as far as the parties and the shows, they just ended up being completely out of hand.
as heavy as those sessions would get, you know what I mean, as intense, is like, that would carry right into the party. So it was like out of control. Out of control.
It was Tie Man from, I think, Coat Hanger Delivery, who contacted us about playing a show out there with Token Entry and HR. And HR was supposed to be the headline act, and I'm pretty certain he never showed up. Like, we just sat there waiting around for him and then finally packed up and left. I heard that it was like a giant skate park in the middle of a country club, which made no sense at all, and that everyone was like gravitating towards it and bands played there, so it was like becoming like this legendary place out in Virginia that I hadn't seen.
Whenever they had these jams or these contests, it just exploded. The energy level just completely changed.
Just all kinds of elements, from little skater kids to parents who brought their kids because it's a ramp and it's a jam and it's an event, to the hardcore stomping punk mosh pit guys, to out in the country, Northern Virginia kind of redneck drinky guys. You know, and they didn't always get along with each other. I mean, you'd have brawls breaking out in some of the pavilion shows, indoor shows. I mean, it was always between a mosh pit, the violence of a mosh pit, plus rednecky, Centerville, drunky guys who don't like that music or them people anyway. You know, I never understood people that went to parties they didn't like.
Just being to play at Cedar Crest and play those gigs, I mean, that was where, you know, where skateboarding and the hardcore DC scene really came together, was at Cedar Crest. You know, to have Glore play there and have that many people show up, it was way beyond our expectations.
So we, at the time, Glore was was still a pretty DIY, but we were really back then. So we had a big yellow school bus, had just drawings of dicks all over it, and like flames and skulls and stickers and everything. So it was the most pull us over kind of magnet for cops. But the front of it, where it used to say your school bus, had been painted over and had a huge bloody guar and skulls where the lights used to be, and it had steer horns and flames coming off the tires. And we pulled up to the gate. You know, it was a long dirt road. I just remember getting to the gatehouse, I guess they had a gatehouse. And we pulled up, and Brocky was driving, and I was sitting next to him. And he was just like, you know, like, let us in. And the guy flashes a .45, you know.
I said, who are you guys? And, you know, I opened up my jacket. I got my .45 sitting right here. And they're like, they go, damn, dude, you hired us to play, man. We're Glore.
He's like, what's going on? What are you doing here? And I remember us looking at each other and being like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's like, we're Glore. Like, you hired us. We're here to play. Like, you know.
Locals only.
Yeah. So that was like, we were like, okay, we're in for something crazy tonight.
That was my very first show in Glore. So I have no idea how it got booked. I just know that I showed up there and it was really cold, and they were like, we're going to play at this skateboard ramp. So I'm like, great, this is a good introduction to being in the band. Like, where are we playing? And looking at it like, we're playing up there? That's the stage? Yeah. Like, it just seemed like a pretty cool place to be. You know, chaos right up Gore's alley.
So everybody's slam dancing at the bottom, and they're spewing stuff out. People are slipping on it and slamming. I mean, I was like, this kind of looks like hell.
I'd never seen them, and I was like, what? I'd heard about the Freak Show, and they did not disappoint, man. They were incredible.
I couldn't see them.
It was the strangest stage we'd ever played on, because we were so high, and the audience was like down here. So it's like, there just wasn't that. We were so used to playing these punk rock clubs where the crowd is like on the stage with us and fighting them off. It was the first time we'd ever really got that kind of big away from the audience experience that you get at like festivals, I guess.
And I think that Cedar Crest was like that area's focal point for the weird shit that was happening in that kind of magical time in cultural history.
Fugazi had been asked to come play it. It was very early for us. We were just a year old at that point. We didn't have any records out, but we were interested in playing lots of different places. And we were reticent because we knew like things could get crazy. But it was sort of like, why not? Like, we were still at a time where we were playing, you know, we we could play anywhere we wanted, and why not go do this thing? It was sketchy. I had heard of Cedar Crest, and it was pretty legendary at that point. Like, we know it's Cedar Crest, wherever that is, you know. And I remember, you know, I wrote in my journal that I'd actually been waiting, I was just sitting around waiting to get a call from Mark Hooper to tell me where the place is, how to get there. Finally get directions. Then we drive out there. I think we got there in the late afternoon, and it's a country club. And then there's like this giant ramp. It's like the biggest ramp I'd ever seen at that point, and it was the most ornate. People who are not skaters are kind of piling in for the gig. Earl, the drummer of the Bad Brains, was hanging out. I don't know why. He was just hanging. You know, there's just all these people there. There was a little tension going on. There was some stuff going on with the skinhead dudes were getting a little rowdy, and the second band was on. They're kind of a metal band. And while they're playing, I can remember this well because I was up on one end of the deck. And while they're playing, in the middle of all this, like this, they're playing, you know, just two cops just walk up in the middle of everything. And they're just like yelling stuff, like cut it out, you know, cut the music.
So I go in and I turn the breakers off. Well, when the breakers went off, it turned off the electricity to everything.
Lights go out, music goes off.
This is like so crazy to be sitting in the middle of the woods and then everything just goes pitch black. And then you can see clearly, like just little, what looks like tracer bullets just flying down towards the middle of the ramp, and hear bottles breaking. And I realized that everyone's throwing their cigarettes and their beer bottles at the cops. And you can see like these like glowing cigarettes flying down, and you hear cops going, "Put those lights on! Put the lights on!"
They were pissed off. Let me talk about they were mad. I came out from underneath the ramp, and the guy hit me in the head with a flashlight, like it kind of grazed me. I was like, "Whoa! Damn, dude! You told me to turn it like this. Turn that shit back on." So I go back in, turn it back on.
And you see the, you know, this cartoonish breaker. When the lights come back up, cops are just covered with spit and beer, and they're like totally in a defensive posture, and they're like, and then things start getting very, like, they're getting serious. Now the cops are really mad.
And I come out, and I'm balls tripping, right? I'm just saying to myself, man, I'm like laughing, having a good time with it.
So the cops are like, they're saying, that's it. More cop cars are pulling up, right? Things is just starting to get heated, and the cops say, show's over. But I remember walking back towards the parking lot to see the scene, and I'm walking towards it, just all these people are walking out. I start hearing,
When I got out, I realized it was 3 jurisdictions of cops. Loudoun, Prince William County, and Fairfax. They had people detained.
Reason number 231 to Reese's. You reduced your screen time this week.
Their tires were slashed, supposedly. I don't know much about that. I didn't see it. But it was just a clusterfuck.
One of the punk rockers that really had been part of the group that initiated this whole shit show at this point, he slashed the cop's tire, and the cops came and people were arrested. It was a melee.
And it was almost like you were in Vietnam or something. The spotlights were flashing through the woods as we were running through the woods.
I saw fights. I saw helicopters. I saw police. I saw spotlights. I saw myself hiding in the woods, waiting.
It was like a riot.
They couldn't figure out what to do about the ramp. It was in the dead center of 3 different counties. And I'm not sure, Mark would know better than I do, but as far as I can tell, the middle of that ramp was the point of 3 different counties. So nobody could figure out the jurisdiction.
And the helicopter's trying to throw everybody off the property. But there are people there who belong on the property who are invited to be camping there for the event.
So there was just people running everywhere, and cops running everywhere, and nobody could do anything.
They left, and then everybody came out of the woods and started the party back over again.
There was like a sense of a, you know, like post-apocalyptic kind of feeling. Someone just walked out and like unlocks the lock and pulls the chain off, and then another guy comes out with a broom. just starts sweeping, and then the skateboards come out, and they just start riding. We were there till 1 or 1:30 in the morning, just watching this session, and it was incredible. It was a great session. And I thought, well, that's a skateboard ramp.
The place would go off all night long. You'd wake up the next morning and it looked like there was a flood. There would just be debris everywhere. And people would be off in the woods in their little camps. Last night?
We all practically lived out there at that point. So, you know, all the other things that you come with youth
and punk rock.
We're going on, yeah. But there was never, I mean, the place was never, I didn't think, so out of control. I mean, that was maybe the sad part at the end, is where the place was getting vandalized and getting broken into, and you know, we couldn't leave our pads out there anymore, kind of thing. Where that's where it kind of fundamentally changed in terms of, well, this I guess it's not our clubhouse anymore.
As far as my family went, they were 100% behind me. Everybody totally dug the scene. It was totally a family adventure. It really was. I mean, it was having the help from your family really is a part of the whole thing. My dad loved it. He would ride up on a golf cart and he would just be like, "This is so cool. I'm gonna put a roof on this thing." I'm like, "Really, Dad? We're gonna put a roof on the damn thing?"
It was always a big ambition of Mark's to make, you know, it's not just a skate thing, it's the marriage of skate and music. And we did have this, not ownership, well, we did own it. We owned that property for a moment during those shows. And it was a great time.
Sorry. To watch the evolution of the ramp, watching it start as just this thing in the middle of the woods, decks,
Viens avec moi? Oh, nice.
the catwalks.
Mais j'arrête pas de mourir de toute façon, il n'y a pas de stress.
Every time we made improvements, it changed the whole game. It changed how the bands played, where they played, how many people we could have there. So it was just amazing to watch the metamorphosis.
Je vais revenir dans pas trop long.
And then it all started.
Je vais améliorer le chemin aussi, là, il est pas
Everybody started going
mal
in
du
that direction.
tout.
Mr. Hooper started to have trouble out there at the country club to the point where the place almost became abandoned.
Bam, 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 bam. Everything just fell. You know, when the cookie starts to crumble, you know, it's kind of hard to stop it, and that's what happened.
I believe in '92 there was some interruption where the country club was under some stresses, and they decided to close the ramp down and nobody could go there.
And he lost $7 million, and then we had to borrow that money, and then we couldn't make the note payments. So the people, the loan sharks that lent us the money, foreclosed on us, came and took the place. They took over and tried to manage it. Basically what they did is they ran it into the ground. They took away the outing division, and that was our cash cow. Oh, that hurt. To watch that happen.
It became almost like a ghost town, where you could watch it just slowly get darker and quieter, and then eventually it got destroyed.
Go put this all away.
All that time wasted. I mean, the skate gods are just raining down hate right now.
Nice.
It wasn't that we had built one of the greatest ramps. It was that we had built the greatest skate scene.
To have a mecca like that, pretty amazing, especially pre-X Games, where, you know, it was like a punk rock sport that didn't have any respect, suddenly gaining some credibility.
That was the last time that all the tribes, the expanded tribe, was united. You know what I mean? And then it just kind of went.
And I can't believe it's transcended all this time. How did this come about? That, I mean, for real, how did all these people get together 25, 30 years ago, and we're still a crew? You know, it's almost like a biker gang or something. It has reached mythical status, and I don't understand it, but thank Dad for that. Dad was the driving force behind this whole thing, really. I had the best time of my life, man.
I compare it to bikerism, but it's really not like biker. You know, you can compare it to sports situations, but it's really not like sport. There was art there, but it's really not about art. It was heart. It was heart of people who'd found a place in time where it was our own world.
There's a red house road, and lies beyond it something like a chicken coop, not sure. I go overdose, and the dose in my brain goes to yours, and something comes quite clear. Smoke isn't day, but you'll grow. Can't stop the rain or the snow. Am I talking about the medicine, the illegal thing you eat when you are sick? Am I falling out of sight, design beyond the red house road I moved too quick? She's got roving rows and a gorgeous home, and between her
Saviez-vous que votre nez s'habitue aux odeurs de votre maison? Eh oui, votre nez est en panne. Essayez le diffuseur branchable Febreze avec Fade Defy, le seul qui élimine les odeurs. Ainsi, tout le monde profite de la fraîcheur jusqu'à 50 jours. Essayez-le pour 99 cents seulement.
Kickstart your summer and save up to 35% in-store and online.
We pose this question to our X community, our Discord. Our YouTube channel. Why don't I have our YouTube community posts and our Instagram? Which skater has the best style? This is of all time, and it is very subjective, and it's very era-based, I think. But, I mean...
Who do you guys got?
The number one person that everybody always goes back to is Gino Iannucci.
Yes.
His push, the way that he does his tricks, everything about Gino Iannucci is like the perfect skateboarder. Right?
It's just like
it always goes back to him.
It's different. It's like it's not awkward in any way. It's funny. Like you can't really replicate that. I think maybe Reda tried to duplicate it, and you could tell what he's trying to do, but it's still hard to replicate the way Gino skates.
I mean, come on, who else could do that?
That clip is so sick
That's
because
only Gino.
Everything in Yeah Right is fake, basically. And then that one, as a kid, I was always like, "That's fake." They green screened that one.
You know, it's funny. Like at first, I didn't really understand why everyone liked him so much. Like I thought he was a good skateboarder, though.
Right.
And then I think as you grow older, you start to see it. You understand why, like. How the front nose to fade. Nice. You're like, oh no, that's you can't. Not everyone can do it like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote Kirchart.
I think a lot of no. I mean, 100%. I mean, I have a lot of people that I think has rad style.
There are.
But even if you go back to like Gino in 101 video, what was it? Falling Down, Raj? Was that it? The Gino 101 or the Gino?
Oh, that's Trilogy.
Oh, that's Trilogy.
Yeah.
Okay, if you go back to Trilogy, I mean, just the way that his
his hard flip, like his little sketchiness makes it. You're like, wow, he could do something kind of like a front nose, and you're like, what? But he did that kind of cool.
He slams cool.
Well, he goes for
funny.
it.
Yeah.
He just fully goes for it every time.
He is one of those guys.
Yeah.
Even in the beginning of the Hot Chocolate Tour, he's trying to do that pop shove it down the
switch front shove it.
Switch front shove it down the little triple set or double set. That was in the very beginning of the tour, first stop, and he just It doesn't matter if the board's upside down. He tries to land on it.
Yeah.
It's psycho.
Hey, this sounds crazy.
Go
All
ahead.
right, I already know. Okay, I'm just gonna. If you rewind it a few clips, he looks like young Bam. Like actually.
I could see.
Like watch, like that little hunch thing that he does, like that thing. Watch this.
I can see that right
See
there.
that right there?
Yeah.
Little,
Well, 'cause
like,
the hair and
like
like,
Bam
yeah.
clearly copied him.
Maybe.
But
I think a lot of people.
I've never heard that Gio Iannucci.
I know that's what sounds crazy. Like it sounds insane. I understand.
It's like Bam.
But I see some young Bam in there.
I think they look similar. Like
yeah.
to a degree from far away.
Yeah.
You're
like 20 years ago.
You're free to go.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
I got kicked
I'll
out.
just do the show by myself. Keenan Milton. Yes, I think that man, Keenan Milton's style, dude, is like, and that's why I say like I don't know if, and we'll get into like maybe the newer kids now who has style, but I think a lot of kids are more focused on tricks than they are of like, you know, like I think back then it was just looking good on your board like really meant something.
Well, you know what's funny is like I was thinking of Kenny Anderson that came to my mind, and I was thinking of Mark Johnson that came to my mind.
Mark Johnson.
Everyone that we've mentioned is chocolate.
I mean Mark Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Kenny, for
Mark,
sure.
Gino, Kenny, Keenan.
I put Tom Penny in there. He's not in chocolate,
Oh yeah,
obviously,
Penny.
but Penny has just stand out. I think you know what's the style back then. I think it's because you know what we always talk about, like when you did one trick, like you filmed it was really hard, did that one time.
Right.
That's kind of what's going on here. People aren't like repeating these tricks over and over. Kids now are just over and over and over, where it looks like
robotic.
It's robotic, and you know they know they're like that. Nollie back heel is one of the best ones ever done.
I actually kind of agree with what you're saying though.
Yeah. It's like this is like their one time they did it, and that's it. You can see the style.
I've never seen Keenan Milton ever do a switch heel back tail.
Yeah.
Ever again besides this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
I love that he like looks back at the camera too, which I love when dudes can pull that stuff off, because like typically if somebody looks back at the camera, you're like
kind of kooky.
You're like, dude, that's pretty budget.
Yeah.
But he does it, and you're like, yeah.
Well, because you know he probably thought that didn't look good or it didn't like crap. You know what I mean? That's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Yeah, it wasn't cocky.
And then Ty's probably like, whoever filmed it, probably like, yo, that was actually incredible, dude. Like, we're using that. You thought that was a joke?
It probably felt like he fell out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you might have something there, Kelly. I could agree. I could see where you're coming from, on that point of view, because like yes, everybody was just focused. They were doing their one trick at that one spot, and then that was it. They weren't honing.
Like switch,
they weren't perfecting a switch.
Yeah, I just keep working so hard. If I hadn't fall down one time. I know I'll be so fine. Yes, hold on, baby.
Skateboarding is one of the few real things left in this world, and we are skateboarders.
Soul of skateboarding.
Wow, we're gonna get real deep. On this hangover, I gotta go hard right now.
That's a deep question.
That's a tricky question there. You got a tricky question. Do you mind if I give tricky answers? What is the soul of skateboarding? Skateboarding happens to be that one thing that when I started doing it, I just wanted to keep doing it. It was my addiction. It was the fun toy that gave me purpose and place and belonging. I truly believe when you have that feeling that it's your soul and your passion, it's your God. So I think skateboarding is a lot of people's God. It's their everything. It's their reason for living. It's their being. It's their purpose. If they don't have it, they don't have place. They don't have popularity. They don't have reason to be alive, basically.
I don't know. So that shit's there. Be it on the streets and just keep it going.
I would think that was something like some sidewalk surfing and style. Carving, writing.
To me, what drives every skateboarder is learning a new trick, whether it's learning how to 5-0 on a mini ramp or it's learning to do a switch 360 heel flip. You know, it's this sort of essence of finding that joy of progression because there's nothing like it. You know, money can't buy it.
That outweighs all the fame, the fortune, the status, having a pro model. I mean, just the feeling that skateboarding gives you of this accomplishment, you know, and once you roll away, it's like the most amazing feeling in the world.
To most of society, it doesn't even make sense.
No one's supposed to be on this property whatsoever.
Then there's us skaters who it makes perfect sense to, where it's just another world. It's a place for you to escape, and it's a place for you and your friends to escape all together. doesn't even make logical sense what skaters are doing, grinding ledges, jumping down gaps. I mean, it looks cool, but it also feels great, and it puts you right in the moment, unlike anything else, and it reminds you that you're alive. All right.
You still become a skateboarder when you don't fit into that organized sports mentality. You become a skateboarder.
I started skating 17 years ago. In that era, it wasn't half as common. Some kids skated, but it was just kind of a fringe activity. I don't know, I guess you were kind of a weird dude if you were a skater.
20 years ago, it was very much more a countercultural thing. You know, the people that were skateboarding were doing it kind of against society's, you know, more of an underground backyard thing.
Back then, it was like, you know, there was only 5 kids in my high school that skated, and we got suspended for bringing our boards to school. Like, it was not a cool thing. Like, that's why it was cool, because you were doing something different. That's the attitude I had. Like, half the time I wouldn't pick up my phone. I didn't want to deal with it because I didn't believe I had to. So I was just like, I just want to skateboard, and that's all I care about.
Well, shit, I might have been a serial killer or something if I wasn't into skateboarding. I might have went down that path of murdering and...
Wow! Wavy perforations tear so much better. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Don't let airborne allergens scare you. Love the air again with Arius.
Just kids getting raw on their skateboard. They don't need to dress up as uniforms. They can just wear whatever the fuck they want to wear. The more acceptance of drugs and all that other stuff involved in skateboarding makes more kids into skateboarding, because all that stuff, oh man, you hit this joint? Dude, we got a game to play. And it's like, man, fuck it, who cares? I'm gonna get high. And it's like, you know, like, honestly, skateboarding, they don't care, man. This is whatever goes. It's raw shit, and I'm down for it.
Everything I had there, man.
Oh, I'm on that right now.
I think that the missing ingredient in skateboarding these days, for the most part, is spontaneity. And I feel like a lot of what's getting lost, kind of like that goes along with the soul.
What the hell are you gonna do on that?
The guys that I like to see and the attitude that goes along with it is the guys that just like don't know what they're doing until they're gonna do it, you know? Don't plan anything out, because that's part of like skateboarding is about freedom, and that's where the freedom comes from.
Oh, fuck, is it mine? I'm struggling. Are you filming? Size and shape of the equipment you ride and the way you... No, this is bullshit. Chantry taught me any fucking skateboard, as long as it rolls, we'll ride it, and we'll figure out how to ride it. You don't have to have a fucking perfect board. The way I want to skate parks or mountain roads or just down the street is one long continuous joined activity, you know, like a song, you know. Okay, ask the question. Fuckers. The soul of skateboarding? Fuck. I don't know. I got trouble with that one. Soul. It's basically it's freedom. Freedom from, first of all, the static hold that gravity has us on, nailed to this earth, and second of all, from this the cops and the corporations telling us what we're supposed to do and how we're supposed to act. And so it's this defiance, you know. It's defying gravity, defying fashion, defying rules and laws, and then turning that defiance into a dance.
Pro skateboarders are half rock star, half athlete, you know, and it's style driven, it's who you are as a person driven just as much as it's the tricks you do, you know, because there's dudes that strictly on the way that they skate go pro. Not how good the tricks they are, just the way that they skate.
When you break skateboarding down, it's based on feeling and emotion and what turns you on. It's music or theater. It's what moves you.
I would back that 100% that it's an art. You could see a silhouette of a frontside flip and be like, that's Andrew Reynolds right there. I don't even need to see the face. That's Andrew Reynolds.
Whatever you think of, whatever trick comes to mind, you can just do it. So it's art.
Every skateboarder is an artist. Like, they take that board and they can make it do whatever they want. If they choose to do tricks that other artists are doing, cool, you know, that's cool. But if they choose to do something that no other artist is doing, that's pretty damn cool too. Because other artists are going to see that and be like, damn, I didn't think of that.
Une centaine de fers est quand même riche. Était sur mille.
You're skateboarding, you're your own person doing your own thing. You're your own artist at work. That's just something special in itself, and I feel like a lot of the people that are doing it now just don't do it for that reason.
It's like anyone can do a kickflip. It's the way you do it. It is a form of art. The reason why people would say, oh, it's a sport is because ESPN and the Dew Tour.
You know, over the last 10 years, it's people jumping in on the bandwagon, Mountain Dew, X Games, you know, all this horse shit that is not controlled by skaters, and they make what they think skateboarding is.
Skateboarding has definitely been the most meaningful thing in my life. It helped me find a way how to express myself as an individual. And Hacks has been there with me the whole time.
I mean, what's so great about Hacks skateboard spray is it fits perfectly into the lifestyle of a skater.
They so needed that.
Everything's against you as a skater. It's like just anything from people wanting to kick you out of a spot to simple things like forgetting to bring wax.
I use it on my butt crack.
Skateboarding is about expression. And it's about standing out.
Hex skateboard spray. Just like a true skater, unique.
So if it's this big corporate company and they want, you know, do something retarded like, I don't know, like some circus trick off a building, like dance monkey dance, we're paying you this much money. You have to do that or your contract's done. Over time, as the sponsors get more corporate and they don't really care about the art, they care about numbers, the art's gonna be out the window. It's gonna be empty, it's gonna suck. So absolutely the art's getting lost, no doubt, because the more and more money we make, it just sucks, dude.
It's like the fuck-ups and the dudes with problems and the dudes that were just like either anti-social or anti-establishment. I don't know, dudes just want to do your own thing, you know, and didn't want to be part of anything they were told to do, you know. That's kind of what makes such a crazy eclectic mix in skating. If you get dudes that are like weird artists and just other things, and like that's why skating is an art. It's like an inner passion and drive, but there's something fucked up about it.
The dicks on the shirt, there. Just because you got dicks on your shirt doesn't mean you're a queer. Just because you're doing a picture with a guy who's gay doesn't mean you're queer. And if, you know what, I'd rather hang out with a queer than a fucking jock any day. Sorry. The soul of skateboarding, what does it mean to me? It means the same thing to me as punk rock. It keeps you from murdering people, and it keeps you from breaking into house. It doesn't keep you from it, it just makes you do stuff less. Trust me, it's not a cure-all, but it fucking helps. You don't know shit, I don't know shit, but from what I understand, since it's actually a living now, that's basically what kind of mood are you in today?
About that, coming from where skateboarding started.
I think it's horrific. Let kids be kids, and then when if they pick it up, they pick it up.
Front side Smith grind around the corner. It was more than an attitude. Everyone, not me and you. We represent everything they hate. It's an attitude. Being drunk, loud and rude. Tattoos, fucked up hair. Living life without a care. It's a stain of the real. Outcast of mass appeal. Rejects of a middle class, and they're never gonna go away. Punk rock will survive. The next generation has arrived. See it in their eyes, and in their hearts.
You pick it up, or you steal one, or whatever stage of the game you were in life. Like me, I had to grab a 2x6, and my dad's roommate cut it up, and we sawed my sister's roller skates. I'm one of many.
Rejects of a middle class, they're never gonna go away.
It encompasses so many things and so many people now. Majority of these people, like, they probably go snowboarding or other things, you know what I mean? When you're a skateboarder back then, you're a skateboarder, you hated everything.
Mike, I have a question. Why are you so nervous?
I don't know, it's natural. It's what happens to me my whole life. This is why I actually got into skateboarding. Because I couldn't talk to people. So if you want that soul shit, there it is, right there. I would go on the opposite side of the street because I knew that neighbor was going to say hi to me. So I'd walk the other side. So I wouldn't have to say hi back. So you figure that it's been like that the whole time. I hide behind my skateboarding. Sometimes I hid so much that that's why I had that Smith grind, the Smith bird, because I wouldn't take a chance and try new tricks and other people's tricks. I'd be in my own world so much. Some people used to think I was swell-headed. It's just because I just didn't talk, you know? I wasn't a locker room boy. I was just in my own thing. I do my tricks over and over. I wouldn't listen. I couldn't hear it, just like I can't hear these interviews. I can't hear the questions. So I kept on doing my thing. And accidentally, it came up. Smith grind, Smith vert, Smith laugh. That was all because of the hiding.
It's not for the winners. That's the thing, you know? Like, skaters were the losers to normal society, but they knew they were the ultimate winners over everybody else inside, somehow.
They weren't trying to fit into that box that everyone else is trying to do and all this. They were just making their own way.
Bad influence, bad ideas, easy money, easy thrills, no exclusion, no delay. Got expenses, but you must pay. What? You must pay. What's the verdict? What's the verdict?
Ja, det
Then you take me by the hand. I feel better again. Oh, I feel better now.
Find your floss. Get started at gumhealth.ca.
Losing that individual aspect, individual defiance and rebellion, and the young punk going out and doing his own thing. I would guess that video cameras have a lot to do with that. So everybody's filming. I always see the kids out around filming themselves and trying to make themselves marketable, and it's not the same thing as just doing something to make yourself feel better. It's a completely different thing. You know, you're going out to release. But that has definitely diluted the original driving force that I felt, and many of my friends, we all shared, which was to go out and fuck shit up, you know?
I'm gonna call security, man. Nah, dude, you don't. Just fucking give it one more try. Oh, okay.
Break things and and break, you know, and skate where we're not supposed to skate, and skate how we're not supposed to skate, you know?
Bonjour, bonjour.
I don't know. I mean, just like the thing about mongrel pushing, you know? I have mongrel pride.
Mongo?
Mongo. I mean, those guys are the mongrels. I mix mongrels and mongo up. But yeah, mongo, fuck yeah. Oh, don't be a shit kicker or mongo pusher or whatever. Fuck you. I'm going to push mongo on purpose. You know, it's a little bit harder to push mongo, actually.
Not everybody skates like Andrew Reynolds or Eric Costin or a Guy Mariano or even a Papalardo, whose part stuck out kind of like a sore thumb in the video, in the Lakai video, but it was still an original part, you know what I mean? He still did his own thing. And that's kind of what skateboarding, that's what it's been about from day one, doing your own thing and not necessarily fitting into the mold of what everybody else is doing.
Don't let nobody fucking tell you what to do, man. You skate however the fuck you want to skate. That's a rap right there. A Kung Fu master once told me, his name's Master Chi. He said, Peter, play your game and nobody else's. Basically, That's what I've been doing. I've been skating the way I like to skate. I've been challenging myself. When motherfuckers hate on shit like that, it's because they don't want to be caught biting other motherfuckers' shit. That's what it is. They talk shit because they can't do that shit yet. They might get mad or jealous or something like that and be like, oh, well, fuck, I don't want to bite him. But next thing you know, 10 years down the line, motherfuckers doing the same shit. So, you know, that's where the politics in skateboarding comes into. You know, that's when the motherfuckers try to be too cool guy and shit. You know, you do whatever the fuck your body will let you do, you know? Excel your mind. Unleash your mind on this piece of wood, son. That's what it's about. This thing is our fucking weapon, our mental weapon. We fucking control this thing. We make this motherfucking thing work. If it wasn't for our fucking minds connecting to our whole fucking body, this shit wouldn't work as good as it did.
The soul of skateboarding means being free. No rules. Coming and going as you please and just doing whatever you want to do. Yeah, I mean, I've been skating Flushing Meadows for a long time, and over the years we've just been figuring out so many different ways to skate this place. Up until like maybe a month ago, we found a new one.
You might be crazy, but I'm insane. And all the hell you put me through to my life, your pain. I'll destroy you, 'cause I'm a wrecking ball. And when
The only thing that sucks about this is that we don't have a way to really keep it too sturdy.
build you up, tear you down. Bring you not around. You never saw it coming. The angle pointed at you. You said I had no feeling. I had this one for you.
The next generation of kids, not all of them, you know, of course, but there are people that are doing it just to get something out of it. So they'll look at a magazine and see what the new hot kid is doing and consider that their competition, and then want to try to like either do what that person's doing and do it better, or do it on something better, you know?
It's just that the competitiveness is about who you know, how you're going to get there. If you speak to this guy, it might bump you, or you might look weaker. You know, the kids were young. I mean, they're young, so they're just kind of worried about how they look or their presentation to the public or their friends, you know?
Even back then, I'm gonna say 15 years ago, people didn't care so much about being sponsored. They just wanted to skate, and that was it. That's all they cared about was skating. Whereas nowadays, you have kids, they've been skating 2 years and they're already ready to get sponsored. And in some cases, some of them are.
There's newer kids that are honestly coming up that are just insane. Like, I'm blown away. But you know, what are they in it for the right reasons?
They end up quitting, and everybody's surprised, like, why'd this guy quit? But it was only a trend for them to begin with. They didn't really do it because they had fun doing it. It was just more or less something to add to their list of accomplishments.
You got to understand why you're getting into things. Are you getting into it because you think it's cool? Are you getting into it to try to be somebody? Are you getting into it for the love of the game?
That core skater, sponsored or not, new board or tore up completely Gumby tail board, they're still skateboarding. Pat Duffy and Plan B, still skating in the rain. You know what I mean? He didn't care.
Je peux te montrer. On a un chemin comme en terre puis en roche, là, mais il n'est pas si facile que ça à suivre non plus.
The way that I see it go bad is they'll take the money, but they'll accept all these like terms and all this contract bullshit. You have to do this, you have to like dress this way.
Kids want to get paid for what they're doing, so they will switch their own style up to make other people happy, which I don't respect. Because, I mean, if you got to change what you're doing to make your sponsor happy, then you're not on the right team. You need to get on a team that's down for you and who you are and what you fucking portray as a person. Because if you really think about getting sponsored, you get sponsored for your own style, and you get sponsored for what you're doing and how you're living your life. Be yourself, and you'll get to the company that you'll be happy at.
A lot of people like maybe not be happy, but they're trying to please everyone else. It's like you're number one. Please yourself before you please anyone else. And if you don't believe in yourself and you can't please yourself, how is anyone going to believe in you and respect you for what you do? I want to focus on what I'm doing and skating, and when I open up the new magazine, it's like, all right, cool, that was sick, you know. But like, you know, I guess that's the difference now is it's just on a whole different level of the progression of how fast kids are progressing. Like it took me 3 months to learn how to kickflip. Like seriously, it took me a good month to learn how to ollie. You know, nowadays 3 months, kids are like tray flipping, jumping down stairs. It's like, but I mean, I grew up in a different part of the world where skateboarding, not everyone did. There was only 3 kids in my whole high school that did it. So I grew up a little differently than, you know, people in Southern California where it's like you got a park to skate on every single block. I didn't have a park to skate till I was 16 years old, you know, so we'd go shovel snow and skate the Tippecanoe Canoe library ledge. That was more of what I did.
Ok, j'ai pas de bouffe, mais j'arrive.
It comes down to like, you better be in it for the right reasons, not to, you know, get sponsored or be cool or this and that. Like so many kids come up to me, oh, how do I get sponsored?
Ouais, j'ai un peu
It's
de
like, dude,
pain,
like,
mais...
I didn't really think of that too much when I was growing up, but I wasn't good. You know what I mean? Like, we'd go and hang out and skate parking blocks in the parking lot and laugh about whatever and just be kids, you know what I mean? And I really didn't think about that till I did get sponsored by Beer City, and then I met Al. And I was like, oh, I can maybe make a career out of this. I might move to California and see what happens. And I mean, now it's at a different level, but that's
t'es déjà rendu?
You know, someone believed in me. Yes. You know, at the end of the day, someone believed in me. Al believed in me. You know, he met me with the right people and kind of guided me the right way. And it's through the people I've met, and you know, came 20 years old, I really took it more on my own level and started, you know, branding myself and taking it more of a profession. But before, like, no, I never really cared. And even today, I don't really care. Like, today we're filming, like, much as I want to get this trick, today's not working for me. Like, I want to do this as bad as you want to get this. Like, I want to see it on the video because that's what we do. But, like, I know when to turn it on and turn it off. And there's days where you step on your skateboard and you have it. There's days you stretch, you eat pasta, and you think you're doing everything right, and you can't even land your tricks that you normally can do. I could be done with my whole skate career tomorrow and have to go work a normal job and be grateful for what I have. And be grateful I got to travel the world and do something I love to do and go work and still skate and just because I love to do it.
Like I would start looking at skate videos sometimes, and you know, you compare like where you're at, and you're like, oh man, how am I gonna up that one?
Au
Or,
pire, fais-toi
you know,
genre
you
des
start
bottes
thinking
en bois
about
comme ça,
crazy
les
things.
personnes
That's
qui
just
t'attaquent.
me. And I remember
Ouais, mais
things
tous
were
mes lingots
financially
sont
really
proches
tough
de
on
toi
me,
aussi dans la
and I
forteresse.
just
Mais
could
sinon,
not
je
get
vais juste
myself
continuer à
to
miner,
deal
c'est
with
pas
the
trop
pressures
stressant.
that I needed to deal with. And when I got let go at Five Borough,
Ouais.
I called up the rest of my other
trop
sponsors,
stress.
and I just quit.
J'ai
And
trouvé
I
comment.
quit, you know, Ezekiel and Bones.
Qui est même des coffres.
And I was getting shoes from S.
Yes.
And Scuba, thanks by the way if you see this. I probably should have called you or something, but
C'est pas évident, mais ça fonctionne.
I just remember making those phone calls. It felt like, I don't know, it was a real heartbreaking thing for me personally, because, you know, I never got to see my name on a board, and I tried for so long, and then all of a sudden, like, my roommate put in a video, a skate video, which I had watched like 1,000 times. But this time it just tasted and smelled so differently because it just went back to, you know, just that
Faudrait
whole,
améliorer le chemin, ouais, c'est un peu compliqué.
Like in high school,
J'ai mis cœur. Un cœur.
my buddy was like, oh, Trilogy came out. We're like, what?
Colin
Oh my gosh, man, that was the best Nollie hard flip I've ever seen. You know, Kareem doing that line, you know. It's crazy because all of a sudden, like, I start to progress again. And I was able to do all the tricks I hadn't done in so many years because I was just like thinking about all the all the stupid things.
So,
Dream changing over. There, missed it.
Dude, Mark's
Hello?
rad.
The soul of skateboarding, rolling, I guess, you know, rolling. If
okay,
you're
j'en
not
ai tiré
rolling,
un.
you're not, I don't know, but hand plants aren't really rolling because you stall a hand plant, and a stalled hand plant, there's nothing as great as that.
J'en ai
It's
tué
so
deux.
cool when someone stops because they're rolling and then they do a hand plant and then they stall, and that's cool.
Ben,
So I
3
guess
balles
the
à
soul of
l'arc,
skateboarding would have to be
c'est des
rolling.
tués direct.
But then again, there's contradictions because stalled hand plants are so beautiful.
Robin.
Gillette
Des gros
antiperspirant
cochons.
spray, 24/7 sweat and odor protection. Gillette, the choice is clear.
Parrots are incredible animals. Pay the credit card. Okay, not now.
Mais
You got
dégage,
the new
bon.
BMO Eclipse Rise Visa card. It rewards you with points for paying your bill.
The first X game, believe it or not,
And
Tristan got
please.
first place. This is in the
Ah,
street.
juste un.
Tony Hawk got second, and then I got third. And the check that I got was, I think it was $300 or $400 for first place. And then nowadays, like, I think first place, don't they get like 30 grand or something?
We'd enter
Hey,
pro
ils sont talents, les
contests
cochons.
like back in the early 90s, and first place was
Yeah.
$200.
Mais même pas de déblis.
Yeah, and you're getting $2,000 for 11th. That hit me
No.
like so hard. I was like, that's skating. And people now, they all got caught up like, oh man, you know, I'm not making any money doing this. Like, I'm only living off like $1,000 a month or like $1,500 a month. And it's like, dude, boo-hoo. You get to fucking skate every day.
I think there is a line starting to be drawn between,
Je t'attends.
you know, the skateboarders
Allez.
who are artists and the skateboarders who are athletes.
In the 80s, if you walked down the street and you saw someone wearing Vans, you knew he was a skater.
It used to be like, that guy's wearing Airwalks, he's a skater. I can go talk to him right, straight away.
You know, unless you had a personal beef with someone, if they were a skateboarder.
Encore un
There was like a
nickel.
lot of skaters for our town, but it was still like, if I went down the street, just like you're saying, and seen somebody who skated, it's like, pfft, we skate, man, what's good, you know what I mean?
Oh, you skate, I skate. Like, where do you like to skate?
Ok, il est bien.
Well, I think the soul of skateboarding is getting together and uniting with everybody. Everyone you see, you're like, oh, let's go skate. Let's make a spot. Let's do this. Let's do that. Yeah, for an example, like earlier, we made a spot and we had fun and shredded it.
Ok. Le portail est à côté, mais plus
Non, le portail à côté, il amène à genre 3800 blocs.
My God!
Mais il fait sortir proche d'un monument d'océan.
Ok.
C'est mon frère qui a essayé de voir si ça ramènerait chez eux, mais finalement ça n'a pas ramené chez eux, ça ramène perdu dans l'océan.
Majority of skaters now, they start skating because they think it's cool. Like when I started skating, I thought it was cool, but I really was behind the idea that no one else thought it was cool. You know, like the jocks just were, which is the majority, were against you if you're a skateboarder. So it was like the skaters and the punks, like kind of like it was like little sub niches of like the same outcasts. Even to be part of that, you know, it was more of a gang or something like that, you know. So yeah, the first summer I skated all summer, and then at the end of the summer I saw there's this one ledge / curb type thing in my suburb of Chicago, and I always saw it and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go dig in and I'm gonna go skate this spot, you know. I showed up. The very first time I showed up, who's a new guy? You're right, we don't take new guys.
Et
Took
bah,
my
il y
hat,
en a ici, il y en a ici, il y en a
threw it on the
ici.
roof. Took my board, tossed it over the fence. And I'm like, oh, great. I went and got my board. I lost the hat, you know, whatever, and just like skated to some ridicule and stuff, dealt with it. Went home and I'm like, fuck, you know what? Like, this is gnarly. I wonder if these guys would ever like let me like actually roll this shit. I'm like, fuck, I'm going back tomorrow. You know, so go back the next day. Skated, I thought it was going better, you know, like one or two of the dudes were like more cool with you, and then there's like the harsher ones or like the leaders. I got my board snapped. They snapped my board. Went home again. A week later, go back for the same spot. For sure, I'm in this time, you know. Skating along. One of the dudes in my town jumps out from behind the garbage can from the dumpster, tasers me in the ribs with the taser. Like, I didn't even see it coming until I was electrocuted, and I was just like, bam, fell on the ground, like, oh, got up, like, all fucked up, like, went and sat on the curb, was all bummed, you know? And then got up, skated off the rest of the session, you know? And by the end of that session, finally, the dudes are like, shit, this guy's the real deal. He's a real skater. He's coming back. He takes the abuse, doesn't give a fuck. He's here to shred. And that's how you weeded out the posers, you know? And that was rad. Like, I look back on that, and I'm so stoked that that happened, you know? And now, like, when I see a new kid jump on his skateboard, I want to tase that little motherfucker.
Ils veulent pas te donner le
Like,
bâton.
fuck. So, yeah, anyway, the point is that I skated. It was something special to be a skateboarder. And it's because of that that made a camaraderie between all skateboarders, which actually made for more love, you know?
All the 80s skateboarding? Well, if it wasn't for that shit, then I wouldn't be skating right now, so I'm hyped on it. Huh? Oh, all the hate?
The hate in skateboarding? That's just for the lame people that sort of suck.
Are you haters?
Good boy.
I didn't know there was hate in skateboarding.
I trip out, man. I think a lot of these kids nowadays do wild stuff because they're raised on blogs and the internet, and they can call you faggot or fuck you or beat you up online. You know what I mean?
If I may hate a little bit, if you spent all day out skateboarding, like skating your balls off, and went home, feel free to jump on the slap side and comment. But if you didn't skate that day, like I don't feel like you fucked up like
One day we were watching Mouse, and like we were watching Guy's Part or something, and like these kids had never, I won't name no names, you know, but they were like a kid that was coming up in the industry. But we were watching it, and he did a line with a switch tray flip down the 5-stair at Los Feliz, and then he does a half cab heel flip over the table. And the kid watched it, and he was like, he just did a switch tray flip down a 5-stair. Like, it's a 5-stair, you know? And then I looked at him, I'm like, first of all, this was in '96, and it could have been a 5-stair, and it would have been legit. But second of all, he half cab heeled a table, which is 2009, and you probably couldn't do it today. You know? I mean, not to diss anybody, but it's just that was such an amazing run for 1995 or whenever he did it. Like a half cab heel over the table, let alone a switch tray flip, which he passed the crack at Los Feliz. But with that being said, when I grew up, I was still watching like Ban This and videos like that, which like Ray Barbie was going down the street and just doing like all these weird like 43 tricks or like boneless tricks. This is around the same time when like questionable video and all this stuff was coming out, and not once did I watch it and go like, man, like he's skating like flat ground, like that's not cool. But that's like what's changed, you know, is when I grew up, I could watch all of skateboarding and understand that like this is the past, and this is like, it's still raw, and like I'm watching it because it's just a dope video that gives me a dope feeling to go skateboard. I'm not watching it to analyze what tricks they're doing or like if it's not up to par with today. And that just was kind of like, to sum it up, like where skateboarding has come to the point. We're definitely getting torn apart, you know, and it's a lot of like, you're hip-hop, I'm rock, or I'm emo, and you're this, or like, I could watch Corey Duffel skate and be like, that's dope, you know what I mean? Or like, one of my friends is Garrett Hill, you know, he did the tray flip 50-50 with the black and red pants, and everyone's like, why was he wearing black and red pants? Like, it's so disgusting, and it's like, look, like, he's just doing it, like, the trick was so amazing, you know what I mean? And he's such a cool dude. He just did it for that day. People, it's like they look too far into it, you know?
What happened to, if you see just a dude riding a board, you're like, right on, like, you're skating down the street and you see a dude with a board and you're like, yeah, like, he's doing it, he knows what it's all about, that guy's know what it's all about.
As time's kind of gone on, I'm sure, like, with kids it's still like that, you know, like, I skate, you skate, cool. But as you get older, that unity's just kind of like broken. It's like not cool to do that anymore, you know what I mean? It's like there's this really image-based industry, and everyone is so concerned about having this good image, this cool image, and like, you know, looking cool all the time. And it's like, dude, who fucking cares?
Tac. Vous allez rien faire, vous allez rien faire. Hein? J'avais de l'eau. C'est injuste. Très bien. Le jeu pas vu, a vu. Pas de l'autre côté là. C'est vraiment spoiler. Oui. City.
At the end of the day, if you're doing something you love to do, you can't please everybody. So like you're gonna have people that are gonna hate on Sheckler because he had a TV show or he did this move or made this move, whatever. Like if you're doing something you love to do and you have heart and soul in what you do, who cares what anyone else says? That's how I feel. So like I don't really follow the politics so much. Once in a while I'll open a Thrasher and check out the trash section and just kind of like laugh about whatever. But it's like I'm that type of person like, oh, this dude's this guy's that. No. Like I don't really care. You're still a skater no matter what. You still skate the same things, and you're still a skater, you know. And to me, no matter if you're Tony Hawk or you're Andrew Reynolds, if you're Ryan Sheckler or Bam Margera, you're still a skater.
Peut-être que oui, mais
once you incorporate the ollie and the evolution of street skating and the sort of incorporation of things that weren't built originally for skateboarding that were adapted to be skatable and used beyond what their original intention was, that to me is the soul of skateboarding. Everybody goes through the same progression of being a young, spoiled skate brat to growing up and sort of realizing that skating can be whatever it is and can be many things to different people. When you're younger, we kind of have this feeling like it owes us something, or that we are skateboarding more than somebody else that just skates at the local skate park. And as you mature and you grow older, a lot of the common things that sort of unite us as skateboarders is what ultimately rises, rather than the petty bullshit on who's doing what.
If anything, it all comes down to the point where skaters are skaters. We don't give a fuck what the fuck homie's doing. As long as he's riding a skateboard, homie's cool with me.
And that's why that unity, it's so special, and I feel like we can't lose that. If we lose that, skateboarding loses a big chunk of its art if we lose that. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, you just got to do it and not care and just be supportive of everyone. You know, everyone goes through different things.
Je reviens, mais son but, il me dit direct.
Skateboarding saves everybody in the end, you know.
C'est pour ça que ça nous prend plus d'armes enchantées. Pour les perdre dans la lave.
Voilà, me laisse faire même tuer, ça peut rien. Mon stuff, il est seulement disponible.
Ah oui, les cochons t'ont poussé, genre.
Non, je fais exprès. De toute façon, mon stuff, il est disponible, genre. On dort-tu?
On peut.
Je peux pas, il y a des mains.
I didn't care about like the coolness of being a professional skateboarder. I cared about, well, I just want to skate every day and I want to travel and I don't want to work and get opportunities to do that, and then like suddenly those opportunities start to fade and you get another opportunity and it's not the one you wanted, but you can continue to live the lifestyle you want. It's very tempting, you know? Selling out is just doing something that you know you don't support.
A marché.
And know you wouldn't do if it wasn't for the money. That's also I noticed. Pretty much, if you ask any skater that is out there that you think sold out or is selling out, if you ask them, they'll say no. And I've tested my own limits on it. I've done things where I didn't think I was selling out at the time, and then after I did them, I'm like, well, shit.
Il y en a eu pendant un bout, mais là, ils sont morts.
I think I just sold out on that one. That was weak, you know? Like when I was riding for Power, which was a shoe company that paid me pretty good. And I justified it all kinds of different ways. You know, they weren't owned by skaters. They weren't run by skaters, you know? But I'm like, okay, well, they seem willing to work with me. I can find something cool. I try to find ways to justify it, you know, whatever. But in the end, I still didn't feel that comfortable with it. If it's a lot of money and you accept that, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to do it for the money, then it's only fair to be hated on. Some of the hate's there for a reason, you know? So as one body, you know, skateboarding, we got to keep each other in check, you know? Like if skaters fuck up and do the wrong thing, you can't just be like, oh, that guy sucks and talk shit behind his back, you know? Tell him to his face that he's fucking up, you know? Try to show him the light, you know, because that's the only way. By sticking together is the only way we're going to make something that's cool. Make something that you want to be proud to be part of.
I just tripped out on how it went from being cool to be an individual and cool to like doing your own thing on a skateboard to not cool. And, like if you're not doing this and look like this, then fuck you. I don't know, man. A wicked nightmare happened to me. I tore my knee up in 2000. I got my surgery in 2001. I came back into the skate industry because I kind of was out of it, sitting back, and I was so bummed. I told all the magazines, stop sending me mags. I don't want to see them. I just want to get better. It's like torture. I called it skate jail. I wanted to skate so bad, but I was in jail. I couldn't do shit. My knee was all fucked up. And I swear, when I came back skating and looked in the magazine, all of a sudden it was like they completely just ignored and forgot about everyone last year. It was just all these new dudes. I'm not going to name names. You know, they're everyone's favorite skaters now, but they were like new dudes at the time. And like, I was just like, wow, you know. I was stoked for them, but then I was tripping on how like, there was no room for any of the other dudes no more. And I'm hearing all my homeboys are losing sponsors, you know. I just think that the industry took away longevity. The industry took away fucking loyalty.
There is no loyalty in skateboarding, at least amongst the being sponsored into things. For the most part, you ride for an owner of a company. In a lot of cases, the owner doesn't ride a skateboard, he doesn't skate. All they know is you can make money off of it, and it's an investment for them. But as far as the person's individual well-being, they don't care about it. You're just highly expensive at the end of the day.
Dust is always in the air, and cleaning it, is the worst. So get a Swiffer duster. It captures dust in one swipe without lifting a thing. Trap and lock 3 times more dust. Oh yeah, you'll love Swiffer for your money back.
Good morning, you betcha, with 7 to 22 vitamins and minerals from Kellogg's. Nourish your great.
They'll use you up for everything you're worth and then replace you with someone younger or even older that's cheaper or less expensive to maintain.
It's one thing if they're not skating and they're old and they're done skating and it's not even an age thing. But if the guy's skating and he's not marketable, they'll fucks up with your marketing company. What's up with your marketing dude? That's who I think is the marketing guy. Because you can market a piece of shit. You can market a puppet. So these guys are fucked up. And that's what's happening to our legends. We're running out of heroes, dude. Andrew Reynolds probably the best hero for our generation. I mean, there's always been
en train d'améliorer le chemin vers la forteresse,
Tony
en fait.
Alva's still the man. Tony Hawk, all those dudes, Cab, everybody, you know, those guys are OGs now.
Pour que ça soit un petit peu plus jouable.
Penny is right now.
People know why they
Pas
skateboard,
beaucoup
but it's
plus
just
jouable.
It's
Genre
gotten so
2%
big that it's just at a weird place, you know. But a lot of people, I feel, they still ride the skateboard for, like we said, like the soul of it, you know, just to go and ride it and ride off the curb.
You know, obviously, it takes money to make skateboards. You know, you gotta do that thing. Once, like, Gatorade and, like, you know, all these big companies started getting involved in skateboarding, it just, like, kind of ruined it. Like, I don't know, people didn't have the sense of judgment as they do, you know, back when they just wanted to like do an ollie in the street.
What made skateboarding
Alors ça m'a cool, elle marche quand même un peu.
become a very profitable.
Ouais, c'est cool. J'en ai pris genre 4-5 tantôt.
T'en as encore?
J'en ai pris un petit peu dans la ferme, ouais, dans le coffre. Et sinon j'ai mis un poulet de plus en haut à ajouter.
Horrible at that time to want to say I'm not giving this toy up and I'm going to figure a way to make money at this. The guys before us think we were whack. We probably are. There's a lot of things about it that make me feel whack.
Mais puis il y en a, ça va être efficace.
This is me on Power Edge when I was younger.
Tac.
Still doing the same tricks the last 30 years.
Le bruit est un peu tannant, mais ça va être.
Swine. Skateboarding is getting older. And as it gets older, it grows, matures, and morphs into new things. I had to realize this is what I like to do, and it morphs. So when I, in the 90s, was told by all the people that gave me money, we don't have any money for you because no one wants you, street skating's popular. I didn't just get pushed out. Like a lot of guys just quit or left because all they could do is kind of go back and forth on a half pipe. I had already learned I just like skateboarding. I was always a fan of it. So at that point, I became a fan of the Mark Gonzalez's, and I wanted to skate with Mark. Could I be the best dude or the most popular guy? No. But I could be involved and still skateboard with dudes that are doing new rad stuff. Mark Gonzalez moves me as a skateboarder. Some of the guys that have the most money in skateboarding might not move me. And I can say that about myself. Younger guys put me in a position where, oh, you're the guy that we like. The only reason they liked me is because I was put in that position of money. And they could see it. I think there's guys way better than me. You know? I know there, and I don't think, I know there's guys way better than me. I did the right thing, I was in the right place, or we did all the things that you wanted to do to get there. You put in that position where they can pick you and go, man, you're the one that makes me want to skate.
Je pense pas. On peut faire des enchantements niveau 30.
And that all comes from money.
C'est comme pour égaler des bords.
Ouais, parce que c'est 15 au total, je pense, puis design comme ça donnait 18.
And those guys usually are the guys that aren't accepted by the crowd.
Mais ouais, peu importe. Tu peux en rajouter si tu veux.
I mean, I hate naming names because I don't want like names to kind of come out in things, but Jamie Thomas is a great example of not being accepted by the group of dudes and paved his own way. And as soon as he paved his own way, all the accepted dudes were like, he's the man. Why? Because he made money. Chad Muska did it. Eric Costin, you know? I wasn't accepted by the dudes. You know what I mean? Like, Tony Hawk doesn't feel like he's accepted by the dudes. I mean, you know, it's endless. What we battle to have this intangible thing. We set up all these, like, this is how it should be, or this is what it is. And we all do that to try to, like, have power, position, or whatever over others. If Mark Gonzalez never made a penny in skateboarding, we would never have seen him. We never would have been exposed to what he did, or, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Mark skated parks back in the day. We saw him. He used to come to my house when he was a little kid, skate. Whatever, you know, some kid trying to skate. I took him to the bus stop one day. He popped out of the car and rode down the street like he was
J'en ai volé une coupe à mon frère pour faire un doigt de maison, mais sinon, j'avais pas de plan particulier.
Alva was like, come ride for Alva.
Boom,
Marked with Alva. People start seeing it. It's no different than the Proactive commercial. Or the
Génial.
Really bad cross your heart sweaty thing or whatever it's called. What is it? I don't think there's anyone that thinks that's awesome. I mean, we don't have to point out that that's whack. Like, there's no one that thinks that's awesome, except for the few thousand million girls that think Ryan Sheckler's cute. And nothing's wrong with that. Dude's making money, spraying his armpits in the air. Like, how hot is that? It doesn't ruin anything about skateboarding to me. It's like, it is punk. It's like taking those dudes' money. I'll take your money, great. Give me a, go for it. That's great that a skateboarder can make money out of it. You know what I mean? That is fantastic that somebody from our community can make money from that kind of stuff. I honestly believe that Ryan and what he's doing and how kind of alienated he is from this group, he is what we all are trying to be. The dude that's alienated from the group because we don't like any of that, that's horrible, whatever. Like, and then all of a sudden we get into this collective group that thinks the same. Who are we rebelling against? Who is skateboarding rebelling against? It's like the whole society is supposedly rebellious. My grandma has getting tattoos. Like, crazy. Super crazy. I mean, it's not. The act of skateboarding is the only thing that separates you from the dude that can beat up someone, the guy that can cuss more, the guy that can get more chicks, the guy that can get more tattoos, the guy that acts tougher, whatever. The act of skating is the only thing that separates you. The act of skating is the only thing that's gnarly.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You have endorsements for people like Ryan Sheckler and P-Rod, but for the most part, you know, those guys earned what they have, and a lot of people in skateboarding, it's what you make it. You know, you can do it for fun, or you can do it to make money and be a pro, or whatever it is. Skateboarding is how you felt when you were a little kid. The first time you stand on that board, it feels like you're moving, but you're standing still. It's like that little parallel feeling of flight. I think it's what inspires most kids to want to go further in skateboarding. I think that skateboarders a lot of times say, you know, oh, well, I'm a skateboarder, that's just like mainstream, not into that. Well, skateboarding is just as mainstream as anything else. It's up to the individual person what they do with it.
When dudes are making $1 million skateboarding, or find a way to outside of skateboarding or whatever, a kid cannot come into skateboarding without knowing that. You can't expect them to come in without knowing that or without feeling that. Parents want their kids to skate now. There's places to do it. There's rules and regulations set. You know what I mean? There's a lot of, it's just not young anymore. When it's young, I think you can relate that word soul to it. When it gets manufactured and older, soul has to be manufactured. I can still go and do what I want to do on a skateboard, how I want to do it, when I want to do it, and it'll give me the same feeling that I've been looking for and I want. Can I make a living off of it? Will I sell a skateboard? Will Nike sponsor me? Would I get a commercial? Maybe not. But that's for the guys who want to do that. And if they want to do it, they better be at the top of their game, is what it's called, right? Which is just so un-skateboarder-like to us. But that's where it's at.
Especially with the economy right now and everyone's getting screwed, like, I see it going back to the fuck it mentality, and I hope it does. I mean, I'm not making any money off it right now, so I guess it's my way of being like, fuck it.
Réussi. Installer, construire. Filmable. Jouer. Toi, tu streams sur quoi?
Je stream sur quoi?
Moi, genre sur OBS?
Ouais. Sur un PC.
Bon, je peux PC.
Non?
Je PS, je peux.
Ah non, j'ai commencé sur mon PS4.
Ouais, peut-être. Mais là, t'es quoi? T'es PC?
Maintenant, je suis sur mon PC, ouais.
You know, now recession and now everybody's hurting. These dudes got house payment. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying?
On
like,
upgrade tranquillement.
What am I gonna do? I'm tapping into my fucking trust fund, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear people crying over shit, and most of us skaters are like, dude, give me half the money you have in your pocket right now, and I'll be good for a week. You know what I mean? Like making it work. You know? Got my weed smoking dudes, they be stretching that shit to little crumbs, they stretch it, you know? Do you want to smoke an eighth? He's fucking putting tobacco in a spliff, fuck it.
They see the P-Rod or they see whoever and they're like, well, you know what? I'm gonna skate, I'm gonna make money, I'm gonna be blinging, I'm gonna have these hot sponsors with hot gear. If you're a business owner or if you're like a investor, you know, like the point is money. When you're skateboarding, the point isn't money. If you're skating and the point's money, if the reason you're skating is money, then get the fuck out of here. Like, that's not cool, you know?
If you don't like where it's going, it's like, get involved. I see Paul Zitzer, Neil Hendricks, they see that it's going mainstream and skateboarding's getting huge, but they're getting involved, and they're dudes that are down to earth and have good heads on their shoulders, and they can keep it tight, you know what I mean? It's up to the real skateboarders to get involved to make sure it keeps it tight. That's our obligation. Because it's getting big whether we like it or not.
There's going to be lots of things coming in, coming out, offering. How to keep it balanced is, I believe, is a personal thing. I'm just like anyone else. Like, that thing is kooky, that thing's whack, I won't do it. But it's easy for the people not in the position to say that.
As long as you're signing with something that you believe in and you're doing it right, I don't think it's a bad thing, you know what I mean? Like, people say, oh, you sell out because you ride for this company. It's like, no.
Sorry.
It's not, I'm selling out to ride for this company. It's like, no, we're working on something that's going to build something and progress to a level. And with this economy, there's brands like Nike and K-Swiss and Monster and some of the, you know, brands like that are backing skateboarding, which is helping keep skateboarding alive.
If you notice, they're normally older, more
je sais pas, peut-être des planchers de futures maisons, je sais pas.
Normally guys like that who are hating because
gaspiller
of
les blocs.
how much they put into it. They put into some, you know, their blood, sweat, and tears into something that is what I taught. You know, how I feel like it was something that was ours. It was unique, and it does feel like it's been hoarded out in some ways because, you know, to what end will we go to try to get that check?
Ta chambre des coffres, ça avance.
I think there are people who have steered away from that.
Ouais,
and I think, you know, I highly respect those dudes.
J'ai vu les deux
and
murs.
those dudes, I think, are what keeping
J'ai vu les deux murs.
still grounded, you know.
Personal balance, it all goes back. Like, to me, now, I'm like, my honor and my integrity, I think about that so much. I want to die with, like, feeling like I had my personal honor. And it's like, that's just a fictitious little thing that's floating in the air, you know? People are like, dude, you're being stupid. Like, what's your problem?
Bleeding gums are a sign of bacterial infection.
We always recommend Crest Gum toothpaste to a patient.
Well, me, skateboarding is my god, and if I fucking take some sacrifices for it, then it means more to me. And with skateboarding, when you do that, it makes skateboarding more important to you.
Salut par visage, tu l'as dit. Comment je m'entends d'autres? Oh, mais...
I saw it coming.
Puis jouer avec toi. Je sais pas.
The common question of where is skateboarding going might still be a mystery.
De t'envoyer
One
le
thing that is
lien.
for certain, skateboarding has changed.
Je vais le copier dans mon chat. Je peux le copier où tu veux.
People actually supported skate shops. It is often
Tant que tu fais pas de bordel.
time when you passed a fellow skater on
Ouais,
the street,
c'est ça.
and it was an
Si
instant
ça fait
bond
une
with
merde,
friendship, just
désolé.
because they were a skater. But that seems to be just a quote nowadays. What really happened to that?
Mais moi, le but, c'est que ça soit le plus actif possible. On s'amuse.
Where's the soul of skateboarding?
C'est la mort de... On va te faire un petit skate comme ça, ramasser le stuff et après on va...
On va le kick, là, on peut pas faire grand chose.
Because it's everyone.
Au juste le
If
tu
we
avances,
focus
non,
our energy
mettons
on
qu'il
all
ramasse
the
du diable,
negativity, then
puis
skateboarding certainly
Non,
can
c'est ça.
only go downhill with that
On fait
focus.
confiance.
Remember those great sessions with your friends? Getting your first board or skateboard?
That feeling of pushing down the street.
A feeling of pushing down the street.
Feeling of pushing down the street.
Feeling of pushing down the street.
Ce que je voulais déjà, moi. Puis de la bouffe. Mais il n'y a pas de bouffe. Oh oui, il y a un snap.
Always remind yourself of those feelings and never lose the raw power of passion and joy.
That is the mindset that will keep us from blending in with the society skateboarding has rebelled against for so long.
Skateboarding has rebelled against for so long.
The society skateboarding has rebelled against for so long.
The
wood under our feet is something that has made us feel extraordinary. Skateboarding is one of the few real things left in this fucking world, you stupid ass bitch, and we are.
Bonjour madame.
We are skateboarders.
We are skateboarders.
On va ici, je crois.
We are skateboarders.
Ici,
It is the love and unity that will keep our skateboarding spirit strong, not the hate and not the money.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs.
Definitely not the money.
Toi.
So let's all start making a change. Let's all start
Bien.
making a difference.
Oui,
Let's
compétent.
all start focusing on bringing the soul back into skateboarding.
Yeah. Bravo. De transformer. Hein? En fait. Laisser. L'écrire, mais... Mais c'est une idée. Puis es-tu capable d'envoyer le lien?
Il est déjà dans mon chat. Je l'ai envoyé dans le chat de Twitch, pas dans le chat du Discord.
To another beautiful stream.
Mais
How is everybody
je peux
feeling
l'envoyer
today?
dans le
How is everybody
Discord.
doing? Woo! That was a little bit of a scramble.
Dans gaming.
Had a little bit of an
Boom.
incident just then. A
Ben
little bit
sinon,
of
je
an
t'ai acheté un
incident.
petit mets dans
But I'll tell you
ton...
about that in a second.
dans
But
ton
we
chat.
are here today,
Ah, ben là, il est dans le
the journey
Discord gaming.
of metal detecting, finding things, getting the value, buying a skateboard, giving it away to a kid. This is day
Je suis pas trop certain de comment on fait, mais...
technically. Day 3/day 4. Yo.
Trippy_stick sub for 1 month.
Trippy Sticks, appreciate you. Shout out to the Prime. Shout out to the offline sub while I was getting organized as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Billy, Sporky, Asta, Chuck Shake. What's good? Okay, today, new location. You may recognize it. Where skateboarding originated. You may not, but that's okay. Okay. One other thing is I'm trying to unlock.
Tu l'envoies dans quel?
What do they even call it?
Dans gaming,
Partner
ouais.
Plus program. And to do that, you have to have 3 months, 3 consecutive months of 100 subs. No Prime, no gifted
Ça
subs.
devrait
And we got
marcher.
2 months under our belt with 100. today we're coming up right at the end of the month, and I have 89 points. So I need 11 more points before the end of the month. Otherwise, we got to start again for another 3 whole months. So we're really like, this is a little bit dicey. We got 11 until the end of the month, so hopefully we can make that happen. But yeah, if you were thinking of doing a TTS, maybe hit the sub instead, and you can do the TTS for the sub. But I appreciate you guys so much, so I'm really not trying to like beg for the subs or anything, but I'm not missing that. 11 points out of 3 months of work. I am not missing that. But yeah. Anyway, we're at the beach. Okay, you want to hear my story of what just happened then? Like you noticed that this is like sidewalk there, and then you walk all the way out to the beach, then there's the water, and then there's the amusement park. I was over on the sidewalk, and I was like, alright, I'll set up here, we'll start on the sidewalk, and we'll walk over. Yo.
ENFOE1200 subbed for 1 month.
Thank you so much, ENFO.
Weirdly subbed for 1 month.
Weirdly, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate it. So, okay, now we're 91, so we literally got 9 more to go. I think there's enough time in the month that we should be able to do it. Because I am not missing it. But guys, I was setting up over there, and then like I got my bag, I got all my stuff, you know, like running the stream takes a lot. There's a lot of moving parts. We got the mic, we got the speaker, we got the stuff. I'm like rummaging through all my stuff, about to get it set up. Then just this, I don't know, how do I describe this fellow? Extremely sketchy.
Izzy going sub for 1 month.
Yo, Izzy going. Very cool name. I love the Twitch names. 92. Thank you guys so much. 8 left. Yo, 8 to go. That's insane. Okay, how do I describe this fellow? Extremely sketchy looking guy comes up to me and he goes, well, I'm like kneeling on the ground on my bag. And I'm at the beach, I'm already vulnerable with all this technology and stuff. And he's like, yo, you want to help me out? And I'm like, no. I start like trying to pack up a little bit to grab it. He's like, I think you do. I'm like, I'm getting out of here. I grabbed all my stuff like while some of it was open and I just like walked out of there. But homie was so aggressive. Why? I hate how that makes me feel, you know? If I said, yeah, maybe I'll help you, then he'll come over, he'll start trying to steal my stuff or like whatever, you know? But like, I hate that I have to be like so alert at all times. Can you help me out? No. And then he's like coming up to me trying to get whatever. I'm like, I gotta get out of there instantly. It really breaks my heart I just want to go to the beach and have fun, and you're making me super on guard, like ready to like defend my stuff.
Mais j'en ai genre 800
I really like it just really hurts my soul, honestly. Like I hate such a bad like energy to kick off the day with.
Ouais, je suis dit pour aller chercher un peu de charbon.
Like ready to like, bro, let's fight. Like I'll defend my stuff. You are not taking my shit. Like fuck you. But anyway, that was an evil man. Unfortunately, that happens 1 billion times when you're out here. So I don't know. Do I get used to it or like what do I do? You know. Anyway, so that happened, and then I came over here, and then I was like, man, we're kind of lagging. I was trying to set up all my stuff. So let me just give me a moment to continue setting up. But yeah, we've been day 3 metal detecting. You may wonder, Ricky, what have you found? I don't have it with me, but we found some keys. We found a toy car. We found about $2 and some change of coins. We found, what else? The earring. There was this whole earring saga where I thought the earring piece that I found was worth $590. Turns out it almost was, but it was an imitation of one that was worth $590. But I think it still has some value, so it's okay. We're still hyped.
Ma superbe maison. Les portes tournantes en avant, ça fonctionne bien. Je vais apporter des zombies, tu vas voir.
You gotta understand what it's like to just feel at peace. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, you're just at peace. It's really, honestly, it's a nice, oh no, my only head tie just snapped. It's a really nice way to live. Bro, could this day get any worse? Just kidding. It's a good day. Even if you snap your hair tie, you can defend against evil man.
Le sas.
Luckily, I know how to rebuild my hair tie.
Mais ouais, ils peuvent pas
Also,
passer
guys,
nulle part.
yesterday we streamed
C'est
and the
trop
connection was good
facile.
whole time, and then it just started dipping out. I think what happened is my external
Gaspin
modem
avec
router
point
overheated,
CQ.
so we went down from 2 connections to
Il
went down from 3
hein.
connections to 2. So I was really trying to figure it out because I was like, we didn't change locations, like nothing's changed. Like how can this be different? So I think that's what happened. Right now, honestly, I streamed later in the day even.
Hein?
So it's like the
Je
temperature
pensais que t'avais dormi dans
is
mon
the
lit.
highest right now.
Non,
My car keys.
pas
It wasn't car
vraiment.
keys, it was like house keys. It was interesting.
C'est
There
pas
was
dans
a
mes
Red
plans.
Bull and Monster like
Les pelles sont pas à moi.
can lid on
Il y a
them.
plein de trucs,
So I feel
c'est
like it
pas
was like
moi.
a young person
sais pas ce que
surfing
tu veux.
probably that likes extreme action sports.
J'ai pas besoin de...
Dang, right. Have I really forgot how to do a bowline knot?
Les 60 cobbles.
Let me try to remember. It's hard to do it so small on the hair tie, but I want to do bowline so then it's nice and strong, it won't snap again. Thought it's like that.
Yes, you can.
Ma superbe chambre.
Maybe I just didn't leave enough room. There we go. Nice bowline.
C'est pas où? C'est genre...
I can't believe I snapped my hair tie. What are the odds? Okay, let's tie. What I was doing is tying up the hair, then putting on my lovely hat to really get character, you know? And then we're gonna find big treasure today, guys. I got a really good feeling.
Ah!
Je l'ai commencé trop
Summertime crime
petit.
goes up. The world we live in, we out here. Ricky hair down is glorious. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of over the hair. Okay, these are my tools. I have this strong digger. We actually clip it on here. But I barely use this, to be honest. So that's clipped under the bag. We have my glove. I usually rock the one glove approach like a boss. Then this, honestly, this has been the best tool. It's like a spaghetti strainer for the dry sand. Works super good.
Non, le truc à poisson ça fonctionne pas, mais là-dedans il y en a. Mais il y a des drowns aussi, des noyés.
Then we're pretty much ready to begin.
On commence enfin à avoir quelques vaches.
But yeah, such a...
Attention, il y a un creeper derrière toi.
I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling of being like, I'm gonna fight to defend right now. But anyway, let's try to forget about that and enjoy our beautiful, lovely day on the beach. I'm going to initiate POV. So bear with me, let me know if the mic unplugged or F. But I think we're looking nice.
Faudrait ajouter des torches, ouais. J'ai plus assez de... Mais...
Oh yeah, I'm getting better at this, guys. I feel like every stream I get better at streaming. How long have we been going? Almost 3 months. On the 5th of whatever the next month is, that'll be my streamiversary for 3 months.
Ah!
I think that was the first stream with Maya was on the 5th. Okay. So we're gonna point down. Let's position the mic. It'd be so funny if I knock my own mic off and lose it, then I come back and re-find it. That's content. Actually, I wonder if I could bury something, or like just throw something in the water and then try to find it. That would be kind of funny too. Okay. We looking pretty good, right?
Je m'ai comme fait une belle maison. Mais...
Alright.
Je l'utilise quand même pas.
I put our bag on.
My
shoulder's been getting sore from carrying this big bag around. From like where all the weight, because all the weight is just on one shoulder. Oh.
Non, j'ai pas de quoi.
Okay, so yeah guys, this is the POV.
Quoi, il y a encore de la terre.
Apple Watch Pro.
Non, c'est beau. Mais
damn, it feels way longer than 3 months. Well, I mean, I was streaming on YouTube and Kick and whatever.
Mais c'est comme un peu à part du village.
Avec le système de batterie Omega Benchmark.
Le volontaire.
D'un projet.
Comme ça me sauve du manger.
Seulement chez Home Hardware.
Je commence à croire que
Your personal info could be at risk, and you might not even know.
J'aime ça sauver de l'argent.
We help millions of Canadians monitor their identities. Don't wait. Help protect your identity with monitoring and
I don't know when the original YouTube streams started. It was all because of Garrett Jenner, kind of. He was my original inspiration. Then Yuri, the Yuri arc. All right, let's initiate. Okay, now we're good to go. How does that look? Scan the bird. What bird? So, I was reading that these beaches actually have like a warning saying there's like bacteria in the water or something. I think it was to do with the heat wave, which I don't really understand how heat wave. Bro, there's so many people here. Oh my god. There's literally so many people at the beach. I was thinking of going right on the towel line, but there's a billion people. Let's just get a couple days to make ourselves feel productive. Maybe I should walk away from the pier. I was like, yeah, let's go to the pier, but did I just instantly think it's amazing? Oh, needle in a haystack, literal. See how that pricked me? That actually is stabbing into me. I don't want to put that in my pocket, but I don't want to rearrange my bag right now either. Alright, I might get stabbed later, guys.
Des escaliers en terre. Oh, t'en as-tu besoin de terre? J'ai vu, mais...
Ah ben non, je m'en ai refait d'autres. J'en ai à l'infini des pelles.
De toute façon, on enlève tout le corridor parce que rendu là, il y a une ville.
Oh, look, there is a whole sewing kit. There's another
Et on
one.
va tout enlever ça.
But I mean, like, do I want more needles? Like, geez. Don't put in the pocket, yeah, probably.
Et là, notre
Certain
super
bacteria
pont.
grows in higher temperatures. Felt cute, might stab later. Alright, you guys are right. I shouldn't have it in my pocket. Especially when there's bacteria in the water. That was the whole point of this thing, is to avoid bad. Ricky's saving people's feet. Yeah, at the other beach yesterday, I found this giant steel thing, not steel, iron thing, and like if you stepped on that, it would have literally gone right through your foot, and it was kind of sticking up as well. It was in a way that like could have really killed someone. Ah, but am I really gonna be like tied in the mix of the people? Let's walk this way a little bit. Also, let's see. We learned from the original guy that we're not so good in the wet sand, but it seems like we're still doing good here.
Non, mais on va tout pouvoir le refaire avec le temps.
Okay, so like, I think we can be about here. But see, honestly, over here I never get any action. So let's see what happens today. Some heroes wear bucket hats. I don't know. I don't feel like a hero after that guy confronted me. I was ready. I was ready to break the metal detector on him. I would have happily done it.
That's his own.
How much did I miss? Not much. We're just kicking off. There's a lot of people at the beach.
Yes, it really.
But see how there's nothing down here? It's weird. Like, I feel like the people actually understand the tides better. They have more luck. See, like, let's try over here. And let's see if we can find another guy. See, like, see how all this stuff kind of washes up in this line? I feel like that's where we want to be.
Je vais taper avec le sable. Le sable. Si je fais pas ça fou.
Zombies always out, yeah. I watch Walking Dead to get hyped up to face the world in Los Angeles County.
Okay. fais une maison genre de villageois?
Non, je fais rien pas tout.
No action, really.
Attends,
je vais juste perdre mon temps. En fait, j'ai miné 50 blocs de roche, donc là, je dépense 50 blocs de roche.
Ça va être...
swinging too fast. I feel like in general, you gotta go really slow. If you like really want to cover the ground, and like be like, I searched this area.
Bon, on a déjà plein de coffres remplis aussi.
Slow. But I don't know if Rick has the patience.
Juste pour dire que ça a l'air d'avancer. En fait, ça a l'air plus vivant quand il y a des trucs qui bougent.
I got a feeling we're gonna find something awesome.
Ouais.
Yeah, me too. I hope.
Mais en regardant
d'ici, are we even good though? Like, we're getting nothing.
Hey. Si, ça m'enlève ça. Avec le grand arbre.
C'est
quand même un petit village, c'est...
Bah oui, c'est cool. Es-tu déjà monté dans le grand arbre?
Non, je suis dans un lit, là. Ah!
On peut y aller, si tu veux.
Ouais. Je suis allé, mais je...
There's a lot of nightcrawlers in LA next challenge.
On peut aller jusqu'en
haut. Watching the crimes, how do I make money from that though? I have to make money to get the team. I don't know, watching the crimes, like I feel like you have like a little bit of a like I feel like if I'm broadcasting a crime and I'm benefiting and I'm profiting, I feel like you're like a little bit morally I don't know, like complicit in the bad things happening. Like I don't know if I feel okay with that.
Messieurs, j'ai mis un bloc d'or.
Promoting crime. I mean, I wouldn't say it's promoting,
un
but
bloc
it's like,
d'or, c'est pas si rare.
It's kind of like utilizing the negativity of terrible things happening for your benefit, which like I feel like is not necessarily good. See, like, maybe I don't know enough about the beach that this part, the waves is going too much that, like, it's not where stuff ends up.
Oui et non.
And that's why
Il
this part, where it hasn't got the waves,
simple, mais assez amusant quand même. Ouais, ça, je crois qu'il faut changer de côté. Essayer de pas mourir.
Je suis dépassé. Bonjour. Faut que tu montes ici. Oh.
Ah, je pense que j'avais le bon chemin.
On est poussé. Ok. Et...
Wow.
Comment tu fais pour embarquer?
Mordello.
Hey! Je suis pris!
T'es mort.
But see what I mean? Like, I know where to find each type of thing. Like, I just was saying, you want to find trash, go above the line. Hope it's coins. I still think my favorite thing was that little kid being like, what are you doing? Whoa, cool, can I have a go? And just instantly finding the quarter. That was so funny.
Wow.
Ça commence.
Ouais.
Okay, there's
il en faudrait juste, tu sais, plus sur le portail, là, il en faudrait.
Mon frère avec son ami sont en train d'essayer de prendre l'île derrière nous. Ici.
What is that?
Oh ouais. Oups.
Tranquillement.
If this is the Fallout, would we be rich?
Would we? With bottle caps?
Oui, ouais.
I don't think they have that much value.
Je me demandais c'était quoi, j'avais vu ça sur la carte, mais je sais pas.
Il veut couvrir toute l'île de bambou et faire une base dans le milieu.
Red, give bits or subs, which is better?
Wow.
I think bits, Red. Or TTS.
One life.
Ouais, on saute.
I mean, I guess traditional TTS
direct dans le pont.
More of the money.
Ouais, direct dans le pont.
Red, what you could do actually is get a, I'm not sure if you are tier 3, But if you hit the tier 3, I would get the sub points actually.
Hey!
Ben, c'est comme il a découvert les portes comme ça aussi, ça empêche les monstres de passer.
An additional 5 points.
Non.
So we're currently on 91.
Quand même cool sa maison.
So then we'd really be close.
Ça mène où?
J'ai quand même pris le temps de jouer un peu, c'est cool.
Man, should I go to the densely populated area? What do you guys think is the ethical dilemma of like, you're sitting at the beach there and you see this idiot scanning right here? You think it's okay? Would you be bummed or what?
Ouais.
Or would you be hyped?
Hey! Ouch! Il me tapait en arrière, regarde!
Ah, il y a un zombie dans le bateau avec le panda.
Qu'est-ce qu'il fait?
Cool quand même.
Would I be bummed? Maybe.
Il faut inconnu.
Attends, je vais faire un screenshot de mon histoire du Realm.
Oh non! Bon, on a son Mickey, vas-y.
I would not be hyped, yeah, I agree.
Rien qui pas.
Je vais mourir.
Passe-toi, il pas.
Je suis en train de faire une publication de l'histoire. Désolé.
Oh non, il y a des fours qui ont pété.
J'étais en plein menu, je pouvais rien faire.
Tac.
J'arrive.
Better than a nude beach with some old dude striking up a convo. Guys, have you ever been to a nude beach? Let me know in the chat. Give me a Y or an N.
Oh wow, déjà comme
if
neuf.
I'm typing in the chat, I'm typing a Y.
Ça va,
même
peu comme neuf en plus.
C'est mieux.
Maybe switch people's areas after they leave? No, we can't be doing that.
Tac.
That's getting too close to just stealing.
Incroyable.
Y a quelque chose
I want to go over to the pier area there.
Non. Toi, vous voulez des choses?
The opposite side of the pier.
Non, mais ça peut gérer mon ton stuff.
Moi, garde ce que tu veux, je peux prendre le restant des vidanges que tu ne veux pas.
Should I walk up on the where we get a lot of action?
Je veux pas t'encombrer. Ah, ça, il était ici, je pense.
De quoi? Oh, ça se peut.
Je peux te montrer où il y a d'autres pandas et des chats, des oslots, si tu veux, c'est pas loin par là.
Ouais, t'es où? Il est là. Pas mal.
We should get an ice cream, yeah, maybe.
Il y a plein de creepers. Ça, c'est des escaliers qui mènent jusqu'à mon spawner à zombies.
Mais gars, mais il est pas mais il faut loin quand même faire zombie.
Oui, c'est loin. Non, ouais, c'est la première fois que je fais le tour par le bambou. Là. Avant, il n'y avait pas de bambou.
This is a clean beach, guys.
Ah oui, si on retraverse juste en ligne droite ici,
yeah, I mean,
il y a des oslots et des pandas.
So I didn't get the crack of dawn. Maybe this is the one where I need crack of dawn because then I can be in the area.
Les oslots, c'est comme les chats, mais de la jungle. Je vais essayer de ramasser un ou deux poissons pour en peindre un. On devrait en trouver.
Find the area where the trucks drag the beach to the morning gold mine. Yeah, I did actually see it last time when I was at Venice.
Ah ouais, il y a
so I don't know, Venice and Santa Monica are pretty much the same beach. Like you just walk like a mile that way and then you're at Venice.
Hey boy. J'ai deux cœurs. Oh, un
petit
chat qui a un panda roux.
Sinon, ouais, moi j'aime bien aller vers la droite ici, c'est là j'en ai trouvé le plus.
What's metal here? Oh.
Parce que normalement j'en trouve déjà où on est présentement. Peut-être parce qu'on est la nuit. Des chats et des pandas, ouais.
See how that was making in-string tones?
Ben, j'ai vu un chat.
Ah oui, un autre ici.
There was no chance that was not going to be trash.
Ben, parce que je vois qu'il bouge, et des petites peurs, des zombies qui bougent.
I'd rather rebound than a stupid can. Actually, what am I saying?
Ouais, il faut tenir un poisson dans nos mains puis se pencher pour que les chats sautent pas.
C'est bon.
Un bébé
I mean,
chat.
it sounds like a can too then.
Il a pas.
Il a pas mangé mon voisin. Ben, il l'a mangé, mais ça l'a pas apprivoisé. Bon.
Non, j'ai une idée. On va venir par les arbres.
Did I not get it? Oh, is that...
Sinon, pendant que j'ai rien d'important sur moi, je pense que je vais juste aller un peu plus loin si je trouverais pas des trucs intéressants.
Ouais.
Je crois pas jamais être allé dans cette direction-là.
Oh my god, that scared me. Thank you. Thanks, Red.
Petit explos.
Got anything? No. I found a sewing needle and a can, and whatever this is, and a bottle cap.
Oh, j'ai manqué de clavier.
Just pure trash. Let's keep our trash and...
Le plus important que j'ai sur moi, d'après moi, c'est une pelle en fer.
Shit.
Puis même là, tu donnes un coup, puis elle brise le corps d'une ligne de terre. Puis j'ai crevé. Oh.
Ricky the Radical Recycler. I wonder if I
Moi,
could
je
do
suis tombé
something
dans
fun
une
where
grotte,
it's
puis il n'y a pas de
like I
sortie,
melt
fait que je vais sûrement me laisser
recycled
mourir.
steel somehow and make a truck or something. Like, wouldn't that be fun? If I could do something like that. Or even, not even a truck, just make like a deck bolts or something. Something easy.
Oh non, mais j'avais plein de terre. Faut que je retourne.
Found the guy that was heckling me.
Ouais, sinon, j'en ai plein dans des coffres aussi.
Pas grave.
Interesting, there's just nothing out here.
Je vais me laisser creeper.
Sounds like a lot of
cars.
Sauver le chemin du retour.
Ça commence à être le jour.
Où es-tu, ma petite carotte?
Smelting stream.
Moi, ça?
I mean, I feel like that's really hard, right? It doesn't have to be extremely hot.
Gab la carotte.
Ouais, c'est ça que je me disais. Je sais pas si c'est vraiment une carotte ou...
T'es dans quel coin, toi?
Galbani, la marque de fromage numéro 1.
Dans le coin perdu.
Dans la jungle, à l'autre bout.
The forge.
Ouais, je sais où t'es tombé. Bon.
De toute façon, si tu reviens, je vais te donner de la terre ou ce que tu veux.
How am I gonna not annoy the beach goers?
Si tu peux revenir.
I should have thought this more through. The beach vibe at 5 a.m. at 6 a.m. was pretty nice too. Kind of liked it.
Même s'il y a plein de bambous qui m'arrêtent. Hey, hey! Ah!
Extremely heat. Everyone out and about. Zombies mulling around.
Comme dans les bambous.
Heckling me.
On était sur le bas des bambous.
Faut aller vers 0-0 pour trouver la maison.
One sec, guys, I gotta be up here.
Non, non, mais... Genre, on a exploré.
Je pense que oui.
Je vais aller voir. Comment il pourrait avoir bien d'or.
Okay, that should be better, sorry. It slipped off my additional connection.
Oh, ouais, c'est le bord. Ma terre. Mais pas ma tête dans le micro.
Oh,
Ben oui.
we up 1 cent. Let's go.
C'est pas bien, oui.
Finally, some profit. We take the 1 cent, but we throw out the 5 cent can. What a world.
Une vache.
Cold hard cash, I know.
Les vaches
What
sacrées.
an amazing day when you find cold hard cash that's just ready to exchange for goods and services. Penny for a penny book. It'd be sick to get all the pennies and melt it down, but I don't think you can do that. I think that's destroying currency is a crime. It's actually crazy that a penny can be worth so little. Like, it's a fairly big hunk of, what is it, copper? No, it's not copper, iron? Is it iron? We got a lot of beachgoers.
J'espère que ça va être correct.
Foil?
Je ne sais. Hey!
See, look, let's see if I was going this fast. See, that is too fast. Wow, maybe I'm really going too fast. I gotta go like this.
Ça fait mal les trous dents.
Nickel, that's right. Copper is the valuable one. Rolex, baby.
Donc je vais peut-être adopter un chien de nôtre.
Nice.
Oh, our least favorite
Parce que j'ai comme donné la bouffe à un chien au hasard. Ok, non, c'est pas
How many
c'est pas
temples you got now? 3?
Je croyais avoir volé le chien d'un autre.
Je pense pas qu'on puisse.
Non, non, c'est ça, on peut pas.
Bro, there's too many people.
J'ai-tu bien ça?
Tried it with this time. I guess we're going in the back alley.
T'es où toi?
Moi j'essaie de recruter des poulets pour le village.
De recruter des poulets.
We did find the earring
Je trouve
stuff.
toujours plein de moutons, mais jamais
kind
de
of high up.
poulets.
Another one. Ooh, this is a shiny one. Bro, too many of these.
Le stack de
Like that? I don't
Mais toi,
think
tu
that
t'es rendu au village, je
up.
vais
That's
te
just someone dropped
rejoindre.
it or just didn't pick it up, you know?
De la bouffe.
Oh my gosh, didn't even have to do anything.
Non,
So what do I do with all these? Set up a tent?
Où es-tu, toi?
C'est dans la maison principale.
La maison principale.
Ben, elle
Ah
dit
ouais. Boom.
What do you think, guys? Pole again?
Un gars très loin. J'ai plus de place, je crois. Un micravier.
Et voilà.
Du bambou. Ça.
Deep today. Oh
On
my
peut
gosh,
jeter.
why?
Aussi. Ça aussi.
Rent out tent poles.
Tu voulais un peu de terre?
Ouais, un peu.
En voici un peu.
Well, see, at least now I know maybe I really was walking too fast.
Merci bien.
Metal detector is interesting too. It only works when it's moving. If it's stationary, it doesn't read. At least you're cleaning up the beach. Someone could injure themselves on. What's that made of? I would assume just the cheapest metal. I guess like steel? Or like what's like diluted kind of steel, you know? Because isn't solid steel's valuable? Diluted steel, I don't know what it's called. Like low grade steel or something?
Il y a beaucoup trop ici, on va mettre de terre.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to try the other side of the pier. So I think let's just try to make our way towards there. Because this is really popping off over here. Maybe should we walk on the water's edge?
Bam.
Ooh, I feel it immediately. Rolex. Oh, bro, we got a lot of them. Maybe we'll build a rail or something. It's interesting I didn't find any of them at Venice. Maybe one.
C'est ça que je suis en train de construire ici. Un suicidotron. Il est pas super.
Suicidotron.
Mais ouais, pouvoir au moins sauter de la du 3e étage. Ah, mais je réapparais même pas à cette maison-là, j'aurais dû dormir avant. Ouais, ça va nous sauver de la bouffe de pouvoir juste sauter comme ça au moins.
Rolex. Alright, Rolex is in here. No. Dusty Keys branded Rolex. Guys, I should bury some treasure here and put like 10 tent poles and bottle caps next to it, and the metal detectors will never get it. Oh, literal glass? Bruh. We gotta get this in the trash. That will crush you up, brother. Melt them down to make fishing weights and then use it to catch a fish. Yeah, I would like to do a fishing stream. I was thinking about it, but honestly, I think what I would really want to do is same as the like skateboarding thing. I think I would catch one fish or like 1 or 2 fish, then go home. Bro, there's more glass. How can you break glass at the beach? You're like truly an evil person. Get the fish, take the fish home, unalive the fish. How do we say it nicely? And then cook the fish, and then eat a beautiful meal. And then, I don't know, maybe the meal energizes me to do some skating or something. But like I would love to show the whole process of how the fish becomes food. I feel like that would be cool. I mean, I feel like it would be okay to just do like an actual fishing stream and just see how many I can catch type thing as well. But I would be really interested in doing that. I think that would be really sick. But maybe logistically a little bit hard to figure out how to actually eat it. Do I know how to process a fish? Yeah, come on, I've done that before. Like, I've caught the fish and cooked it straight away. What I did was I cooked it and then I made vegetables from my garden for like a full natural meal, you know? Isn't that cool? I might be getting readings from the rocks. Nope, it's a temple. Got a lot of these. See what I mean? Like, I see why the guy was saying this is the zone. Maybe I need to come back here at 6 a.m. on a different day.
Tu m'as pas avec
To really get in there, get in the mix here.
Est-ce que tu pourrais dormir?
Dans 2 secondes.
D'accord. Je sais même pas. C'est des monstres.
I probably should get headphones too. If I'm
Ah!
Well,
Il me tapait à travers la vie.
It's kind of annoying just constantly hearing the beep. If you hear it hitting onto something. Bottle
Mais c'est une affaire.
Smirnoff.
Non.
Underwater lobster hunting would be insane. Imagine this though. I do the trap and the GoPro is in the cage.
Désolé, finalement c'est moi qui
Or
peux
even
pas dormir.
fishing. Imagine fishing and I have like a GoPro like in the water with it and I can like switch between me and the line. That would be so lit. Oh my gosh. Surely people do that because that doesn't seem that logistically impossible. That's a free stream idea.
It's bad.
Rolex. Sounds big. Oh! Duracell. This looks like it would work still.
On sait pour prendre la story. Hein.
Pourquoi?
Any good finds yet? This
Pour
session,
faire
no,
la story.
actually. Only really a lot of temp poles
Sur,
and that battery. And 1
dis
penny.
pas?
Something big.
Pas
Feels like
sûr
a bottle.
d'avoir compris vu que j'écoute du YouTube en même temps. Qu'est-ce que t'as dit toi?
Dude, giant razor
Comment
blade.
tu fais pour faire ta story?
Ah, va dans... Ben moi je fais Escape, puis là il y a Histoire des Realms. Juste en dessous. La deuxième option dans le menu.
J'ai pris une photo. Ok. Ouais.
Foil, worst thing to find is foil.
Les petits réseaux sociaux du serveur.
Ouais.
Where should I go? More closer to the pier, maybe? Maybe should I try down by the water? The reason that I'm hanging back here is because like it's so dense there. Like I feel like I can't go over there.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas here I'm just by the trash. But I mean,
on avait juste la petite maison du début là.
Like likely to sit, then it's like kind of stupid for me as well.
Ça devait être la première journée ou la deuxième journée.
C'est dans la nuit. Tu as ça encore toi?
Il y a des monstres tout près.
Moi je... My god, il est dans le la tête.
Je vais juste déplacer mon lit dans le milieu de la maison.
Bro, these are the worst.
Au lieu de l'avoir proche du mur.
Peut-être qu'on pourrait genre faire une sorte de...
I don't like being in this area.
de muraille. Comme ça,
So there's too much
on
to
met des
dig.
torches, puis il n'y a plus aucun monstre.
So much. And this is only the metal
Je serais dû pour me faire une bonne pioche enchantée, puis aller juste miner du fer puis du charbon.
Un diamant, une pioche?
Une bonne pioche enchantée là pour sauver du temps.
Mini one.
Au début, moi, j'étais venu avec la pioche en gold Fortune 3.
Ok.
Mais ça fait même pas, ça fait 2 dégâts. Fait que je peux même pas miner genre du fer. Et ça s'agit à manipuler quelqu'un.
A day? Bro, if I found a wedding ring, I would be blowing up. I just started doing this.
On va récupérer la vitre.
But you want to see what I've been finding? Nothing too cool. lot of tent poles.
You never have too many.
You probably can though, to be honest.
Good luck.
Thank you. They really give me hope for the wedding ring. Foil. Janice, I wonder if you could sell the steaks. How much could I sell one for? Like 10 cents? Like maybe. 10 cents is pretty good. I think this would be the zone, Janice, to come at like 6 a.m. Foil.
Pour un barbecue, y a pas de mauvais endroit. Clubhouse La Grille.
Ooh, undetecting foil? This would be the zone to come for some dry hunting. Cause like, look how much stuff I'm getting here. How many wedding rings per day? I feel the Rolex. Dang. Janice, I'm only interested in wet hunting. I know, Janice. I'm well aware. I wonder how many of these I could get. That one's brand new. People really be losing those.
Bon, là ça fait un peu trop droit. On va mettre le relief.
Nutella? Ooh, some extra Nutella on there. Should I take a lick? Jennifer the Wet Hunter. Steaks are probably from an event? No, I think it's just from beachgoers putting up a tent and then they... I mean, like, does a steak in the sand even do anything? I think it literally does nothing. Oil. Look how dense the beach is right there. I really picked a bad time. I kind of thought just like middle of the week wouldn't be too busy, but I guess it's just always busy. Or I guess it can get more busy, you know? Let's go down by the pier. That's where I'm trying to make my way to. Maybe I could have a cart and come to the beach and sell stuff too to make money. Ryan Trahan style. Just foil everywhere. foil.
10 polar foil, guys. Sounds like a 10 pole.
Ja, it's bad, Jonas.
Oh, let's go. We got a dime.
Non, il va m'en falloir encore.
10. We
T'as
up
manqué
10.
de terre.
We 11 cents today. Don't let anyone overhear me say that. Oh my gosh. How come there's no one in like this zone? We bar, bro. Why is this like a dead zone?
Il y a du charbon ici, je ne vois pas. J'ai percuté le sol.
What was the final score from yesterday? In money, it was I think $1.03 or 4 cents. And then we got the keys and the Hot Wheels car and what else do we get? The little pendant thing.
Ouh. Original. C'est un bloc.
Je débarrasse mon inventaire.
Bottle cap.
Mais ouais, je suis vraiment pas le meilleur builder, là, honnêtement.
Yep.
Battery again? See, this is in rusted battery.
Hey, do it.
Oh, we found a fork yesterday too, huh? Apparently they were like 4 for $20. No, 4 for 12.
Il y a une Enderman qui m'a enlevé un peu.
Génial, on en a besoin.
Oh, chien, il crève à cause de la pluie.
Ouais.
Chien. C'est bien fait, c'est bien fait. Hein? À cause que maintenant il n'y a plus de... Voilà.
You're gonna have a metal garage sale.
C'est moi qui t'ai tapé.
People were saying money-making idea should be go to garage sale and flip stuff. But like, that might be hard. I don't know if the streamability and the like...
je vais mourir.
I think it would take a long-ass time.
Tu veux des lits, serre-toi.
Ah, ils sont dans le lit. Oh, attends, mais je le tape, mais je regarde pas, fait que ça, il est pas fâché.
Shout out to the 138 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys being here. How are we liking the metal detecting arc? I would say the can arc, collecting the cans was a success. How do we feel about the metal detecting arc? Do you want me to just go skating? Or you want me to just do way more random stuff? What's the vibe? I feel like maybe tomorrow we should skate. I don't know how many days in a row you can handle of this. I dig it, literally. Flipping things at the yard sale would be rude. Who's gonna flip it back over? I mean, flipping them for profit is kind of rude as well, kind of.
Ça va pas vite.
Oh yeah, look.
C'est quoi, il y a 800 cœurs?
Bacteria. Should we see what it says? Can I walk under the hill like that? Looks sketchy.
Rien.
Non.
Rien?
Hey, j'ai un poisson. J'ai des poissons.
Avec la hache en plus, là, ça les tue super vite. Avec la hache, c'est comme un coup.
Alright, let's go into the pier.
Bam!
Surely that's where the gold is.
Bah oui.
On se trompe seul, c'est pas fini.
The pier this time?
Non, mais à frapper à la hache comme toi. Hein.
I get wet.
Ouais, mais c'est toi qui les as mis?
Non, non, non. Mon but c'était de trouver quelle grosseur ça nous prenait pour en faire spawner.
Really. Just 10 poles.
Okay.
Parce que pour nourrir puis tamer des chats, c'est vraiment ça le best. Mieux qu'une canne à pêche.
Thank you. I need it.
Oh, ton petit bail.
C'est pour ça que j'ai fait 15 lits.
Is this where stuff would wash up or what, guys? It's pretty cool under here though.
Veux-tu qu'on aille dormir?
I was just scared of all the people. Oh, I'm getting something.
Après, tu dis qu'on a une limite?
This wet sand seems to be okay.
On pourrait.
Non, manque de diamants. On en a 3. Ouch. En tout cas,
I need my headlamp in here.
on pourrait pas jouer en hardcore.
Non. Pas assez bon.
Bon. Regardez qu'est-ce qu'il nous propose.
So dark, guys, sorry. Apparently there's metal in this.
Lego de fer.
Should I turn my light on?
Voilà. Et on peut regarder ce qu'il propose.
If this is a psych out with nothing in there, I'm gonna be bummed.
Délicatesse.
Ah, ça pourrait être good pour déplacer mon spawner.
Ça fait en délicatesse.
Ça fait que tu détruis pas le bloc, tu le mines tel quel. Comme un diamant, tu vas garder le minerai dans le fond.
Yeah, I think it's just freaking out now.
Ça fait quoi qu'il soit délicatesse 1?
Ben, tu peux juste avoir un. Tu peux pas avoir autre.
Ok. C'est éclaté.
I think I did have something legitimately.
Avec la piche en bois. Délicatesse 1, c'est 17.
We got a beach go up.
Efficacité 4.
I think we're in the wet zone, guys, and it's not having it, to be honest. Oh, no,
Faut
actually,
ça,
did I
c'est
get
mettre
this
sur
wet?
ma
No.
pêche en fer.
Mais c'est fou.
Et là,
I think it's too wet.
Pelle, efficacité 4 aussi. On va tout remettre dans ce coffre. Les cloches.
Et voilà. Tu veux qu'on aille se rejoindre où pour miner? N'importe où en fait, on n'a pas besoin d'être ensemble.
Mais dans les grottes, c'est fun.
Je vais partir à mon spawner puis en direction vers la maison.
Okay, this side of the beach is more mellow. Alright, we're back.
J'aime bien faire un souterrain de mon spawner vers le village.
Foil.
Je vais essayer d'aller où que tu vas miner, mais je ne sais pas trop. Ok. Hein?
D'accord. Un peu d'XP pour moi.
J'ai sauté dans l'eau, je suis mort.
Was it?
Allez voir ma rediffusion, moi.
Why is this
Il y a un
freaking out?
décalage. Il y a un gros décalage. Le plus grand décalage que j'ai jamais vu là, mais... My god. Oh oui, c'est ça, il y a un bloc. Il y a un bloc. Je ne sais pas. Un orange de bloc là.
Ouais. And go for gold.
Ben. Ah.
Non, en fait, j'aurais dû descendre un lit ici tout court.
You know, I'm so glad you're checking out EQ Bank. Free withdrawals at any ATM in
On
Canada.
a un bloc de laine.
Just think of all the money you're paying an ATM fee.
Ouais, j'aurais dû juste...
T'aurais-tu juste un stack de terre qui m'appelait Chanteur?
Non.
Tu l'as pas.
Je pense que je sais sont où par exemple. Ils doivent avoir descendu le cours d'eau qui était ici. Non? Mais non. J'ai pas de stack de pierre ni de pioche en fer. Stack de terre ni de pioche en fer.
What's the name of the GTA level called?
Hello Anak. Tu veux venir jouer? On s'en va miner.
Oh, c'est là que je les ai trouvés. Je suis pris à l'aide. Ok.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we'll take it. We will take it.
Tu veux miner où?
Ce sera pas bien long. Hein. Regardez s'il y a de quoi dans ces coffres-là. C'est juste la roche.
Je te montre où j'ai eu tout mon fer. Non, c'est pas ici finalement, je crois.
So, what do we find? 5
Non, c'est pas ici finalement.
and 1 cent.
Je vais dropper quelques outils.
Right? Today?
C'est ça, c'est juste. Oh, t'as des disques?
This could be a coin.
Ouais, il y en a même un que j'ai jamais vu avant.
Oh, we might be on a streak out here.
Efficacité 3.
Yes. 25, biggest find of the day.
Bon,
mais ouais, quand on s'en va, pas par là, mais de l'autre côté, ouais. Par là, on retourne vers le village, en fait. Donc, moi, c'est par là que ça m'intéresse le plus, mais... Ouais, ce chemin-là.
La couche du diable, je sais pas.
Bro, if I could find a wedding ring a day, that would definitely keep the doctor away.
Je pense par ici, je suis reparti l'autre. Ouais, j'ai trouvé ça tantôt. Mais je me disais justement que c'était le spot de l'autre gars, fait que je voulais pas lui voler. J'osais pas lui voler ça.
Genre, il était-tu à découvert ou...
Ben, presque.
What do you think? Coin again? If this is a coin again?
Que genre, il était sur le bord.
Ouais, pis c'est pas moi qui ai creusé tout le reste de la place, là, j'osais pas...
Or is it just this?
Je me dis que je suis capable d'en trouver d'autres.
Dang it.
En vrai, c'est pas tant grave, mais... Moi, j'attendrais juste une pioche fortune 3, là.
Ben oui.
Une pioche fortune, ce serait bien.
Sinon, ouais, je pense que je suis parti par là tantôt.
Où?
Ici.
T'as-tu les torches?
Non. Mais gars, ici, j'avais déjà un chemin.
I mean, if I found a wallful crackouts, I would probably try to return it to the owner. That would be funny content. And I would try not to show the number. Alright, we got a coin in here. Let's go. Come on. Coin energy.
Vous avez juste monté de 2 blocs.
Oui.
Parce que la quotidienne, c'est moins 57.
Ok. Par ici.
Feels like a coin. Ah, foil.
Ouais.
Real, bro.
Boom. Boom.
C'est... Il mène où, le chemin, là? En haut?
Je pense que ça sort directement au village.
Okay. Ben, j'aime me chercher des torches. Je n'avais genre un stack. Moi, t'en passé la moitié.
Un stack de torches, c'est de la triche.
Mais comment c'est la triche?
Trop facile.
No foil, no foil.
Perso, j'appelle pas ce village.
Non?
Non, vraiment pas.
Ah, ça sort dans la mine. Je vais te montrer c'est où.
Ouais, ben.
On se fait
Faut que tu
attaquer.
te battes avec un squelette.
Foiled again, exactly.
Il rajoute tout hors de.
What are the odds? 1 billion to 1.
J'arrive.
Puis, t'as-tu du bois?
Non.
Allô?
Hello, hello.
Allô?
Vous allez bien?
Et vous? Bien
Oui,
sûr.
toi?
Ready?
Mais je vais très bien. Je vais vous rejoindre, j'arrive.
Ah, super.
Oui, c'est moi.
You know what the
Festival
roller coaster is made
Egg.
of, guys? Metal. Coincidence?
Mais ouais, si tu veux, Gab, je te montre comment sortir à partir d'ici.
You know what they say,
Oh,
when
non,
everyone's
toi,
digging
j'ai
for
fait
gold,
tout
you
de
sell the spade. Maybe I should go to the beach and sell
Pas
metal
besoin de.
detectors.
Ouais.
C'est vrai que j'étais coincé dans une grotte.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I think what I should do, honestly, is come back. Is that a nail? Come back at 5 a.m. and go where all those people are exactly sitting. Oh, hang on a minute. We got a penny. An old penny.
Non.
Yeah.
Non, on va aller ici. Non,
Disgusting.
toujours la nuit.
Disgusting. I mean, hey, at least it wasn't foil. Find a penny, pick it up all day long. You'll want to watch.
Là, vous faites quoi? Vous
the
cherchez des minerais?
Ouais.
Ouais, rien en particulier. En fait, on a avancé le village pas mal. Juste visuellement. Sinon, on a avancé dans le Nether un peu aussi.
Non, il y a des pièges.
Ah, vous avez réussi à avancer le laser?
On a accès à des blaze rods maintenant, oui.
Ah, c'est bien.
Mais on gaspille
Vous
toujours
avez réussi à
autant
pas
de-
mourir.
Oui, ça, on gaspille toujours autant de pioches en diamant.
I guess that's probably the best thing I could get, a ring.
On n'est pas meilleur.
Là-bas, ça serait utile pour miner, je suis pas sûre.
There's
Limite
nothing
pour
in there.
le régénérer.
On sprint pas vraiment, c'est pas dramatique non plus.
Puis de toute façon, on en a pas vraiment. À part l'usine
Oh,
à
it's this
poulet,
thing.
je crois, mais.
Mini temple.
Non, on n'a pas de pioche fortune là, pas mort. On a fortune 2, mais. Être en or,
Jennifer's
ça sert à
engagement.
rien.
Ça sert à rien?
Ben non, ben limite.
Non.
Oh.
Avec du charbon.
Je me dis avec du charbon, on va la dépenser rapidement pour rien, mais avec des diamants, ça vaudra la peine.
Moi, mais tu peux pas.
Non?
Non, parce que Genre, mettons, la flèche en pierre, c'est 3 points d'attaque. Avec une flèche en pierre, tu peux pas du diamant.
Ok, la
Puis
flèche
l'en
en
or,
or
c'est
est de la
2.
merde.
Fait que tu peux encore moins. Ouais,
Down
comme.
here we're getting towards the wash line. This is Janice's
Ah,
wet zone.
On a sur les lignes.
Les lits sont tous chez moi, mais tu peux les prendre.
See there, it doesn't
Je
work.
suis peut-être capable d'enlever l'enchantement.
It's okay.
Ah non, enlever les enchantements, je pense que ça fonctionne pas. On a essayé l'autre jour pour pouvoir prendre un enchantement gold puis le mettre sur une pioche en diamant.
C'est quoi t'as essayé?
Plein de trucs là, avec l'enclume puis avec le...
Et ouais.
Ouais.
C'est peut-être pas possible sur la version Bedrock.
Je sais pas si ça se fait tout court. Enlever un enchantement.
Tu veux dire
pour le
récupérer
mettre
l'enchantement?
Ouais, pour les mettre dans
Ah
un
ouais.
livre.
Ah non, ça je crois qu'on peut pas, mais je sais qu'on peut genre... Je crois qu'on peut désenchanter un truc.
Oui, 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 réparer, désenchanter. Avec la meule.
Anna, t'as-tu pris des torches?
J'ai pas pris, je viens d'en faire. Mais j'en ai genre que 12.
Mais ça, nous, on est pauvres.
J'avais fait un stack. C'est très bien, je l'avais pas dit dans le Nether aussi.
Tantôt, Gabi
Moi, faut que je retrouve mon stuff,
avec
mais...
100 fer.
Ah, mais c'est vrai que mon stuff, j'étais parti genre super loin. Bon bah tant pis. Hein.
Hey, hey, Grubspin, you should come play. We're already 3 on the server. Désolé du stream dans le Discord.
Pourquoi il y a un grand tunnel mais de 1 bloc en bas?
Ça m'arrive de miner en mode plongée.
Ah, ok.
Ouais, mais ça marche pas mal aussi.
Ah, on a même une carte.
Oh,
ouais, c'est moi qui l'ai fait.
Stylé.
Bon, j'ai un peu agrandir ma nez, je sais pas quand. Pas priorité.
Ah, je sais pas comment faire les autres cartes.
Oh, big fishing hook. Big one.
Oh la vache, ça me brûle.
Look at that.
Tu sais pas comment quoi?
Comment faire les autres cartes qui vont autour?
That'll get you in the beach.
Ben...
I guess let's...
Je me laisser faire au pire.
Put that in the trash bag. I'm not putting that in my pocket.
Notre expert.
Bon, ça se peut que je creuse, mais aucun problème.
Ah ouais, c'est joli le truc que vous avez fait autour du portail.
Ouais, c'est encore notre expert qui a fait ça.
Nope.
Non, il y a quelqu'un qui met des boutons. Il y a quelqu'un qui met des boutons.
C'est pas moi.
On les voit pas trop là, mais c'est pas grave. Il y a rien. T'es mis ici. T'es rendu où?
Ah! J'arrive bientôt en dessous de la maison.
Hey.
I'm hitting the wall, guys.
Hey,
already hitting the wall. Town I live in right now had a guy with a metal detector discover a WW2 German bomb. That would be crazy. Make a fishing rod with the hook and the poles.
Non. J'ai pris.
But what do we think of the hook? Did it?
Il y a un grand trou là où ta maison, Alex, je sais pas si t'amènes à où là, mais...
De quoi?
Probablement proche de où on est.
Oh!
J'ai réapparu sur le toit de la maison.
I know, but I'm desperate.
Mais de quoi sur le toit de la maison?
Ouais, ben, Anna, regarde au-dessus de toi, c'est là que j'ai réapparu.
Tu veux que je mette un seau d'eau? Non, tu survis là, je pense.
Alors, mon but, ça serait de mourir de toute façon.
Foil. Always foil. What is that? Is this something bad? I think it might be. Do you guys know what that is?
C'est où la nourriture?
Au deuxième étage ici, mais on n'a pas grand chose.
I'm scared of it. I'm putting it in the
La
bag.
nourriture, c'est la mort.
No, but it's like it has
C'est vrai, il y a
foil
la
on the
ferme à
inside.
poulet si tu veux maintenant.
It's not a cigarette.
C'est où?
Encore fait pas l'expert.
Je vais te montrer.
C'est le genre de tunnel.
Au centre-ville.
Un peu le portail. Il est comme la vitre.
Because it's foil. I was like, why is it foil?
Ben, suis la vitre puis tu vas comprendre.
Foil I only associate with one thing.
Ce fabuleux coffre.
Oh. Ah, c'est le cuit. Incroyable.
Ouais. Notre ingénieur en chef.
Yeah. I'm about to go to jail.
Moi, je mange encore du zombie.
Je vais lui mettre une partie du poulet dans la maison.
Get 3 times the flavors with Cheese Strings Extreme. Now in pizza, nacho, and jalapeno flavors.
Jail now. What a beautiful day to be alive.
J'ai mis un lit devant le spawner à zombies.
Foil on the inside. I don't know what that means. But you know what? Where there's paraphernalia, there's usually Rolexes and wedding rings. Is that like just right there? Dang it. Really? From this? Just from this? It's like the inside of the bottle cap, kind of. This rich married crackhead. I know.
Mais il faut le grand coup de un genre, c'est bien.
Oh, is that guy wind skateboarding extremely in the distance right there? He is. He's got like a longboard and like a windsurfing sail. That is crazy. Should I do that? I mean, bro, just get an electric longboard.
Je vois le nom à Mac.
Mais je sais pas, j'ai pris le truc d'eau, je suis arrivé là.
Like, bro, do we really need to be doing that? I guess you don't have to recharge it, but you can also only use it when the wind is right.
Oh, je vous vois, hein.
That's reading like a writing ring. Off-road board with kiteboarding kite. I might like literally die. But that would be cool. How much does a kiteboarding kite cost? someone's cooked here. I've been land kiteboarding before, it's pretty fun, but I mean he was windsurfing. He had a windsurf sail, that wasn't kiteboarding. Kiteboarding does seem a little more fun. I seen this viral video of a guy getting so smoked kiteboarding. He like goes really, really high in the air and then just falls. Maybe let's walk along this ridge line, we got a little zone here. Maybe let's grid this ridge line.
Encore un grand trou de 1.
Skimboarding stream? Yeah. What do you guys want for the next stream? Metal detecting, skating, desktop, skimboarding. Skimboarding might be an easy way to work up to surfing. Is that a piece of paper? That doesn't look like foil.
Oui.
Someone really just buried that. They just dug.
Ça dit quand j'ai enfin trouvé du gold.
Mais moi j'ai trouvé du diamant.
Je viens d'en trouver aussi.
Magnet fishing?
De quoi?
Du diamant.
Desktop.
Combien?
Attends, je finis une minute, je vais te dire.
100-hour Elden Ring, guys. I don't
Moi,
even
j'en
know
ai
if I
genre
can beat Elden Ring.
un.
I do not know anything about video games. Nor
ça va être dur,
do I
hein.
care to improve. Like, honestly, you could show me a screenshot of anything happening, I do not know what Elden Ring is. I don't even know, like, what kind of game it is. Is it Call of Duty? Is it Minecraft? Like, I actually
De l'or, je crois qu'il y en a dans le trou d'eau aussi qui descend de la maison à un endroit.
Oh, j'en ai un plus que moi. J'en ai 7.
You would enjoy me trying to beat Elden Ring? I don't know. I feel like what we should do.
J'ai comme changé de bord parce qu'il y avait un minerai à main.
Ricky plays Minecraft for the first time, and then the stream would pop. But I feel like we're not there yet. I feel like we shouldn't do it yet. We should save it.
Oui, diamant pour moi aussi.
GG.
Oh, c'est qui a eu Drop Spin?
Drop Spin, c'est Jacob YT was here sur YouTube. Sur Twitch.
Oui.
C'est un autre viewer.
Oh, j'ai trouvé un lac de lave. Je vais aller voir de plus près. Tu veux-tu venir dès que je brûle?
Tout va être perdu de toute façon.
Je vais te dropper mes... Hein?
Tout va être perdu de toute façon. Bien
Ben
brûlé.
oui, mais comme ça je peux lui donner mes diamants. Faut que j'y perde.
Casino gambling. Well, one idea that I thought would be really, really funny is like we do one of these money making games. Maybe we make $20. Then like in the stream we go into the casino, put $20 on red and try to double. And then if we double, we like give away the board. And if we don't, then we just give up and we'd be like, well, we failed this time. I feel like that could be really funny. Do you like? I know there's like the bike casino and like some other LA one. Do they let you film in there? think that would be really cool. But like, I'm not really trying to promote gambling, but I feel like just doing one hit like that, is that promoting gambling? Kind of, I guess, still. It's just like you're trying to take a little shortcut. I feel like the stakes could be so funny though, like, if I've been driving Uber Eats for so long to make $50, and then we're like, alright, if we win this, a kid's getting a new complete. If we lose, it's done. I feel like that would be so funny. Or maybe we just do that. Maybe the stream doesn't end. The stream doesn't end until I give away board, and we like drive Uber Eats, make $10, try to double it, lose, make $20, try to double it, lose, make $50, try to double it, lose, and just keep going. No filming at the tables. I mean, I feel like I could stream right up until the point and then go like a little bit away, film from a little bit of a far type vibe, you know? I feel like we could make it happen. Or even just play the virtual roulette. I've never actually been to those casinos in LA though. We got a bottle cap.
J'ai retrouvé 3 diamants.
Oh,
ah, je viens de retrouver
Ricky YYY76, very cool name.
T'en avais trouvé combien, Alex, toi?
3. 2.
En tout, on en a 21 pour l'instant. Enfin, plus ceux qu'on a déjà. Mais...
Bon, on en a 3.
But this seems like the best beach, I think. Santa Monica, right in this condensed area around the pier. I feel like that's the zone. I feel like we're learning every time. We're learning how to get bottle caps most efficiently. Should we do Santa Monica at 6 a.m. tomorrow, guys, or what? What do we think?
Voilà, ça me fait un peu chier.
Have I had any overheating issues? Yeah, yesterday we overheated a little bit. One of our modems overheated effectively. Seems to be going alright. Is my fan on? My fan is on, cooling the camera. See that? Like, I really had to be right over it. Maybe I do go way too fast. Save them for when the nukes fall? Why do we keep saying the bottle caps have value? Are you saying that's the new currency?
Oups. Mais donnerais-tu un diamant? Un ou deux pour réparer une pelle?
Mais je sais. Tu veux des diamants?
Ah non, je me suis trompé, c'était Grobspin, l'autre joueur qui était à la maison.
Moi je suis en bas, mais attends, j'arrive, je t'en donne.
Mais non, my bad, j'en ai pas besoin. Pas dramatique.
Mais j'ai besoin de refaire des pièges de toute façon.
D'accord. Je vais faire un peu de ménage.
Il y a bien de l'or dans le tunnel.
Been working all week, we're finally able to catch a stream. Yes, I'm working hard here too. Day 3. I kind of picked a bad time to go to the beach. It's like as hot as it gets and it's super crowded. So I can't really search the good areas. So I was kind of kicking myself. This is a lot of foil in this area. Oh, foil.
Au service certifié, vous pouvez suivre l'historique d'entretien de votre véhicule, surveiller son fonctionnement via l'appli mobile de votre véhicule et entrer en contact avec nos techniciens formés en usine. Prenez rendez-vous dès maintenant. Service certifié, le service que votre véhicule mérite.
Y'a quoi dans les coffres ici? Ah, les blocs.
Ouais, je fais du ménage tranquillement.
Je vais te mettre les diamants dans le coffre.
Perfecto, merci beaucoup. Hop. Je vais revenir vite avec.
I feel like let's go back on the other side of the pier. This side is chalked. Nailed it. Metal detecting day 3 hype. What do I do? What do I need to do differently? I think at least now I found my zone. I think I come back, hit exactly where they're sitting, on the other side hit exactly where they're sitting while there's no one there. Foil. I feel like up here is just the nothing zone. Well, the tide has come in since I've walked. Is that a bottle cap I can see immediately right there? It's just foil. Too much foil. Not enough Rolex. Alright, I'm just pausing through. So, the metal detector doesn't like the wet sand. Basically, that's what we learned from the veteran guy. He's like, yeah, you bought the bad one. I'm a little bit annoyed that all the reviews, maybe it's only a Venice Beach, Santa Monica thing, but all the reviews said, great in wet and dry sand. So, wow, look how many people are there. It is dense. It's crazy how much cooler it is over here. It's actually wild. See, like, look how insanely dense that is. That's wild. We got the police. Just looking for the old metal detect. They can't drive through there. There's no shot. There is no way they're gonna drive through there. What the heck? With ferocity? What in the world is going on? Should we go like along the line of this edge of the pier maybe? Just take a little gander. bottle cap. Let's go, Rolex. Take us on that Ferris wheel. Ah, I don't know. I got all my stuff. I'm good at getting bottle caps. Miller High Life. Tiny piece of foil. This sounded maybe promising.
C'est la même place.
Yo, let's go.
Trou de marde.
What was that, 5?
Faut que j'améliore le landing.
5 Santa.
C'est comme un grand qui sert à rien, mais à rien.
What? 5, 5.
Des escaliers, fait que si
10,
tu tombes, tu creuses.
20. I think we're at 46 cents. Right?
C'est 2 fois que je suis mort dans le même.
On va mettre une clôture.
On va juste poser un bloc.
Foil.
We'll go for a pee-pee break and come back.
Quelqu'un d'autre crever. Ouais.
Ferris wheel stream would get views. And maybe with Janice we'll do it. She's always wanting to stream Disneyland or Universal or something. Bottle cap. This looks like a little Rolex right here. Bro, the foil is just soul crushing. Who invented foil? Look, this foil right there.
Il peut rester dans ça. Une crespine.
Alright, what's all this commotion been about? Just the bottle cap, bro? You're doing your best and that's all that matters. What other locations could I do metal detecting? I don't know about a park. I mean, we could go up there. But then what am I gonna do? Dig? Like really have to dig in the dirt? Oh, 1 Santa. Let's go. We making money, even though we're complaining. Just up a casual 1 cent. Bada boom.
C'est qui fait les grands poteaux?
Pardon?
Hein?
T'as dit quoi?
Et qui fait genre des grands poteaux?
Non.
Je sais pas pourquoi.
Coin?
Yeah, je suis de retour et dans le chat, oh ouais, Grubspin, it's me that found the big diamond ore, but
Someone just lost
leaving it for
all their
you,
money.
because it's your hole.
It's
Qu'est-ce
not
qu'il y avait,
about
Gab?
how hard you hit. It's about how many 1 cents you can get.
Nothing.
And keep moving forward. Hey, if we keep getting 1 cent, eventually we will have a skateboard, and that's just facts. That's just math. See how it's freaking out on that? I think it's such a small piece of foil. This guy's getting arrested. Should I film this guy getting arrested, guys? Maybe casually? Please? Should I get closer? I'm trying to just pretend that I'm metal detecting still. This guy's looking. Alright, I'm gonna actually dig. So it seems like coin? Yo, keychain? We'll take it. Must have slipped right up your neck. With a little screw too. What did he do? I have no idea. I do not know, chap. You tell me. I'm just a peaceful metal detector out here.
Je trouve plus aucun diamant depuis tout à l'heure, c'est... c'est chiant.
Ouais. C'est long. Moi j'irai un peu sur des blings.
Un peu de nether.
Ouais.
On pourrait essayer d'y aller en groupe.
Ouais, ça marcherait. C'est plus facile.
On n'est pas très compétent, mais...
Stop talking.
Avec des bonnes armes, c'est facile.
Si seulement on avait des bonnes
yeah, I think
armes.
it is actually. Mike?
Je sais pas, il y a combien de poulets dans ma farm. Mais... Tantôt j'ai... En tout cas, j'ai fait quelque chose. Okay.
Oh my god. Chill, we're trying to be low-key, but thank you.
La vitre.
Look at the beautiful pier.
Puis même là, j'ai un autre.
The guy, like, the way he's, like, looking out, he feels like he's looking right at me.
Oh, bébé.
But thank
bon,
you, Booty.
Moi, je vais me préparer.
Damn, look at
Anna, toi, tu venais dessus?
Dans le nether?
Ouais.
Maybe I'll go in a position where I feel more comfortable and then we can zoom in.
Ouais.
How about that?
J'arrive.
Not really. You like skateboarding?
Je sors de la grotte et j'arrive.
You know skateboarding? You like it?
De toute façon, je trouve pas de diamant.
I like skateboarding. What am I supposed to say to that? I'm a notable skateboarder. What are we meant to say, chat? The answer is yes. I don't know. That seems crazy to say.
Faudrait qu'on réussisse à mettre des échelles dans la grotte un jour, c'est quand même plus pratique que l'eau.
Les méthodes conventionnelles.
Avec ton vieux compte bancaire, tu payais des frais. Tu faisais aucun intérêt. La banque EQ t'offre des intérêts élevés et pas de frais sur les services bancaires courants. T'en as plus pour ton argent.
C'est vrai que mon vieux compte, c'était un peu comme ton steak d'étain de patate.
Et là...
Ah, allô?
Oui, bonjour.
Ouais.
Excusez, mes AirPods, il n'y avait plus de batterie. Parce que j'ai comme mon casque d'écoute, puis par-dessus, j'ai mes AirPods. Fait que j'ai comme tassé un écouteur, puis j'ai mis mon droit, mais il n'y a plus de batterie. C'est la hesse.
What up? You got a metal detector? How's it going? Good. You find anything good? I found so many tent poles. Alright, all the best. Have a good one.
Bon, j'ai pas un full stuff, mais c'est pas très grave.
Well, it didn't seem that talkative. I think you felt like intimidated.
Mettre cela en attendant.
Est-ce que je prends un truc en or pour au cas où il y a les coups?
Ouais, c'est mieux.
You on the better angle now of my dog getting arrested?
Fais-toi des bottes.
Ouais, c'est ce que je m'en allais me prendre aussi.
Oh ben... Il te manquerait un gold. Je vais regarder s'il y en a.
Ah, il y en a au deuxième étage dans les fours.
Où?
Le premier
dans les fours?
Je pense que oui. Ouais,
oui, il y en a tout à droite.
Ouais, il y en a.
Very interesting.
Attends, je vais mettre d'un coffre.
Go interview him? No, I am not built for that. Oh no, actually.
Oh non, mon lit était dans la grotte.
Le reste du fer, il est où?
That's the police car.
Ben, je sais pas.
Là-dedans. Non, je sais. Si, moi je crois pas que je vais prendre d'épée.
Est-ce qu'il reste de quoi faire un casque avec le fer ou pas?
Is he going in?
Oui.
I think so. But I thought they took the cuffs off.
Y a-t-il des flèches dans les coffres?
Oh, je
des
pense
flèches.
Oui.
That's reading like a temple. A lot of temples. I found some keys yesterday. Yeah, no rings though.
Peut-être en haut.
Oh yeah, sick. Yeah, it's fun. I think you need to come here early in the morning when no one's here and you can hit all this area, you know.
Y a pas l'heure.
No, they do.
Il y a des arcs, mais il y a pas de flèches.
Yeah, yeah. You should get it going. It's fun.
Ben, d'abord, je me...
Yeah, yeah. Sick. Slim's jerky. Nice.
T'es mort?
Ben oui, pour regen ma faim.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
Ouais,
ça se peut, il faut que j'aille souper, moi.
Ouais, moi je suis prêt quand vous êtes prêt, mais pas de problème. On se reprend. Bon souper.
À bientôt.
Merci, salut.
Alligator. Et pour notre expédition.
Rolex.
Tu devrais faire quelques pièces d'armure, je pense. Ah mais il reste plus grand chose.
J'ai quand même l'habitude de mourir souvent aussi. J'avais un shield ici. Il est disparu. Mais ouais, juste un bouclier, ça irait.
I should have asked Gia. Can I go to bed yet?
Je vais trouver un fer.
No. I think, guys, let's stream for another
Ici,
like 20
avec
minutes
un
or
peu
so.
de bois.
What are we at?
Ah, on a
2
une
hours?
pioche fortune.
We haven't made that much
Fortune
money
2.
there.
Pas le mieux, mais c'est peut-être pas mal.
This
Ouais.
is probably
Je
the
pense que
least-
maintenant, la
least
prochaine fois que je
amount
vais
of
miner, je
finds.
laisserai
We
les
just got all
diamants.
those poles.
Je les minerai pas et j'y retournerai les
But I
miner
feel
avec la
like we
pioche
lived and
fortune.
learned.
Pas
I
juste
did
quand ils
come
sont
at the
pas
bad
trop
time.
loin.
At least the other times I was a little bit
Bah,
earlier in
si
the
c'est
day.
juste en dessous, ça va.
Je cherchais du bois. Ici.
Il y a quand même beaucoup de choses qu'on n'a pas ici.
We got a battle cap.
On y
It's
travaille.
pretty sick how effectively I
Tranquillement.
can just find that.
Ok. Moi, un petit paire de bottes.
Ouais.
Comme cela.
Histoire de ne pas se faire attaquer par les cochons.
Cela. On est parti. On pourrait même dormir. Hein.
Dude, I can't get it. We got a deep Rolex today. Oh. Dang it. Just the lowest quality Rolex we've ever seen. Is there something in there, bro?
En espérant qu'on va pas se faire accueillir par un gast ou je sais pas quoi.
Normalement, on est de mieux en
There's
mieux.
candy in there. Where's the bin?
Ah oui, c'est bien protégé quand même. Enfin, il y a un truc quoi.
Candy Rolex? Come on.
Déjà les cochons.
Bon, en fait, j'avais pas de nourriture, donc c'est un peu volontaire.
Bro, one day you'll be there at 6:30.
Tiens, attends. Je te rends les
Yeah,
côtelettes, moi j'en ai
every
déjà
day
de la
I
nourriture.
started to get later and later.
Ah, dégage-toi.
That's how life sometimes goes, you know.
Oh ouais, les 7 côtelettes.
We got foil. What do we like more, foil or bottle caps? I think bottle cap is more fun and easier to get.
C'est par où après?
Ricky
Ah, ok.
getting insane at telling us what stuff is.
C'est pas encore
Ok.
super clair, mais ça s'améliore.
Oh, I see something right there.
Ça va, mais c'est juste que comme je suis jamais venu.
Ça, normalement, le vrai chemin est ici. Moi, j'ai commencé à creuser un nouveau chemin, mais c'est pas encore officiel. Ici, on a la grosse flèche de terre pour de tourner à droite.
Ah.
I like bottle caps because it reminds me of Fallout. What does that mean, Real Sea Snow? Is that a game where they made the
Ah,
currency
tu vois, en fait, mon
bottle
autre
caps or
chemin,
something?
il amène là-bas, mais
Is that
non,
why
c'est
everyone
pas
keeps saying
encore ça. Le chemin est pas encore officiellement ouvert au public.
Ugh, nail.
La route est toujours en construction.
Oh ouais.
Reading like a Rolex. Foil.
Plein de jolis items, super.
Ah, il y a un portail ici.
Ça, ça apporte dans le milieu de l'océan. Mais techniquement...
I called him a noob at
On a un peu
Fallout.
de trucs quand même ici.
Playthrough of Fallout if you've never
Prendre
played.
quelques blocs.
I don't know if you guys want the playthrough.
Je vais mettre un peu de trucs.
En fait, là, on peut déposer
I know
des
we're ready
trucs
for
parce
that.
que ça va mourir.
I'll play a metal technic simulator there.
Oh, toi, ils t'attaquent?
Aïe, pourquoi ils m'attaquent?
Ouais.
Mais
ouais, ils veulent tous.
pourtant j'ai des bottes en or.
Ouais. Je vais boucher le
J'ai pas trop compris.
Lid, drink tab. Thing.
Ouais, j'ai bien des bottes en or. Je sais pas pourquoi ils m'ont attaqué. Ah, peut-être parce que j'ai ouvert le coffre et que c'est leur coffre.
Non, c'est
au
nos
départ.
coffres.
Ah ouais?
Oh ouais.
Bah, je sais pas.
Mais bref.
Il m'aimait pas.
Ouais,
Il m'aimait pas m'attaquer. J'ai de la bouffe.
Parfait, on va aller par ici.
Should we shake things up?
C'est quand même pratique les ponts.
Ouais,
ça a dû prendre du temps à faire.
On passe de bastion à forteresse. Ici, c'est à partir d'ici que je suis capable de fighter les ghasts et les withers. En fait, on descend ici.
Ah oui, ok.
In theory, if
là,
it's washed up from the beach, from the waves, it doesn't really matter if there's people sitting there or not. You know what I mean?
En fait, oui, ça, ils viennent tranquillement rentrer à l'intérieur ici.
Ah. Un piège.
Puis sinon, les squelettes withers noirs, eux, peuvent pas monter en haut parce que ça prend 3 blocs de haut.
I guess we can just
keep going.
Attention sur là.
Oh non. J'ai attaqué le cochon.
I feel like there was extra amount of trash there because
j'ai eu 3 blaze rods.
J'en ai une, mais j'ai pas de manger. T'en aurais.
Ouais, attends. Tiens.
Bottle cap and a piece of glass.
Ça se casse vachement vite les haches.
Ouais.
Should I throw some of my garbage away?
Est-ce qu'on va chercher le squelette? Il va falloir remonter en haut.
Oui, on peut.
Recule, 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 recule. Tu vas mourir.
Oh, my keychain there.
Oh, pardon. Je crois que je t'ai mis un coup.
Oui, c'était.
Oh. Aïe.
Ça arrive.
Temple, temple, temple. That's how it read. Hitting something.
Mais si on le tue là-bas, on n'aura pas la rod.
Ouais, puis en plus il peut nous tirer dessus.
That's at least temple or rusty.
Là je suis à 5 en tout.
Yeah, look at that. Rick knows, brother. Rick does know. I know how a temple reads. See how it hits the double?
Ah, il y a un squelette normal aussi. Il veut pas venir.
Oh ouais.
Si. Six.
Coin?
Fais gaffe, il y en a un à droite du pont. Il vient par là. Mais il reste en l'air, c'est chiant. Il veut pas venir.
Ouh, beaucoup de stuff ici.
So many people, yeah. Trade bottle caps for any.
On avait un joueur qui était mort là parce qu'il
a
un full loot.
Nah, there's no way. I mean, you could make art out of it.
On est en sécurité maintenant. Ah, le spawner il est là-bas.
On n'a pas une piège délicatesse pour ramener le spawner, ça aurait été cool.
Ouais, mais on en a pas.
But it's kind of more of the same. Look, I see the bottle cap. Look, let's see how it would go if we were swinging.
Oula, il y a des squelettes noirs là-bas.
See, like just a little nip. We gotta go like this.
Est-ce qu'on recule d'où on arrive, ouais?
Ah.
Pas trop prendre de risques.
Peut-être essayer de mettre des blocs autour du spawner. Enfin, pas pour pas qu'il spawn, mais juste. Je sais pas si. Sinon, essayer de faire une.
Revenir vers la base, pas tout perdre. On a un gros squelette. Deux.
Ah oui.
C'est mort.
Aïe, ils font mal.
J'hésite à aller porter ce qu'on a présentement dans les coffres derrière nous.
Ouais, c'est peut-être une bonne idée.
Ouais. De toute façon,
histoire de dire qu'on n'a pas fait ça pour rien.
On a assez de rods tout court. Certes, c'est presque assez.
T'en as une sur toi?
Les piglins vont nous tuer. Non?
Peut-être pas. Normalement, non. Sinon, tu les pousses vite dans le vide. Mais genre sans les taper. Genre.
Oui.
Voilà.
Ah oui, il y a déjà une rod ici. J'en drop une autre. Ça fait 2, plus les 6, ça fait 8. On serait parfait.
What is a trim pole?
Voilà.
Come on. How hot is it? It's pretty hot today, Ninja.
Tuer sans les taper.
I think it's like almost 9.
Mais il faut réussir à revenir.
Bottle cap.
On a 8 blaze rods.
Today, Ninja, we found how much money? This glass. We found a little bit of money, like less than 50 cents.
On ramène juste les blaze rods à la maison.
Je pense que oui. Enfin, je peux essayer de rapporter d'autres trucs en fait.
J'ai ramené le bois, en vrai.
Well, I think I see the bottle cap.
C'est pas comme si on était riches.
Yeah.
Hop. Je ramène les trucs qui peuvent être utiles. La viande. Ouais, le cuir. Un volant. Le reste, on s'en fiche un peu. Ici, il y a des bottes en or, mais on peut peut-être les laisser là.
Oui, c'est ça pour un futur aventurier.
Après, c'est du stuff en pierre. Non, le reste, je pense qu'on peut le laisser. Ah, il nous attaque, je crois. Pour je ne sais quelle raison.
Oh, the screw. Screw that.
C'est pas vrai.
On suit la terre.
Ah oui.
Speed.
Pour ça, on essaie d'améliorer le chemin tranquillement.
Rolex.
Mais peu de gens sont revenus vivants.
Mais c'est vrai que, comme disait Gab, avec du stuff, c'est quand même plus simple.
Ooh.
Ah ouais, vraiment.
Actually is a Rolex down there. I can feel it, guys. That felt like a big thing. Probably can. Oh, our favorite brand of watch, Tempole. I think I even see the bottle cap. Yep. We're getting better at speed. Alright, this is less dense. I feel like I can walk in people's way now without being an absolute crazy person. Okay, so let's try. So guys, see how much action I get when I'm up on the high sand, on the higher ground where Anakin cannot win? But now let's walk along this like dividing line. So in theory, stuff from the inside the water gets pushed here. But I don't know, realistically it's probably lower down. And I feel like now we get digs, and now we'll get nothing for ages. But let's see. All we can do is try. And this sand...
Le squelette est venu.
It has minerals and stuff that it messes up my machine. But let's walk along
On a
here.
survécu.
I guess let's go a little slow.
Est-ce qu'on dort?
Let's aim for at least
ouais.
5 digs
Je les blesse,
along
je les mets où? Je les
On
mets en haut.
peut les faire avec les perles. On pourrait aller tout de suite à l'aventure de ça.
But see, I feel like when I go a long stretch when there's
Les
nothing, like in this
blaze-rods
zone,
en
I feel like
poudre
it's
dans
just
la
me
table de
not
craft.
understanding that this is a bad zone.
Puis les poudres avec les perles dans le coffre d'à côté.
You know what I mean? I think to find a Rolex you
On
need
en
an
a 7
isolated
du coup.
beach where celebrities and rich
Tiens.
people go.
Mais du coup, c'est assez pour peut-être trouver le portail, mais c'est pas assez pour l'allumer. Je pense.
Mais au moins le trouver, ça serait cool.
Ouais, ce serait bien. On essaye?
On se prend chacun un bateau puis on essaye?
Ouais. On aura au moins la direction. Attends, je vais juste essayer de réparer ma hache. Il faut pas mieux faire, je crois.
But nothing like too good. I'm hanging on for the Rolex.
Je fais juste cuire vite fait un peu de fer pour réparer ma hache.
Slower, bro.
C'est avec quoi qu'on répare déjà?
L'enclume au 3e étage.
C'est quoi la différence avec le... la... comment ça s'appelle?
La meule?
Ouais.
Tu peux rajouter du matériel pour réparer sans perdre les enchantements.
Ah ouais, bah je vais utiliser ça alors. Parce que j'ai Sharpness dessus.
It's more few and far between, but I don't necessarily know. Like I feel like the trash should wash up in a similar pattern as the jewelry, right? That makes sense in my mind. But see, like how long we've been walking here with nothing already. It's not ideal.
Faut mettre quoi? Une autre hache?
No power walking.
Tu peux prendre juste du matériel, du même matériel que ton outil est fabriqué, ou un autre outil complet, ouais.
Yeah, see, this is too low, it messes up.
Mais ça enlève le...
Messes up my machine.
Ah oui, non, ok, c'est là.
Alright,
En fait,
l'ordre est important.
Ouais.
Guys, I'm giving up on the...
Ok, là c'est bon. Ça marche avec les nuggets? Non.
Let's do nice and slow along here.
Hop. Je vais me mettre le fer en bas. Du coup, il nous reste de la blaze powder. Hop. Merci pour cette viande de zombie.
T'es prêt?
Tu veux pas qu'on prenne de la nourriture?
J'ai plein de viande de zombie.
Ouais, mais de la vraie.
Moi ça me va, tu peux me redonner le reste du stack au pire.
Je te donne la moitié.
Yeah, but see, like my personality, I'm more of a...
Tu vas m'être malade.
Mais sinon oui, il faudrait que j'aille faire prendre soin des fermes un peu plus.
Sinon on passe juste à l'usine de poulet.
Je crois pas que ça produise tant que ça.
I'm kind of more like suited to that. Whereas this is like, you go 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cent day, then one day you'll have a $5,000 day, you know? That's kind of crazy.
Il y en a 7.
My grind set is wired that way. But see, like we've got no detections here. I see a popsicle stick.
Je finis de cuire mes steaks et j'arrive.
It's weird. Maybe I need to learn more. I do think being right where, like, look how many people there are. Surely, like, a bunch of people lost stuff today. You know? I need to be...
Hop.
I need to be in there.
On peut y aller. Je suis prêt.
Ok, le premier œil, je l'ai déjà utilisé une fois. Je l'ai lancé ici et on est parti directement en direction par là.
T'as pu le récupérer ou?
Oui, oui, je l'ai récupéré.
Ok. Mais je crois au bout d'un moment il se casse. Si je dis pas de
Ben,
bêtises.
c'est un pourcentage de chance. Pour ça
Donc,
que je vais pas
c'est...
le relancer pour rien. On va juste marcher par là pendant un bon petit bout. Ensuite, je
C'est-à-dire que c'est théoriquement possible de trouver avec une seule perle.
Oui, oui.
Là, je pensais que c'était au bout d'un certain nombre d'utilisations.
Ooh. Sewing kit again. Why would this
C'est super
be?
chiant à récupérer les bateaux.
Il y a sûrement une meilleure façon.
Je sais pas, j'ai essayé avec une hache, ça marche pas mieux.
Let's put it away.
Un poulet. On essaie ici?
Ouais.
Même direction, plus loin.
Je pense qu'on peut continuer longtemps.
Ouais, on peut continuer en masse.
Alright, no power walking. Just 10 poles mainly today, yeah, pretty much. Or probably like a lot,
On est à
probably like
300
15.
blocs, 400, on pourrait regarder à 5 ou 600, je crois.
Ouais, peut-être 600. Mais je pense que c'est assez loin du spawn quand même.
Bottle.
Avec la chance qu'on a, ce sera peut-être au milieu de l'océan. Tiens, on lance à haut de la montagne.
Parfait.
I mean, I guess the fish hooks too. Interesting stuff.
Plus haut ou ici?
Comme tu veux. J'ai l'impression que ça monte tout le temps.
Ouais.
Toujours pareil. Un peu en diagonale.
Ouais, un peu plus. Donc on se rapproche. Elles sont cool ces chiens-là.
Ah ouais. On dirait des hyènes un petit peu.
Ouais. J'ai pas d'os sur moi malheureusement.
Ah j'en ai.
Oh yeah, essaie de faire l'autre.
Attends, je te le donne, essaye toi.
Oh yeah, du premier coup les deux. Génial.
On a des compagnons.
Un bébé.
Il y a un bébé.
See, it's interesting here we're like away from the ruckus.
Oh,
way less
village.
trash. But also way less treasure.
Sûrement un qu'on a déjà vu, je pense. Mais...
Ouais, à 700
on n'a
blocs.
pas de seau d'eau.
But there's a Rolex here that...
À 700 blocs
Je sais pas.
par ici, sûrement pas. On relancera après le village.
No. Bro, why are there so many? Why?
Ah oui, déjà exploré.
Should we try it down here again?
À un moment, on avait fait un grand tour en bateau. En plus, il y a une rivière qui passe là. Peut-être en bateau qu'on l'a vu.
Maybe I was going too low.
On relance ou on va plus loin?
Ouais. Bon, vas-y, relance.
Ouh.
Vers la gauche.
On a changé de direction totalement.
Ce serait bien que ce soit dans le village.
Like, I never find bottle caps in this zone. I think that was a false.
On lance d'ici?
Yeah, they do clean up the beach with tractors.
Je sais pas en fait si c'est encore loin ou...
Non, mais vraiment près. Ouais, ça, on est passé droit, il est dans le
Ah ouais.
village.
Ah, trop bien. Au moins, c'est facile de revenir.
Moi, je dis que c'est ici.
I'm never gonna find something just
prendre un
sitting on the
chiffre rond, en
surface,
fait.
I don't think. It's always gonna be
820,
buried.
50, boom. Direct dans la lave. Oh, le zombie.
Why do people keep acting like bottle caps are
T'as un
a currency?
creeper
I
aussi.
think a game has that. I think. I do not know. I think it's like a post-apocalyptic game.
Non.
And it's kind of like a joke
Fait
that the money
820,
has no value,
50,
but people use
820
bottle
en fait,
caps.
ça, pour retrouver mon... tout mon
But
stuff.
like, that doesn't really make sense though, because I'm sure you could gain a lot of bottle caps, even in the post-apocalyptic world. So, I don't know.
Ouais, c'est bon, j'ai retrouvé.
Je peux continuer avec la
What
brioche
would
en
you say
diamant,
this
si
is
tu
right
veux,
now?
ou peu importe.
High tide or like mid tide? I feel like the tide probably goes up to here, but Rick doesn't
Normalement,
know
j'ai à peu près tout.
much, as we have learned. This is where I find everything, in these tracks. Oh, temple. Oh, yo, let's go, value. Motor weapon. I feel like, who would use a screwdriver like this? Surfer, maybe? Pretty rusted, but look, imagine you're on the beach and you just step on that. Boom. Okay, we'll take that as a W.
Je sais pas à quelle profondeur c'est censé être, mais pour l'instant je trouve rien.
On va descendre jusqu'à la bedrock.
On va faire ça partout dans le village jusqu'à trouver.
On pourrait relancer sinon.
W2, evidence. Who's dumping evidence at the beach? It's never gonna stay buried.
Je vois le village.
Mais comme c'est une montagne, en fait, je suis toujours en positif, je suis même pas en moins quelque chose.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Should I? What do you think, guys? One more? Just one more. One more dig. Title, I found a shank at the beach. Low tide 7 a.m., high tide 1:50. Okay, so, dang, okay, so up here it never touches the water. This is basically high tide. Melt them down. How do I melt
Je crois que la pioche en diamant, elle a été détruite par le creeper.
How do I make it hot enough?
Ma chance révolutionnaire.
Ou alors j'ai raté, mais...
Just one more.
Presque sûr d'avoir récupéré ton stuff.
Oh.
Je vais mourir par un squelette avant d'arriver dans le trou.
Ah non, c'est bon, elle est pas... J'avais juste pas la place de récupérer. C'est bon, je l'ai.
On n'a pas un lit dans ce village-là? Ouais. On les a tous... Ah oui, il y en a un, parfait.
Mais moi j'en ai pas par contre.
Non, mais moi j'en voulais un pour respawn à quelque part.
I think this is like rusty.
Oui, ok.
Tu vois?
T'as littéralement juste sauté dans le trou là.
Ouais.
Si tu veux, à côté il y a mon trou où il y a tu peux faire couler l'eau dedans.
Ça en fait ça que je travaille.
Why is it freaking out?
fois de survécu.
Alors attends, je vais te rendre tes trucs. Tiens.
Bah pas besoin de tout. Hein.
Oh, drill bit.
Ouais, mais ça me prend de la place dans l'inventaire.
Je veux le truc de zombie.
That's an interesting one.
Et
Look,
la
this
pioche.
actually would still work. Oh no,
yeah.
it snapped. Dang it. I think that's snapped right. I think it's meant to be a little bit longer.
Hop, les perles
Is that value, guys?
et un bateau.
Or is it snapped? No, maybe that's not snapped. Maybe that's
Elle a
good.
quoi comme enchantement la pioche?
Efficacité 1. Rien de spécial.
How is the cool hole stuff
Okay.
been today? Bad. Nah, I don't know. It's been alright, I guess. Nothing really.
J'ai fait un
cool. I kinda
escalier.
came in a
Pas
bad
obligé de
time, to be
creuser.
honest. And I'm getting hot and bothered. Alright, I'm capping it at one more dig,
Un peu
okay?
de torche.
This is
Toujours
lucky last dig.
pratique.
Do we want to waste it on this?
Mais j'ai pas l'impression
Reading
que
like
ce
a
soit
true
ici.
tent pole. What? Oh! Gold? Dang. I got excited for a second. I think this is from fishing. It's definitely not an earring.
Oups.
Oh.
Je me demandais si on pouvait creuser ensemble à la même
Alright,
place.
guys, I think that's
Pour
gonna
pas te
cap
briser ta
Rick.
cadence.
Aïe, aïe,
Ah
ton
ouais,
chien
c'est
il
mon
m'attaque.
chien.
Okay, should we find someone to raid?
Non, méchant chien.
Gold tooth?
Non, mais sinon je l'ai dessus.
That person is not wearing clothes.
Non, je vais juste partir.
Je l'ai assis, ça semble
wanna
être
see,
correct.
Where are you going?
Parce que je t'ai tapé.
Non, c'est moi qui t'ai tapé.
Mais on s'est
That's the
tapé tous les deux, je
Lucy
crois.
Sinker. Yeah. Look, this guy's looking too.
Ça a vraiment pas l'air d'être ici.
Alright, I'm not putting the camera over that way.
Je crois qu'on devrait
Where is she
relancer.
going?
Bah, ouais, peut-être bien.
This guy's really checking out the sights. Alright, that
Ou
person
juste
is just
creuser mais
wandering
plus loin dans la
naked towards the street.
direction.
Is it a nude beach?
Tiens, attends, je vais regarder sur internet la
Oh
profondeur
my God,
où
also there's police
spawn
right
le...
there. I mean, she's probably far enough away that you can't really see now. Look, there's police. Then this lady right there is extremely naked. Don't ban me, Twitch. I covered it. I censored it. My editors censored it. Alright, you guys want to see the hole? I think it's that time. It is that time of day. I mean, I guess it was these. She left her gold chain. She might have left her Rolex. Alright, so what does a battery count as? Trash? Like, is this trash? I think so, right? Bunch of needles. When I say needles, I mean sewing needles. Bottle caps, batteries, screws. Then we got a lot of these. Should I count them all? We'll count the keychain and the fishing thing as a win, I guess. And the drill bit. I mean, this is a lot of metal. Like, look how much that is. That's heavy. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 temp poles, and all different
Je
thicknesses.
crois qu'il n'y a pas vraiment de profondeur
Whichever you want.
définie.
Wait, this is actually, is this an
J'ai
Allen key and not a
essayé de
temp
libérer
pole?
un petit trou ici.
Bro, it is an
Si
Allen
tu
key.
veux venir à partir d'ici, au pire, je vais
That's a
lancer
good
puis
Allen key.
on suivra la direction.
Then we found this screwdriver.
Ouais, attends.
Je sais pas si
Not
tu peux
bad.
descendre soit à côté ou peu
Keychain.
importe.
And drill bit. The wind doesn't stand a chance against my tents. Yeah, for real. For
Ouais,
real.
donc en gros il peut être à n'importe quelle profondeur.
Alright, I guess that's it.
J'arrive.
You want me to do this again tomorrow, guys, or are you sick of it? Should I try to convert my items into cash already? I have some ideas. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot about the coins, sorry.
J'ai bientôt plus de pioches par contre.
Moi je suis en diams donc on a un peu d'endurance.
Is my little figuring thing still in here? Or did I lose it? Alright, and then as for the money, we made 1 quarter.
J'ai plus de pioches.
1 penny, 2 penny, 3 penny.
Attends, je vais en faire une.
Then 10, 5, 5. So what's that? 35, 6, 7, 8, 38, 48, 58, 68 of coins. Did I lose that thing I found yesterday, or did I take it out of my bag? I can't even remember now. Well, if I lost it, another metal detector will find it. I think I took it out, but I actually can't remember.
Je suis là.
Alright.
The
views have been pretty good, it seems.
Vas-y, t'as lancé déjà ou
People
pas?
seem to like the adventure, and it's kind of
J'espère
qu'il va pas se planter dans un mur.
Oui, sûrement, mais on va voir dans quelle direction elle part.
Holds your attention. It's good for people just tuning in, tuning out.
Ouais, vas-y.
But I don't know. I think we should go skating. I think we should probably try to convert our money.
Effectivement, c'est planté dans le mur.
We're gonna be doing X Games.
Et visiblement un peu vers le haut. Donc il est plus haut.
Which day? I think Friday. I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday I'm gonna go to X Games but not stream. Maybe I'll do a beach near there actually on Thursday.
Je vais être suivre parce que sinon ça prend 100 ans.
Because where X Games is, there's beaches
Empire.
and stuff too. Maybe should I do it tomorrow? I don't want to do 6 a.m. I don't know. I'll have a think. But X Games stuff coming up. Then I have the Euro trip coming up. On YouTube or Twitch, Blade. Are you talking about my Stream Elements thing? I'm talking about... Ricky, never knew you streaming.
J'entends une araignée déjà.
Yeah, it's my new endeavor. You're pretty early.
C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une grotte ou un truc pas loin.
Ouais, il y a des araignées dans les bibliothèques.
7 points away, let's go. Shout out to...
Ouais, puis je voyais sur internet, ils disaient que ça pouvait souvent être traversé par des grottes ou des mineshafts et tout comme ça.
Okay, I'm back. Bye. See ya. W stream. Thank you, Ram.
Je crois qu'on s'approche.
Let's raid someone. I think raiding IRL people is the best because, to be honest, you raid someone IRL, they have like 200 viewers, then they go, oh, this other guy does cool IRL, that's sick, and then they follow me too, so it kind of works good. Walking to TwitchCon. Starlink test. Oh, Baby Boat Basin. IRL Aus Laguna Beach. Let's do that. Shout out to the beach. I think they're in Austria? IRL Aus. What is Aus? Oh yeah, actually, nah, they might not be speaking English.
Moi, j'ai l'impression que j'entends des trucs, mais je ne saurais pas dire dans quelle direction.
IRL in Amsterdam.
Ouais, pareil, j'entends des squelettes et tout, mais...
Dang, maybe I need to set up for English only.
Ah, j'ai trouvé la grotte.
Right now.
Oh?
Mais pas le portail, juste une grotte.
Kaisenat, extra Emily.
Et si tu veux venir vers là où je suis, ce sera peut-être plus simple.
Let's see that. I was in a chat earlier today. I said she's my stream inspiration. Okay, let's raid extra Emily.
Parce qu'il y a plein de mobs.
Oh, Nigel is on? Okay, yeah, my bad.
Aïe 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 aïe
Nigel Jones TV.
Au secours. Les squelettes c'est vraiment horrible.
Oh, Sushi Dragon just started here. Nigel Jones TV.
Ouais, je vais pas te claquer non plus.
Alright, see you guys. Tell Nigel I found a Rolex.
Je sais pas vraiment si ça peut nous mener au truc,
right
mais...
now. Bye bye.
Bon, au moins il y a de l'or et des trucs comme ça. Elle a pas l'air d'aller dans le bon sens, la grotte.
Mais si on a un peu de place dans la grotte, on pourrait relancer par exemple.
Vers là où je suis, ça a l'air assez grand. Ah, attends, je crois que je l'entends. Viens là où je suis. J'ai entendu des effets sonores un peu bizarres. Je sais pas si c'est ceux du Stronghold. Je sais pas si c'est juste des nouveaux sons qu'ils ont ajoutés à Minecraft ou si c'est ceux du Stronghold. Il y a de la lave en plus. Ça peut être celui du portail. La lave elle est au-dessus, je crois.
In 1974, I got my first skateboard from Weinstocks, the local department store. It was this roller derby X24. Like many skaters, I came from a broken
On
home.
entend des trucs mais on sait
I
pas
was
d'où
the
c'est.
youngest of 7 kids, and just after I was born, my dad left. I was a defiant, rebellious kid, and that skateboard was my ticket out of a crazy household and into the streets. I would ride my skateboard down to Sierra Oaks School where I would meet up with other skateboarders. The older kids would bring back stories of spots around town where there were hills, banks, and ditches that were being skated.
Aïe.
I remember going on a field trip to Old Sacramento and seeing a group of older kids skating the embankment under the I-5 freeway there. That spot was called Stoker Hill. The first skateboard shop to open up on the south side of Sacramento was Cal Central Skateboards.
J'entends de la lave, je sais pas où aller, j'aimerais la trouver.
Don Bostic had opened up Skateboards Etc. That was where I bought my first real park board, this Brewer with Road Rider 4s and Bennett Pro trucks. A couple of other shops had popped up as well. Skateboard City on Auburn Boulevard and Cal Pro out in Citrus Heights. Then came the skateboard parks. First was Skateboard Palace, the poorly converted indoor roller skating rink with roughly sculpted bowls, some of which were lined with pool tiles that would pop off when you hit the coping. Then, in 1977,
C'est pas du tout un Stronghold ça.
Park opened up in Sacramento, Sierra Wave Skateboard Park. Cheer up, little buddy, it gets better. That was the first time I saw them. They were the same kids from Stoker Hill and Skateboard Palace. I'd sit on the edge of the half pipe and watch them do frontside airs and all the radical maneuvers that I was seeing in Skateboarder magazine. I was thinking to myself, where did these guys learn to do all this? This park just opened. We had no idea that they had been riding empty swimming pools.
Ça se trouve on est juste à 5 blocs de trouver le truc mais c'est pas par où.
After the skate parks shut down, I'd see the N-Men at punk shows around Northern California. We'd party, stay up all night, and they'd tell us about all the great pools they were skating. The only stuff being skated were backyard ramps, half pipes like Mike Chantry's Mile High ramp, or abandoned pools like the Tilt Pool. And if you were lucky, you'd find out about an underground N-Men pool. I eventually moved to Los Angeles and had completely lost track of the N-Men. In 2005, after more than 25 years, I thought I'd look online to see if any of the N-Men were still alive. If anyone would be online, it would be Randy Caton. Sure enough, I found him right away. As I scrolled through his pictures, I saw dozens of photos of Randy and all the N-Men still skating pools. They had never stopped. I hit Randy up and he got back to me as if we'd spoken the day before. Jimmy, what's up? No one is more stoked about life and skating than Randy Caton. He said he was going to be down at the Soul Bowl skate contest in Huntington Beach with Don Bostic, and he invited me to join them. I had no idea what to expect. When I got there, I couldn't believe what I saw. Bostic was running the whole event, and the N-Men were there. All the greatest skaters in the world skating on Bostic's stage. Sponsor banners, bleachers, crowds. It was the big time. Randy Caton had explained to me that when the skateboarding industry folded in the late 70s, the N-Men helped keep skateboarding alive and inspired the Sacramento skate scene and eventually spread all throughout Northern California. The N-Men pioneered street and vert contests and had a hand in creating the skateboard and snowboard events for the X Games. Randy had also told me how some of the N-Men had gone on to become world champion skateboarders. I was completely blown away. I had no idea that I would spend the next 11 years documenting their story.
I'm not a criminal. I'm not a wife beater, an armed robber, or a gay basher. I've never even packed a gun or aimed one at another person. Yet the other day, my girlfriend accused me of having a criminal mind. I think I know what she's talking about. I get nervous around cops, paranoid. I avoid asking them questions or talking with them at all if I can help it. Can you really blame me? If you grew up skating empty swimming pools in Sacramento, California in the 70s, you might do the same. I'm convinced that's where it comes from. Sacramento is an arid, hot, violent place, subject to long dry spells and water shortages. As a result, hundreds of pools sit dry at any given time. This is the story of those pools and the men who skated them. The N-Men of Sacramento.
See if we can get a hold of them. Hey, John, this is James Swigert. How you doing?
Hey, James. Good. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Just wanted to talk to you about doing a documentary, see if you were interested in being involved, and see if you'd talk a little bit about the N-Men and the original days of it all.
Okay. In terms of formation of the N-Men, that was something I came up with when I was, a kid, and it was in some ways a response to the fact that we were outsiders. We might as well really been in Montana. Nobody gave a fuck about Sacramento. Although we still had great stuff to skate, because Sacramento is the home of the empty pool. And as you know from the Dogtown thing, California had a drought. I mean, everything up there was completely dry. So we had incredible terrain to pick from, and nobody was watching us. Then that led to the fact that we created our own sort of clique. And that clique was associated with the people who skated the N-Bowl. Well, the original crew is myself and my brothers, Randy Keaton, Gary Cross, a guy named Danny Grady, and then we had some other younger kids. We had the Bailey brothers, we had Curtis Bryant. My best friend at the time was a guy named Doug Jones. Doug Jones, but the surfer is a black guy.
C'est plus compliqué à trouver que dans mes souvenirs.
Ouais, on aurait peut-être dû rester à la surface et le trouver de là.
Hey, John. Well, thank you so much for your time and your generosity. You're quite the skate historian. So we'll talk again soon.
Okay, thanks. I hope that was helpful.
Very much so. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
All right, brother. Bye.
All right, girls, Donna, Mom, I'm gonna go check out some old skate spots, Stoker Hill, and then go to the N-Men picnic, barbecue, skate session. I'll see you girls later. One of the things about skateboarding is it's not how many tricks you do, it's how good you look doing the ones you can. We're in the Stoker Hill area. Stoker Hill was one of the first things I ever skated. Come on over here, let's look at this. This used to be all a big bank right here. So what we would do, we'd come down this hill, usually as fast as you could, and we'd come and we'd ride up the bank, then back down. And that was skateboarding in 1974. Old Sac used to be Skid Row here. I mean, then the city decided to fix it up, and I'm glad, because it's an awesome place. Old Sacramento is a piece of history that should be kept. This is where everybody showed up for the gold rush and headed up into the foothills. I mean, it's a big piece of history. It actually has a lower level that they built the streets up because of flooding. I mean, it's got a ghost town underneath it. It's a cool area, Sacramento. I'm glad they saved it. And this was where we went. There was very few places that we had where we could go down and find a bank that we could skate. We'd be down here for hours and hours and hours and hours skateboarding. And sometimes you, like me, I'm regular foot, so I'd push and do a front side, but you
Okay.
can come down here and hit this and go up and do backside and drag your hand and a lot of surf style, and that was my art back then. I mean, I'd been skateboarding for a few years, and man, I was digging it. I was digging the flow, I was digging the groove, I was digging who I was hanging out with, and it was this group of guys that they were my best friends back then. I mean, I was in high school and I had a few friends then, but we didn't see eye to eye on what we wanted to do or who we were or how we wanted to do it. I was the guy that used to pee in the football jock's locker. You know, I was that guy, right? We were the outcasts. We were the ones that no one associated with. So, of course, we're not going to play football, baseball, or basketball. That sucks, right? At that point, it was on to what can I do that's rad, and this was it.
You know, it's kind of the whole 70s thing is kind of a mumble jumble for me. At the same time, there was so much energy, and there was a place in Sacramento, in Old Sac, Stoker Hill, underneath the freeway from Old Sac into Sacramento, and that's where I met Doug Jones, Gary Cross. God, there's numerous people, but that was the hangout spot. I kind of became a second dad for a lot of these kids, which me being in my late 20s, and these guys are all teenagers, young teenagers, and I want to say there wasn't much parental guidance at that time, and we were just all stoked to be skating. So
Don Bostic was like our elder inmate. You know, we were all kids, right? 15, 16, and Don was already an adult in his 20s. But Don was all about the skateboarding, you know? At skate shop, he's 100% skateboarder.
I had a Dodge van, and I got to where I was spending all my time down at Stoker Hill skating, just getting back into it.
He used to take us around his old Dodge van, and he'd load 8 kids up in there, and he'd like pick them up on a milk run and go to, you know, like Aptos for a 2-day contest. We pull up to a gas station or whatever to fill up with gas, and we'd all pile out the door of his old Dodge van and just skateboard everywhere, you know, like just mayhem.
Don was a real, true, hardcore skateboarder.
Génial.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. He did some gnarly stuff.
De quoi?
And he
Ah, t'es mort.
slammed
Mince.
too, and he was a big boy.
Un noyé bien perdu. Avec les yeux et tout et tout et tout.
Avec les yeux comme ça.
J'ai trouvé un mineshaft.
Au moins mon respawn est au village du Stronghold, mais je peux pas te dire il est où.
Le village du Stronghold. Telling us one day.
Où sont pour aller au Ender Dragon.
Found a pool.
Tu l'as trouvé? C'est quelque part ici.
Sam il cherche.
C'est quelque part ici. À 800.
It's like a block from my
Allez,
house.
plus 800?
À 50, 800.
We always skated pools.
Mais on l'a pas trouvé exactement, il est où là?
Ok, ton œil tombe. T'en as pas garoché 5 sites pour voir si ton département.
On en avait 7 total. On a commencé à le trouver. Puis genre, on le cherche là, on est en train de creuser tout partout en dessous. Parce qu'on le trouve juste pas.
J'ai trouvé un diamant.
By my house. I was off of Tamashanner. Let's hop on the bus. Let's take the 62 to Florin Road and see what's going on. And
Mais non, je pense que j'ai tout perdu à tout jamais là.
Pourquoi? Tu retrouves pas l'endroit?
Non, ça va être impossible.
When I first started coming out, I staying at Doug's house, Shay's house. I think for the life of the animal, legend of some kind of it, we laughed it out.
Moi j'ai trouvé un mineshaft, mais il n'y a pas de stronghold. Ah mais t'es à côté de moi en fait. Regarde au-dessus de toi, pas très loin, j'ai vu.
And so Jones and I hit it off great because even though he rode for skateboards, etc., you know, where he lived was down where I lived. Okay, so we were naturals like that.
Ouais, aller retrouver
What he
mon
would
lot,
tell
je pense que
the
c'est
other skaters,
impossible.
hey man, come skate the N Bowl with us, you know, and we just kind of ran with it.
The N-Men are the N-Men, and John O'Shea is N-Men to me. And Doug Jones, he's right in there with him too. When I saw Doug skate and do like these micro edgers in the Sierra Wave, I'm just like, oh my God.
It didn't start out as the N-Men with this huge encompassing family. It was 8, 10, 12 guys, the hardcore N-Men.
We decided that we were going to be called the N-Men at that time. It was Doug Jones, John O'Shea, Ross O'Shea, Roland Bennett,
Curtis Bryant, Grady, Wiggins,
Morehouse, barefoot on a black bonsai with Brewer cone wheels.
Those guys were scary, especially Caton and Morehouse and Doug Jones. They were kind of like, even though they're basically the same age, I was like this kid from little hick town.
Non, c'est perdu à tout jamais.
Were like the players of the area.
Aucune chance de retrouver mon stuff.
C'est dommage que j'ai trouvé un endroit qui était pas mal pour lancer les perles.
Mais non, c'est la mort. Je me lance dans la lave et je ferme ça, je crois bien.
Ton stuff il est tombé dans la lave?
Mon stuff il est perdu dans un trou d'eau, une poche d'eau sous-marine. Mais c'est un vrai labyrinthe pour s'y rendre. J'ai essayé 2 fois, ça fonctionne pas. Faut que je regarde mon VOD, ouais, mais...
They had lost track of him and no one had heard from him for over 30 years.
Mais là, toi, comment tu sors de là?
Randy began calling every Bill Golding.
Comment je sors, moi?
Oui.
Je sais pas.
I answered, hello. Well, this is Randy Pinkler. Yeah. He said, are you the Bill that used to live, Golding, that used to live in Sacramento and took all the skateboard pictures? And I said, and he said, if you are,
pour réussir à te sauver toi aussi.
Tell me that too, so I can keep looking.
Et moi, je veux trouver le portail.
Mais ouais, c'est vrai qu'il a trouvé le portail, ça serait fou.
Surtout qu'on n'est pas loin. On sait qu'il est vers là. Je suis dans un mineshaft, donc il y a des coffres et tout. Mais c'est un vrai labyrinthe.
Was good, you know. You always want to think that your life was something, you did something right, you know. I've always liked the action stuff, you know. Like I said, stuff is a moment at a time, and that's what's always driven me to shoot pictures in order to create those moments.
C'est dommage, j'ai plein de diamants, mais j'ai pas de pioche en fait.
I'm real happy that somebody's going to do something, and maybe other people will get to see this stuff, and not just, you know, people I know.
In addition to the N-Men photographs, Golding's archives also include these unpublished shots of Steve Caballero and Dogtown legends Tony Alva, Stacy Peralta, and Shogo Kubo.
I was amazed when I saw these guys after 30 years and they're still doing it. I'm going, oh my God.
When was the first time you ever heard of the N-Men?
Oh, I don't know, back then. I think I was aware of them, but it didn't really mean much to me, you know. It was just, skateboarders were always making up stories and trying to be something.
Je vois même plus ton nom nulle part.
Mais je suis parti loin. J'ai trouvé une grotte et...
Seeing Randy Caton skate at Winchester Skateboard Park. This was in like 1978. There's a Hester Pool Series contest that happened, and that's where all the top pros came from Southern California.
Mais je crois pas que je suis allé au bon endroit.
Randy Caton was there, and it's the first time I ever heard N-Men. They had their whole scene going.
So there's these guys that I met from Sacramento, Randy and Roger Folsom, and you know I became friends with them, and those guys were gnarly and radical, for sure. They had their own style. I remember Randy was like one of the skaters that would charge so hard that he would just get super high on the largest 4-foot extension, so another 4 feet up. And I just remember him just charging it super hard. At that time, we had our own like little NorCal series, and I was part of the Camel Skate Park team. We would travel to certain parks in Northern California, and one of the parks was Sierra Wave in Sacramento. That's the first time I met Don Bostic.
Je vais essayer de retourner dans la mine.
Those were days before the Bones Brigade. I mean, those were the days before I met Stacy Peralta. It was about like a year prior.
Bon, en tout cas, si on veut revenir ici explorer, il y a des diamants, il y a du fer, il y a plein de trucs. Ah, je vois ton pseudo. Je pense que j'ai déjà fouillé les...
N-Men were infamous, just as infamous as the Zephyr Boys or any of the other cats.
Je me dis, peut-être que de là on peut trouver le...
It started out really competitive and almost a lot of like animosity and almost contempt. The N-Men, a bunch of Hell's Angels skateboarders that at one point were like looking at us Dogtown guys as just, you know what? Those guys are the enemy.
Tu vois un...
Certain guys that were real cool, like Dave Morehouse and Donald Morehouse. And they had that cool surf style and stuff like that. And as we started trying to
Si jamais tu vois un mur de Netherrack derrière, il y a des araignées empoisonnées. Donc évite de le casser. Enfin, en tout cas, faut savoir quoi.
JK, Jamie Hart, Hudson, Goldman, and Blackheart, Caballero, all those guys from within that whole world.
J'aimerais tellement le trouver pour noter les coordonnées et fermer ça.
Santa Cruz was pretty much NorCal.
I think the term N-Men, what it defines is Northern California.
J'ai pas envie d'abandonner si près du but.
Au moins on sait que c'est environ à 0800, 0850.
A lot of the Dogtown success come from the fact that they had access to the magazine, and Stesic was an awesome writer. I mean, all those Dogtown Chronicle things, that's what we lived about, right? But we were up here doing the same stuff, going, right on, man.
T'as trouvé une grotte énorme.
Glad to see it's going on, and glad, you know, it kind of fed us to be who we were. But there was a time when we never said we wanted to be them. We had to have our own identity.
Mais moi, au moins j'ai mon lit au-dessus, dans le village juste au-dessus.
And we're up here skating the same pools and having, you know, fun doing our own thing, but zero coverage because the two magazines are all from down there until Thrasher came out. You know what I mean? It was like, if they're going to be the boys, we're going to be the men.
J'aurais peut-être dû sortir et dormir aussi. Moi si je meurs, je respawn tout là-bas.
Ouais, surtout si t'as des trucs sur toi.
Bah, j'ai juste 2 diamants, mais c'est toujours ça.
And they basically flourished, grew, and continue to carry on the mission.
The N-Men were really guys that love that fountain of youth of skateboarding, and they don't want to give up, and they want to attach to their youth and their teenage years of skating. And no matter how hard the slams are, you get up and you do it again, and again, and again. And yeah, you skate for life, skate forever.
I can just say straight up from a Northern California perspective, even though I'm from the South, those guys were really, really like rough around the edges, really tough guys, you know? And being that tough and being that hardcore is an integral part of being a skateboarder. They were not going to survive being like kind of lightweight and stuff. Those guys, they were heavyweights. Heavyweights in the sense of like backyard pool skaters. They were actually riding the really hardcore
Ouais,
stuff.
je crois que j'ai pas le choix d'abandonner pour l'instant.
It's like the stories or the annals of skateboarding that
Ok.
everyone needs to
On se
know.
reprend bientôt,
And
mon
men were a
ami.
big part of that.
The legend thing
À
about
bientôt.
Airmen,
À bientôt.
after quite
Merci
some time
encore
is
pour
that
la
they
belle
would
journée.
actually come
Bye.
in disguise
Bye.
and drain pools under the N-Men pool service.
Gary and I, we used to look on the mosquito abatement list, right?
By the Friday paper, and there would be like a